relationship, did you also live together for a period of time?
No.
According to your complaint, you made a loan to him sometime in the year 2000?
Yes.
And in addition to that, you say that after you weren't together anymore, you received a cable bill for movies.
I received the cable bill in December when we were still dating.
But he never lived with you?
No.
All right, and the cable bill you attribute to him?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me when this loan was.
The loan was November 21st,
2000?
2000.
Tell me the circumstances of the loan.
I had just received a settlement from my divorce. Todd knew I had a lot of money in my checking account. He asked me for a loan to pay off some of his debts, and he promised to pay me in February when he got his taxes back.
So you took the money out. Do you have any proof that you took the money out and gave it to him?
I have a check.
Can I see it, please? Well, this is a check made out to cash.
Right, and his name is in the memo. And also on my check register, it's got loan for Todd. And you can tell it was all written at the same time in the same ink.
Okay. Now tell me about this November 21st check, sir.
It's not mine. She didn't make a loan to me.
Well, let me ask you if she gave you any money.
No, I have my own money.
She did not.
No, ma'am.
Why do you think she would say she did?
She's very vindictive and money hungry, but I believe she's got 2 other cases pending right now, suing her attorney for a divorce. She didn't get the money that she thought she was going to get. I believe she's also suing her dentist. And I told her I was going to end up taking her to court. She beat me to the punch.
Take her to court for your counterclaim.
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to get to that. Ms. Cox, a couple of questions I have. February came about, 2001, and he did not return the money to you. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you have discussions with him about it?
I had several telephone conversations with him, asking him when he was going to pay my money. I actually have a tape with him that he left on my recorder.
That says what?
That says he will get me my money as soon as he can, that he has a problem right now, and as soon as it gets straightened out.
Oh, I'd like to hear that.
Saved message from...
This is Todd. Thursday. Didn't bother me, so stuff you said last week.
I can't hear that.
Didn't bother me,
Can
then
I-
I don't know.
Can I see? Can I have it close?
It's very guttural.
I understand that. Bert, can you put this on? You know how bad I am with buttons.
Everything I've said to you, every emotion I ever told you, I felt, and it was true. And it bothered me that you said what you said. Anyway, I'm working on trying to get your money to you as soon as possible. I wish I could get to you right now, but right now that's a problem. I know you need it. I'd give it to you if I had it. I don't know. I guess that's about all I wanted to say. Today is the 22nd. Was his anniversary. 5 years. I'll tell you that I get something settled. I straightened out. It's just money. Talk to you later. Bye.
What money are you talking about, sir?
$160 child support money that she gave me that I owed her. She had paid a child support payment for me when we would drop my daughter off.
Why would you need to take money from her for your child support payment if you just told me that you had money?
I didn't have my checkbook with me. We had dropped her off. We were in her car. My book was in my car, and I was going to pay her later, and she said no, she'd just go ahead and write a check. And she did so. And I admitted to that, and I still haven't got her the money.
Then you would have the check for that. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you have a check for $160?
No.
Why would you make such a big deal about $160, sir? I mean, when you talked about owing her the money on the tape,
Right.
you said, I would give it to you right now if I had it, but I don't have it. You just told me that you just didn't have your checkbook in the car, and she had her checkbook, so that's why she wrote it. So I would assume from that that you had plenty of money to pay your child support. The problem was you didn't have a check to pay it. And here you're leaving her a message on the machine that says, I would give you the money, but I don't have it. Explain that to me.
I owed her the money. I didn't have the extra money to give her at the moment.
Well, but you just told me a moment ago, sir, that you had the money. It's just that you didn't have a checkbook.
I didn't have the cash. We split up. We were not getting along, and I didn't have the money at the time to give her.
Right. Okay. You want to proceed with these cable bill that you have?
I also have 3 bills from the cable company for adult videos that were ordered when I was not around, when I was working.
You mean he stayed at your apartment when you were on work?
He had a key to my apartment because he house sat for me on a couple occasions because I had 2 dogs. So apparently these were watched while I was at work. We have Lewd Conduct, Volume 3, 7:30 a.m.
I don't need the titles.
Okay. They're
Okay.
4 in one day, back to back.
She was with me.
I don't know about the cable bill. Forget about the cable bill, madam. You give somebody the keys to your apartment, they watch the cable. I wasn't there. I don't know whether you watched them with them, whether you didn't watch them with them. You're not talking about a
Well, I have my
substantial
cable
amount
bills
of
for a
money.
whole year of what my cable's bill before he came into the picture.
Should have watched them more carefully. You're not talking about a substantial amount of money.
She
And
was
certainly not
watching
talking about
with me.
$2,500. All right, Mr. Fife, you want to tell me, please, what you think she owes you and for what?
$1,199.96.
Tell me what it was for.
I was moving. I switched bank accounts. She wanted to open a joint account, so she went and opened it without my knowledge. I finally went ahead and signed on it. I was getting my checks cashed by a buddy of mine. I gave them to her to put in after she opened that account, and she never put it in. We split up, and I just washed it.
When did you give her that money?
That was right around Christmas, actually.
You have any proof of that, sir?
No, I don't.
Did he ever give you money to put into the bank for him?
In October and November, he gave me workman comp's checks. He did not have a checking account because his credit is bad. He could not open a checking account. He would give me a check to deposit in my account.
Let me see.
I would write cash and give him cash
I didn't find the
while
bank.
he was standing right there in October and November. That is why the account was open. I told him, here's an account for you to work out of. I never wrote or deposited any money in that account. That was his account only.
She had an ATM card.
I did not. Todd, I did not.
Okay. I see the primary on the account.
I don't know
she
why
wanted-
she's
she-
a primary
she was-
on the account, so all I'm asking you
I'm
is...
on the primary account because he didn't have an address.
Just a second. All I'm
I didn't have an
asking you,
address. I lived-
Mr. Fife, just listen to me,
Sorry,
sir.
sorry.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kim Cox says ex-boyfriend Todd Fife owes for an unpaid loan and for running up her cable bill with adult movies. Todd says Kim watched the movies too.
Okay. I have 2 checks that she indicates are Todd's checks.
You can see they're
Clearly-
cashed on the back, the same date.
Oh.
He was standing right next to me when those checks were presented.
So he would give you the workman's compensation check.
Correct.
You would put it in your account because they wouldn't cash his check for him?
Correct, because he had no account. I
Okay,
never
you want to
signed-
show me something, sir, from your little envelope?
That's all right. No, she was talking about I had no checks. I didn't know what she was talking about. I have my workman's comp checks. It shows
No,
that
she was saying... Shh. She said you had no checking account, so that you couldn't cash your workman's comp checks unless you went to a check cashing service, I assume, where they would charge you a fee.
A fee.
And then you had to pay certain bills out of the joint account that I assume you opened up. That was the purpose of it.
No, the
So
purpose
it's-
of it was to open up because she wanted to buy a house. She wanted both our names on the account.
Well, it didn't work out. Certainly, if you couldn't pay your child support, the amount of $160, you weren't going to buy a house together. Sir, so I am correct that you have absolutely no proof that you gave her this last almost $2,000.
No, I don't. I said I washed it all off, and then she had been calling periodically. I told her, you know what, I'll probably just take it to
What
court.
was
and
she
she'd
calling periodically for?
She just calls.
Was she calling periodically and asking you for money?
No.
You mean she hasn't asked you for money?
She hadn't asked me for money, and then when I told her I was thinking about taking her to court, she had sent me a certified letter, which I laughed off.
Certified letter that said what?
That she was taking me to court
For what?
for money that I owed her.
How much? Did it say in the certified
I believe
letter?
it was $2,500.
Did you respond to it?
No. I said I washed everything out. I wanted out of the relationship. I cut my losses. She was being vindictive.
Okay. Ms. Cox, in your complaint, you say that in March of 2001, you bailed him out of jail.
Yes.
Why?
Why did I bail him out of jail or why he was in jail?
Well, a little bit of both. I mean, I'm curious. He's supposed to pay you back in February.
Correct.
Doesn't pay you back in February, the
Correct.
$2,500. Then
He
in
called me
March,
at 3 in the morning and
what did he say at 3 in the morning?
he said, I'm in jail, you need to go get $300 and come bail me out of jail.
What was he in jail for?
Supposedly, he was in jail for not returning videotapes to a video store, and there was a warrant out for his arrest.
And that was dropped from court.
Okay. But that's what you were arrested for.
Yes, for videotape.
Okay. How much did the bail cost you?
$300.
Did he pay you back?
He did not pay me back. I got my money back directly from the court because he was trying to use the money for his court costs. I talked to the circuit clerk and told him that he owed me this additional money. She's like, honey, I'll write the check direct to you.
So you got it back.
I
so
got
you
my
were whole.
$300.
Okay, fine. You owe her $2,500, sir. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,500, which is the amount of the original I consider loan, and your counterclaim's dismissed for lack of proof. Thank you. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
She's Sue happy.
He owed me the money and he had to pay.
She's very vindictive. She's a bitter woman.
I think he's just a scorned lover.
And now the next case.
All parties on Olinga versus Walters. Step forward, please.
Auto body repairman Harold Olinger is suing his ex-wife, 35-year-old sewer scuba diver Christy Walters, for the return of their son's belongings. Christy is countersuing for half of the boy's medical bills.
Mr. Olinger, the defendant is your former wife.
Yes,
How long have you been divorced?
12 years.
And you have a child?
Yes,
A boy?
yes.
How old is he?
He's 13 now.
Did he live with you for a period of time?
He lived with me since he was 6 months old until he was about 9. In June of '97, I agreed with Christy to have him live there on a temporary basis, so I could save some money to buy a house. Purchased the home in December of 2000. Travis came back and lived with me.
Okay. And it is your complaint that his mother refuses to return some of his personal property.
Right.
I don't understand the defense to that, which you will explain to me. And she has a countersuit for some medical bills that she wants you to share with her.
Right.
That happened as a result of some football accident back in 2000 when he was living with her.
Right.
All right, very simply, your son is living with you now?
Yes.
Doing okay?
Yes.
Has been living with you for the past year and some months?
Yes.
Okay, does he visit with his mother?
No.
Not at all.
He saw her on Thanksgiving, but that's the only time that they've really had contact in that whole year.
Did he go to visit?
Well, Travis called her, and then I agreed because I want Travis to see her, So he went over there and came back, and everything was fine, with the visit and everything. And these belongings, I've actually waited the whole year, asked her several times.
Okay, but he did see his mother that one time.
Right.
Okay, what is it that you claim that Miss Walters has that belongs to Travis?
She has, of course, I don't have it right here, his skis. There's a trampoline. There's a Nintendo 64 game system with the games. There's an inner tube that for boating, you tow it behind a boat. A knee board, which is also for boating. And that's about it right there.
Okay. Now, Miss Walters, I've read your answer very clearly, and you seem to indicate that you have this property.
Almost all of it.
With the exception of what?
The knee board and the ski biscuit. I sold it during a garage sale.
Why?
For the one fact, I'm disputing that. I haven't been able to talk to my son. He won't return my calls.
Why did you sell it during a garage sale?
Because I need the money to help pay for some of the medical bills. Those are the only 2 items that I had
The
sold.
rest of the things you have?
The Nintendo 64 and...
You have all of those things?
Just the trampoline.
What about his skis?
I never had any skis. He's never brought any skis over.
So what is it that you have?
Just the Nintendo 64 and the trampoline.
How big is this trampoline?
It's a very large, a couple people could bounce on it.
I have a picture of it right here.
I have a picture of it also.
Okay. Had it been in your house and you sent it to her when you went to live with her?
Yes.
How did you get it there?
I took it all apart and put it in the back of a car. It comes in little pieces, And then, let them use it while Travis was there because it was for his use.
Fine.
Yeah.
So why can't he have his things back?
Well, the trampoline is part of my backyard now.
Not anymore.
It's buried in my backyard.
Get it out. Just like it was buried in his backyard.
Also,
he
my
took
other
it apart.
kids use it. It's been a part of our family for so long. I thought it was frivolous that he had never asked for it one time.
Well, now he wants it back. Travis wants it back. It's his trampoline.
Okay, you can
His
have it.
father said, as long as he's going to be at your house, I'm going to give you the trampoline. Now he went back to live with his father. He wants it back. So you give it to him. And the Nintendo, same thing. You said in your answer, the other kids use it. So it was part of my household. It's not part of your household. It belongs to your son. It's got to go back. It's got to go back, all of it, within 5 days. Have we taken care of that?
Well, the trampoline's been kind of abused. It's all bent. The springs are gone.
Whatever. It's an old trampoline. If you want it back,
Yep. Okay.
if you want it back, she's got to send it back to you. If you want to forget about it, forget about it. You want it back?
Yes.
Okay. In whatever condition it comes in.
Right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. I assume that they're not going to do anything purposefully to damage it when they take it apart, but that's, I have no control over that. All right. Now let's get to the cross complaint. I have a few questions. You had a medical bill of how much?
I roughly a little over $1,000.
Okay. And that was shortly before he went back to live with his father?
Yes, correct.
Miss Walters, how much child support do you pay to Mr. Olinger at this time for your son?
I believe $270 a month.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And you've been paying that for the last year?
Correct.
And when Travis was with his mother, how much child support were you paying to his mother?
I paid her approximately $200 a month.
I disagree with that.
How much did he pay?
He paid whenever it was reasonable for him. It was never on time or an ongoing
So that's
thing.
for the 4 years he lived with you.
Correct.
Now, what about for the first 9 years? How much did you pay child support?
$200 a month.
And was that paid regularly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
So my question to you, Mr. Olinger, is why don't you feel as if you should be responsible for half of his unreimbursed medical bills?
I don't have a problem with that at all, but over the 13 years, the little bit that she's talking about, I have receipts and a check right here just in 1 month at over $180 for his medicine and doctor visits because her insurance doesn't cover. He's ADH. And that's just one incident, you know. Over the 13 years, she wasn't even there for approximately 4 years of his life in the beginning, and I've paid all the expenses for all the clothing, everything.
I'm just talking about the medical bills.
Yeah.
Has he had any unreimbursed medical bills this year while he's been living with you?
Yes.
Can I see them, please?
I have not gotten any statements from my insurance company saying so. Since I'm the one that pays the insurance,
Well,
you would think I would know any of that. But we
Not
don't communicate
necessarily.
with each other, so I wouldn't know any of this.
have you sought reimbursement from her for any unreimbursed medical bills?
I don't want to waste the time or the energy, you know. It's a lot easier just to pay that instead of have to go through the battle all the time.
I think that you're probably right.
Yeah.
Okay. Travis is 13 years old. You don't intend to pursue unreimbursed medical bills for him from his mother?
No.
Perfect. Then you take care of this $500 bill for his football accident and return the Nintendo and the trampoline. The court will draft an order. What else?
Well, the skis she did take, and Travis, you know, would verify that.
Listen to me.
Okay.
Go. Be happy.
Yes.
He's with you. He's happy.
Yes.
I'm disputing that also. Since he has been with Mr. Olinger, he's got nothing but straight F's and D's, and I have report cards that he was an AB student while he was with me.
Well, then I would suggest, Ms. Walters, if you think that he is in some way being neglected as a result of the care his father is giving him, you pursue that matter. If you believe that your son is better off living with you, you pursue that action in the court process. Until it's done, you continue to send your $270 a month child support, which hardly covers half of the child's expenses. Don't expect any reimbursement from him, but if you want to keep the lines of communication open with your son, I suggest that you look hard for the skis, and if you find them, you'll return them along with the Nintendo and the trampoline. Got it? Good. Thank you.
What about the inner tube and the...
Excuse me?
The inner tube and the trampoline?
She sold them.
Right, okay.
Isaac, excuse you.
You're Michael.
Yes.
Michael, the defendant is your father, and according to your complaint, when you were 16 or 17, you had a job.
Yes.
Or two jobs.
2, yes.
And you and your dad opened a bank account and deposited your money in the account. The money was all your money. You needed his signature on the account because you were a minor.
Yes.
And then there was some sort of a dispute involving your father and your mother, and they're divorced?
Separated.
And your father withdrew all the money from your account.
All of it but $2.51.
And how much money did you have in the account?
Before he withdrew it, I had $1,527.51.
Why did you withdraw your son's money?
$775 I drew out for room and board when he stayed with me for 2 months.
All right, so let's start with the $775 that you withdrew for room and board.
Yes.
When did he live with you?
From June 20th until August 20th.
And how old was your son in June of 2001?
17.
When did he turn 18?
December 11th.
You can't charge him for room and board. You're his father. You're responsible for him.
Ma'am, he was living with his mother at the time, and he came to, with her agreement, came to live with me so he could work. Before June, I was paying child support. And when he came to live with me, I just figured that I was entitled to the child support back.
You figured wrong. You may be entitled to child support back, but not from him.
When this all started out, I acknowledged to him that I was going to do this, and he had
I don't care what you acknowledge to him. And even if he agreed that he'd pay you room and board, even if he agreed, which he didn't, you can't hold a minor to a contract. I mean, I never heard of something so ridiculous in my life. Your son worked, he put money in the bank, he was saving for, I don't know, college, future, whatever. You decided later to withdraw money because you figured he owed you for room and board. Outrageous! What's next? What's next? $775.
Yes.
Room and board. What else did you take out?
Me and his mother had a dispute on child support that I owed. We went to court about that. And, you know, in order to get a lawyer, I told him I was going to take some money out to pay for the lawyer. That was because of another situation that was going on.
What?
His grades in school, that I was trying to get custody back for him.
Yes.
To make him do better in school.
So?
And I had to get a lawyer in order to do that.
So? You wanted him to pay for the lawyer so that you could get custody of him?
No, I did not want him to pay for the lawyer.
Well, but he did. That's what you just told me. You took money out of his account so that you could pay for a lawyer to get custody of him. Isn't that what you just told me?
Yes, I did.
Well, am I correct? I mean, when you cut through all the baloney, that's what it was.
But I told him I was going to do this in order to file for custody for him.
Well,
and when I told him that, he had no problem with it.
What do you mean he had no problem with it?
He didn't disagree or agree.
Mr. Hubbard, what do you do for a living?
I'm an electrician, ma'am.
Well, let me give you the facts of life, Mr. Hubbard. The facts of life are parents support their children and provide for necessaries for their children until their children reach the age of majority. Then, if they're really lucky, the children will take care of themselves. Only if they're really lucky. Most parents take care of their children even after they've reached their majority. They pay for college, they pay for books, they pay for clothes, they pay for trips, they pay for medical, they pay for dental, they pay for orthodontia, they pay for cars, they pay for gas, they pay for dating. When they're 19 and 20 and 21 and 22, and sometimes even until they're 30. You, on the other hand, want your child to pay for himself, for his room and board, as well as for a lawyer for you. Hello? Michael, your father is misguided. You're entitled to your money back, Michael. Now, I assume at this point you and your father aren't getting along too well.
No.
And I assume that it will take some time for that to work itself out, if it ever does. Maybe he understands that he did the wrong thing. Maybe.
May I say something else, you mean?
Yeah, sure.
I got custody of him on December 14th, 99. His grades were falling bad. When I finally got custody of him, I made him do his homework, and his grades came up. And then his mother 9 months later, filed for custody back of him because I was being too hard on him. I was making him do his homework. I was making him tell me where he was all this time, anytime he was out. Well, that's too hard on him as far as she's concerned. So she got custody back of him, and I have his report cards here showing that when he was with me, he was doing better, and now that he's with her, he's completely failing.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. 18-year-old Michael Hubbard says his father, Ray Hubbard, stole money from his bank account. Ray says he needed the money.
Your job as a parent is to do what is best for your child, to look into...
That's what I was trying to do. I had his interest in heart all the time.
Fine. Let us say I absolutely agree that you felt as if he needed a stronger hand in order to do his work so that he could do well in school, so that he could move on. You felt as if you had to, as a parent, fight for custody so that he would do better. Is that fair? Is that a fair statement, sir?
No, sir. No, ma'am, that's not what I was doing.
I thought that's what you were doing.
Well, I am, but as far as his mother is concerned, she won't let him grow up.
It doesn't make any difference. You're not listening to me, sir. I said you felt as if you had to do what you did in pursuing custody of him because you felt as if it was in his best interest.
Yes, I still do.
And you still do?
Yes.
Good. He doesn't pay for that. You pay for that. That's a necessary, not for him. That's a legal necessary for you. You as a parent are supposed to do the right thing. You felt in your heart the right thing was that he lived with you. You would be a better parent for him at this stage in his life. Good for you. You pay for it.
I understand that.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,527.51. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
A parent should be more responsible.
It was in the best interest of the child.
A minor shouldn't have to pay for room and board.
I'm going to keep fighting it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Bell versus Clark, step forward, please.
53-year-old William Bell is suing his girlfriend's former friend, 42-year-old secretary Elizabeth Clark, for having him falsely arrested. Elizabeth says William threatened to kill her. She is countersuing for harassment.
Mr. Bell, you are suing the defendant for having you falsely arrested on charges of threatening and harassing her. She is counterclaiming for harassment. Let me understand the relationship. You have a girlfriend or had a girlfriend. The defendant is a friend of your former girlfriend.
Yes, ma'am.
You were having some difficulty with the girlfriend. You called the defendant to sort of act as an intermediary and to talk to her and see if you could put things back together again. The defendant then called the police and said that you had threatened her. You were arrested.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you call her?
February 17th of 2001.
Had you ever called her before?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And tell me about the conversation that you had with her.
I didn't have a conversation with her. I got her voicemail.
Okay.
And I left a message who it was, and I was staying at Baymont Inn Motel. Could you please give me a call?
Why were you staying at a motel?
I had moved out of my girlfriend's house.
So you and your girlfriend had lived together and
Yes,
had
we're
a problem?
together now. Yes,
You are back together
yes,
now?
we've been together, yes.
So you went out and stayed at a motel?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you left a voice message, and I assume she called you back.
She called me back, ma'am, approximately 4:30, 5 o'clock that evening.
What was the conversation?
Her first question was, when I answered the phone, is this Bill Bell? And I said, yes. She says, William Bell. And I said, yes, it is. Then she started getting very belligerent.
Don't tell me belligerent. That's a conclusion, Mr. Bell.
Okay.
Tell me what she said to you.
She was cursing at me for calling
Tell
her.
me what she said. I'm a big girl. I'm over 21. I know that's hard to believe, but I am.
You want...
I want the words she said to you, that you claim she said to you.
She called me I don't want to say it on the mother. A son
Yes.
of that I was going to get her fired from her job for calling her work.
When did you call her work?
I found out later that the number I called, which was her home phone number, is a work number at her home.
Okay, so first she cursed you, you say, because you called her at her work number. And then what did she say to you?
She told me that she was going to get even with me for calling her. And I apologized for calling and leaving a message on her phone.
Well, what message did you leave on her phone?
Just my name and the phone number where I was at.
Okay.
And I told her I was going to hang up. And she says, if you hang up, you're going to pay for it big time. And I went ahead and hung up anyway because I'd already apologized and she was still cursing me.
And when were you arrested, sir?
A while later that they had a warrant out for my arrest. And I talked to the police officer who had called the motel to get a hold of me and left a message.
No, look at me. Stop playing with your papers.
I called the officer back and he told me there was a warrant and I went down. I believe it was in April. I went down and I turned myself in because I
didn't find out about this warrant until April?
No, ma'am.
What happened to the charges?
Well, the charges were dropped the 2nd of October because the defendant never showed up for court.
Okay. And do you have a copy of the complaint?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see that. And, Ms. Clark, I would like to see a copy of the police report that you made at the same time.
Okay. And he called me more than one time.
Wait. I'm going to get to you, I promise you.
Sorry.
When did you advise the police of these phone calls, Ms.
It
Clark?
was probably the middle of February.
Okay, just 1 second.
Okay.
So you did not call the police the day that he made the phone calls, the day that you had
Yes,
the
I did.
conversation? Oh,
Yes,
you
I
did?
did.
So
I
you
did.
called the police the same day. All right.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Clark, I would like you to tell me, he left a message on your voicemail to call him. The message that he left on your voicemail was not threatening to you.
No, it's when I talked to him.
So I am correct. It was not threatening to you, and you knew who he was because...
This is the first time I've ever seen this man.
But you knew who he was because of your girlfriend.
Right.
That's what, just pay
Yes.
attention.
Okay, sorry.
Now, I want you to tell me your version of the conversation.
Okay.
I work 2 jobs. I also work at a golf course.
Is this relevant to my question?
Yes, it is. He went in to my employer, who I have a letter from, was asking for my address and my phone number. Since then, I don't even know this man. He's taken me to court and
I want you, Miss Clark, to answer my question.
Okay.
My question is, I want you to tell me what the phone conversation was when you returned his phone call.
He wanted me to get his girlfriend.
Tell me what he said.
He wanted to know if I would call Lou and get them back together, reconcile their differences.
And what did you say to him?
No.
Did you tell him why?
Mm-hmm.
What did you say? Tell me what you said.
I said, because I think that what you did was wrong, and I think she's better off without you.
And what did he say in response?
And then he got aggravated.
That's a conclusion.
Okay.
What did he say?
He said, well, that doesn't help me out a bit. And I really don't recall the rest of the conversation. It was a long time ago.
Well, you have to tell me the rest of the conversation. That's the basis of
just more or less said that he wanted me to call Lou, and he said, you're the only one she'll listen to, and you need to get this situation taken care of for me or else.
At that point, did you hang up on him?
I don't recall.
Or did you have any further conversation?
He called so many times on my caller ID, it was...
Okay. Now, did you ever speak to him after that?
No.
You never spoke to him after that?
Nope.
And the conversation that you just relayed to me is, to the best of your recollection, the sum and substance of the conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Then, Ms. Clark, I'm going to ask you the following questions.
Okay.
It is clear to me that you said, I'm not going to help you. He said, that doesn't help me any. You better help me or else. Those were pretty much his exact words, as you remember?
Yeah.
Then can you tell me why you told the police that he said to you, I will get you, I will kill you. Just a second.
I'm sorry.
I will get you, I will kill you, and then I will kill myself.
That is true.
Well, Miss Clark, I asked you 3 times.
I know, I'm sorry.
3 times what he said to you. Now, you got the police's attention, certainly, when you told the police, he said, I'll get you, and then I'll kill myself, and I'll kill Lou, and I'll kill everybody. It seems to me that that would be the first thing that you would say. Not forget it, but that would be the first thing. I will kill you is something that you remember, not I'll get even or you'll get yours, or I will kill you is something that sticks in your mind. In order to get to the police's attention, they say, well, you know, that's really not a threat. You know, you'll get yours is not a threat. I'll kill you is a threat that the police pay attention to.
I will get you.
I will get you is one thing, but I seriously doubt, based upon our testimony today, that he said to you, I will get you, which you didn't tell me. I will kill you. I will kill Lou, and then I will kill myself. Kill. That you remember, and that the police might respond to, but not, you'll get yours. Okay, now let's go back a second. You started to tell me that he's taken you to court 3 times.
Yes, yes.
Now, I want you to tell me about the 3 occasions when he's taken you to court.
Okay, he has put 2 restraining orders against me. The first time that I went to court is when I pressed the charges against him. He didn't show up. So
when
that's
was the first time that he pressed charges against you?
April.
April.
Mm-hmm. And then after he hadn't shown up twice for court, it was dismissed with prejudice on August 16th.
So in April, he filed a charge against you for something. For what, Mr. Bell? For what?
After this deal
After
in
the
February,
warrant.
I had all the telephone calls we were getting and hang-ups. We were getting calls 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning.
Did you know where they were coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know where they were coming from?
Caller ID showed York equipment.
Boy, you know, you think this caller ID was a wonderful invention, and it turns out it's used for all kinds of different things. All right, so he filed 2 restraining orders against you.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know something? It sounds like a little bit of an abusive process, but Ms. Clark, based upon what you did in having him arrested, I think that he was exercising probably restraint. I don't believe that there was any basis for you to have him arrested. I don't believe that he threatened to kill you. I believe that you got the police's attention. That's what I believe. Based on your testimony today, he never threatened to kill you. Never. All right. Miss Clark's statement to the police was designed to get their attention.
Because it was said.
No. It was not said, Miss Clark, because on 3 separate occasions, giving you every opportunity today to recount what he said to you, the most important thing would be to any normal person was he threatened to kill me by saying, I will kill you. I will kill Lou. Then I'll kill myself. Time and time again, all you said was, the last time around, you'll get yours, or I'll get you, or something like that. You left out, I'll get you.
That's after 10 or 11 calls, though, Your Honor.
Just a second. You never spoke to him again, madam. You spoke to him once, and then you said you did not take the other calls because you saw his caller ID.
He left messages.
He left messages. Let me hear them.
I don't have them.
Well, it also seems to me, Miss Clark, that if someone threatened you with bodily harm to an extent that you called the police, and then if you were listening to messages, you would retain them, bring the tape.
I don't have
so
the
that
tape.
there would be no, you would get a tape so the police could listen to them and then pursue this matter, because then you're dealing with a real nut. He's suing you for $5,000, which he is absolutely entitled to, and I am granting his judgment for $5,000 against you, and I'm dismissing your counterclaim. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Judge Judy can...
The matter of Bailey versus Smith. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Bailey, the defendant was a former friend, boyfriend of yours. You claim a series of loans to him. He says whatever money that you gave him were gifts, correct?
Yes.
Who is this?
My girlfriend.
Why is she here?
Because she spoke to Maury after the incident happened, and she explained to her what happened.
I don't know what incident you're talking about. You'll tell me, I'm sure. Ms. Bailey, did you date him for a period of time?
Yes, I dated him for a period of about 8 months during my senior year of high school.
And how long ago was that?
That was everything ended around August of 2000.
And how old were you?
At the time we broke up, I was 18.
Where'd you get this money from?
I had an inheritance from an aunt. She had died when I was 13, and she had left me this money so I could go to college. And I decided to go to a Hunter College, so I had a little left over.
And you were able to take the money out yourself?
Yes. It was left to me, and when I turned 18, it was turned over to me.
Okay. The first loan was in August?
Yes.
For what?
It was $2,000 because he said he wanted a new car. His car had been crashed quite a few times, and they couldn't fix it, or it was too much money to fix it, whatever, he wanted a new car. And so I lent it to him, and I explicitly said it's a loan, and I will need this money back.
Did he say when he would pay you back?
He never really said anything. He just said, you get it by next year, when I could get money back, whatever. You'll get it by next year.
Whatever is not a contract. Did she give you $2,000?
No.
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 Show me proof that you gave him $2,000.
I have bank receipts from that month. There was actually a lot of transactions. What he would do is he would call me, and he would wake me up in the morning and take me to the ATM before the banks could open, so I would have to go to the ATM. Because the ATM could only take out $800 at a time, I would have to go to 3 different ATMs on a day. And because there was only a certain amount of money that I could take out on a certain day, I had to go to 2 days. So my bank receipts reflect that.
Does that sound more familiar, Mr. Smith?
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't. So you never got this money.
I got a portion of the money, which
How much is a portion?
$700 my car cost. My
How
car
much?
actually cost $750, which I did receive from Maury, and which I told her I was going to pay her back, which I did not pay her back at the time.
Why?
But, we broke up before she got it, and I wasn't, able to get in contact with all things. I work, engineering and training, so I could not have waking up in the morning and going to see her because I have to be at work at 7 o'clock in the morning. I got to work at 3:30, and she was.
Excuse me?
I don't care about your work. You borrowed this money from her.
Not $2,000 though.
No, $750.
Yes, yes.
Okay, $750.
I do say I do owe that. I do owe that money. But
Excuse me,
$2,000.
Judge. There was also about $1,400. He couldn't afford his insurance, so I paid 2 months of his insurance.
Let me take care of this.
Okay.
Okay. But in your answer, sir, you don't say that you owe her the money. In your answer, you say, I needed a car, and she offered to help me buy a car.
Yes.
She offered to give me the money.
She offered, but I owe that money because she gave me that money.
Oh,
She
well,
gave
you
me
didn't
I
say
told
that
her
here. You didn't agree that you owed her that
Sorry
money.
about
All right, $750. What else?
There was also his insurance was about $711 a month on 2 months. One was September of 2000, and the other one was October of 2000. He could not afford to pay his insurance, so I paid 2 months of insurance, and the total came out to about $1,400. Each check was $711.79, and I have the checks here.
Which were not cash because I did not have any checks to cash. I didn't have a bank account to cash. You cannot cash a personal check at a check cashing. You must cash
Excuse
a
me, but
personal
it was
check
written
in
out
a
to
bank.
the place, so
But I did not
that's
use
why.
a check.
What happened is they did an electronic check or something. I handed him the original check that I wrote out, and that's the check that was sent to my bank. So the check was cashed, and he got it.
My insurance was canceled October of 2000. So I'm not understanding how she says that I have paid money for my insurance to be written out and paid for by the insurance company.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about your car insurance?
Yes.
Of course you did. Because if you say your car insurance was canceled, then you must have had a discussion with her. She was your girlfriend about, I don't have money for car insurance.
Oh, no,
I have 2 checks made payable for $711.79. They're bank checks.
Yes.
What was that for, sir?
That wasn't to me. At the time when she wrote it out...
Just a second. That went to you.
Yes, but I did not cash it. When she wrote it out to me, she was still there. I told her I couldn't cash the check. I didn't want the check.
You
She
can't
took it
cash
back
the
to her.
check.
I couldn't. So I gave it back to her, and then it was over. I couldn't cash the check because I didn't have a bank at the time. I could not have no way of cashing the check. And it was to my insurance company.
It was paid.
But they even know. They would have mailed me a copy of the check.
It was paid, both of these checks.
I paid, my insurance company was canceled, and I had another insurance company for my mother's name.
These were paid, sir. Capital payment plan.
Okay, yes.
What else?
I have a tape here. He knew it was a loan. He always knew it was a loan every time. When I gave him those checks, I said, when am I getting back my money? Every time we had a conversation, it would be about am I getting back my money?
What I want to know is what the girlfriend is doing here.
The girlfriend, what
Now,
happened is he found out I was suing him. He calls me. I told him, I will see you in court. I will not talk about this over the phone. And his girlfriend calls me. And that's what happened.
Stand up here. What did you call her for?
I called her to speak to her about what. I just wanted to know why she was suing him.
For money.
Exactly. No, I wanted to know the reason why, like how it went about, like the
What is it
situation.
your business?
Because he's my boyfriend. That's the reason why I wanted to know.
Why?
I just wanted to
To
know
know
why
what
she
debt
was
he
suing
had.
him. He told me he didn't owe her any money. That's
He
why I
told me
wanted
you
to
didn't owe
know.
her any money to start with.
Exactly, and that's why I called her to find out. And she told me that she paid for his car. She told me the same exact thing, and she actually told me that after she broke up with him, that's when she gave him $700 to pay for his car. And she told me that she spent a lot of money on him. She bought him a lot of gifts and all of this.
Gifts is not what we're talking about.
Well, she said she spent a lot of money on him.
Sure she did. She, 18-year-old got her hands on some money, and that's the problem. But this money was for his car and his car insurance.
But $3,000 doesn't add up at all.
No,
So-
$21.50 is what it adds up to.
Well, actually, there's a lot more money. I did loan him the $2,000. He's saying it's $700 right now.
If next time you loan somebody money, Miss Bailey, and if you think there's going to be a dispute as to the amount, get a note. What else?
There's a taper. He was fully aware there was a loan. He called my machine.
Let me see.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Marie Bailey says ex-boyfriend Hassan Smith owes for several unpaid loans, and she has an audio tape to prove it.
Go ahead.
511-106 p.m., January 23rd.
Crazy, I don't know what you're doing, but for coming back this long for 3 years later and suing me for $3,000, I don't know what the hell to sue you for. I ain't gonna sue you for that you put me through, but I didn't expect your mother's house and me helping you. So you living off of me. So therefore, I should kind of sue you. But we'll see about this in court because ain't no way you're gonna win it. Dignity you got. I mean, it says to me.
Wish I understood a word you were saying.
I was saying that she was suing me for $50,000 3 years later, which was way too weird because when she did call me and want the money, I told her I will give her the money, no problem. But it came so sudden for her to come to court and say I owe her $3,000. It hit me with such shock that saying $3,000 that I owe. It was shocked that $3,000 out of $700 from $3,000. It was pretty weird.
Insurance. You forgot about the insurance, Mr. Smith. You forgot about the insurance. You mean you were shocked that 3 years later she came to you and said, I want my money?
Yes, but she could have maybe signed a contract, and I was glad I signed a contract for the money I owe her, but she didn't.
Yeah,
And,
please. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
okay, and bank statements saying that she wrote checks out to me. If it wasn't my insurance company, I would like to have a receipt from my insurance company saying it was paid in full. You know, all they always mail
How is she going to get that?
Because the check is run out from her address, so they mail a copy of what is paid, a receipt, and the mail with that. Always, I have a checking account too. They always do that.
They mail it to the person who wrote the check rather than to the insured. It says your insurance is now paid. We want
Yeah,
to
but why
let you
was
know
if
that
the check wasn't mailed out to me? Why would they mail back to me?
Because maybe she didn't trust you. And you told me you didn't have a checking account.
At the time.
Well, I don't care what you have now. Now is not important, Mr. Smith. Do you think you're smarter than I am?
No, I'm not.
You're darn right. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $2,150. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
We had a baby together which died, and I broke up with her so suddenly, and she hated me for that.
I don't know why he's bringing up the past history. It was not brought up in the case. I don't know why he's trying to bring it up, trying to make me look bad or whatever, but it has nothing to do with it.
I don't hate her for it.
I don't want to have any contact with the defendant or anything, and I'm just so happy to have him out my life for good.
Things like this happen all the time with people who are mad because they got left by somebody who doesn't want them anymore.
I don't want him. I am happily engaged. I have a new life.
I guess money makes the world go round. That's one thing that can make you happy if you can't have that person that you want.
I don't even think about him except the money that he owed me.
Don't get in a relationship when it involves money.
If he wants to think that I still want him, let him. If that makes him sleep better at night, whatever.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of LaChuca versus Kavanaugh, step forward, please.
21-year-old store manager Yvette LaChuca is suing her ex-boyfriend, 22-year-old construction worker James Kavanaugh, for the unpaid balance on a car he totaled.
Miss LaChuca, the defendant was a former boyfriend of yours. In addition to just being a boyfriend, you had a car that was titled in both of your names. He paid for the insurance on the car, but it was your car. And there was a car loan on the car, is that right?
Right.
He got into an accident and totaled the car. So far, is that right?
Yes.
The insurance company totaled the car and gave you a check, but the check did not cover the car loan, and there is still about $1,800 left that you owe the loan company on the car. Is that what the case is about?
Yes.
Mr. Kavanaugh, when were you in this accident, sir?
It was May 28th, 2001.
Tell me about the accident.
Well, we were coming back from the airport and...
Stop playing with papers. Look at me.
Okay. We were coming back from the airport from St. Louis.
Who's we? The two of you?
The two of us, yes. She was in the passenger seat. We were going through an intersection, and the light was green. She swore the light was green at one time. Went through the intersection in another car. We collided. No witnesses stopped on our behalf. The other car had a witness stopped, said they had a green light, so I was at fault for the accident because I had no witnesses. She was in the car.
Maybe you were just at fault in the accident because you were at fault.
No, the light was green. I'm sorry, if the light was green, I'm going through.
Did you hit them or did they hit you?
We hit each other.
How is that?
Because the two corners hit together. I mean, I didn't see them. They just ran, they went right through the light and we collided. I never saw the car coming through the intersection because I was halfway through the intersection before, you know, we even hit.
So the insurance company found that you were at fault. Is that right?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the highway patrol put me at fault. Now, I guess the insurance goes by that or if they go by their own. I don't know.
Whatever. Those people who were responsible for finding who's at fault found you at fault?
Yes.
Okay. And when had you purchased this car?
We had purchased it in last September.
When you say we purchased it, you purchased it together?
He was the primary person on the car, and I was the co-signer, but it was supposed to be the other way around, and they messed it up.
I don't care what they... What is it now? Who owes the $1,800?
Right now, I'm the primary person.
Why is that?
Because we switched the names back.
When?
Back in June.
After the accident?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was the one making the payments on it, and I wanted to have credit for it.
At the time that this accident occurred, that he caused, he was the primary on the car.
Right.
And on the loan. Is that right?
Right.
Who was making payments prior to May 28th?
I was.
Why were you making the payments?
Because it was my car.
Well, then why was he ever the primary?
Because the loan people were stupid and messed it up. They put my name wrong. They put the paperwork wrong. When I signed the papers, I asked them, this puts me as co-signer, because I've never signed for a car before, co-signed or nothing. So I believed the people we bought the car from. I said, so I'm on as co-signer. They said yes. So we signed the papers. Come to find out later on, they put me as primary and her as co-signer. So when we found that out, since she was making the payments, it was her car, we switched the names.
You mean the payments for a car that no longer existed?
What's that?
In June, after the accident, the car no longer existed.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
How much did they give you for this car?
About $7,000.
$7,311.
And how much was owing on the car?
That much. I don't have the exact amount on that because...
How come you have a lot of paperwork?
I have all the paperwork I need for my case. I mean, I don't have the exact amount left on the car. They wouldn't give me the information
Let me see the information that you have, madam. Okay. I want to see the loan that was taken out. how much the payout was, all that good stuff.
I have a copy of the title right here. It has the price on it. I did have that.
How many cars did you have when you were living together?
I had mine and had hers.
When did the two of you part ways?
In July.
Why?
He broke up with me because he was seeing somebody else.
I see the last payment that you made to Ford Credit was $100.85. Is that right?
Right.
Your Honor, what month was that? Because I've had to cover 1 month of that because she quit paying on it and didn't tell me. So they called me 2 days before they were going to send it to collections agency and informed me that she was 3 months behind.
I did tell you.
So you made the payment?
Yes, I had to make the payment.
Good. It was your accident. Now.
She was right there in the passenger side, Your Honor. She could have very well been driving. She gave me permission to drive the car, so, you know, my insurance paid out all that on it. I mean, if I was to let her...
Is this your defense? Now
if I was to let her go drive my truck and she was to wreck it, it'd be my responsibility to pay for it, not hers. I mean, isn't that right? Because it is my truck and my insurance. I mean, unless I'm wrong, I don't know.
So that's your defense?
My defense is I've paid out more on this car than I think I should have anyway. I mean, yeah, my insurance covered my wreck, my part of the wreck, but I paid for her insurance the whole time she had that car, so...
Where were you coming or going from that you were coming from the airport?
We were coming from St. Louis because she had gone to Texas.
Yes.
Vacation to see her mom.
Okay, so when you went to pick her up at the airport, you took her car?
Yes.
How come you didn't take your truck?
Because her car had more room and we could put her stuff in the trunk. I had permission to take her car.
No, I didn't ask for permission. I just said, how come you didn't take your truck?
Because her car has more room. I have an
more
S10.
room than a truck?
I have an S10. The cab is a lot smaller than the front seats of a car. It's just more comfortable in a car.
Okay.
Because it's
now,
a
when you went out
2.5
for
drive.
dinner, which car did you take?
What's that?
What word didn't you understand, sir? When the two of you were
well,
together,
I'm sorry, I was talking, you
speaking.
interrupted me.
When you went out for dinner, when you were living together, whose car did you take?
Either or.
Most of the time, which car did you take?
There wasn't most of the time. I mean, I
You
guess
went out
most
to
of
a
the time
movie.
we took my truck.
You did?
I guess, yes.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
doubt
You
it?
want to know why? Women don't ride in a truck if they have a car. By choice. If they have no choice, they'll ride in a truck. But if they have a choice, they'll ride in a sedan. That's common sense, isn't it, Bert?
I'm not a woman, but yeah.
But you know women.
My wife prefers a car.
Right. Now, what kind of work do you do?
I work construction.
So you use your truck for your business, but going out on a Saturday night, you take the car.
Not true.
Not
But,
true.
okay.
Of course it's true. Sir, bottom line is, Mr. Kavanaugh, you not only were driving this car, with or without her permission, of course it was with her permission that you were driving the car, but you were also primarily responsible on the loan at the time of the accident. I don't care who messed up. You bought this car in September of 2000. If you're old enough to have a car and a truck and a job, then you're old enough to look at paperwork and see whether it's wrong, and you don't switch it after the accident. So at the time of the accident, you were A, at fault, B, primary on the loan.
As co-signers should have been.
No.
Okay, both of our names are right here. On this title, both of our names are under owner.
Right.
It doesn't say who's co-signer, who's not. When I saw that, and when I asked them who is the co-signer, they said me. Now,
But it turns out that it
that
wasn't.
doesn't seem to be very clear to me.
It turns out, I'm not here to go over their contracts. As it turns out, you were primary. Right?
Unknowingly, yes.
Not my fault. You certainly knowingly one thing. You knowingly were involved in an accident which the police attributed to you as the one at fault. So you owe the remainder on this bill. Why should she be saddled with it? Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,798.69. Goodbye.
Parties are excused. Annette, parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Ms. Jeffers, some 2 years ago, the defendant, who was your boyfriend at the time?
Yes.
The two of you and a third person were driving in a car. Was it your car?
No.
It was his car?
Yes.
And there was an accident. It is your claim that the defendant was actually driving that day, but for some reason he asked you to tell the police that you were driving.
Right.
And initially you did that. You lied for him. Very next day you say you reported to the police that you had lied and sort of straightened things out. Sometime later you got sued by the lady whose car was hit by the car that you were in. The defendant, according to you, promised that he would pay the damage. You say he did pay for a while and then stopped. The defendant says that, no, you were actually driving the car and that he did give you some money.
Yes, ma'am.
But it was only because he was being a good guy and he was your boyfriend. And he has a counterclaim because he says that you broke into his house and stole some of his property and trashed the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So tell me, when was this accident?
On February 13th, 2000.
Was it a car or a truck?
Truck.
And was it 2 passengers in the front or 3?
3.
The 2 of you and who else?
His cousin Nathan.
Who certainly wants to be heard, right, Nathan?
Yes, ma'am.
Hmm?
Yes, ma'am.
You sure about that?
Nervous? Yeah.
Good. Where were you going?
I think we were going to look at some apartments in Edmond.
And it was his truck.
Mm-hmm.
Why would she be driving your truck?
I wasn't feeling right that day.
Tell me about it.
Ill.
What was wrong with you?
I was nauseous to my stomach.
If you were nauseous, how come you were going to look at apartments?
Because we had to find another place to live.
You were
very
being
soon.
what?
We're being evicted from where we were
That
at.
sounds like a good word, after we were being. So you took your nauseous self and you put yourself in the passenger seat, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
No.
Tell me what happened.
We left the house. I was sitting in the middle. He was driving, and his cousin was passenger. We drove up to Edmond, and we turned west. We were going under a railroad crossing, and he rear-ended a lady. He jumped out because he had had a DUI.
How did he jump out?
As soon as we hit the lady, he just jumped out of the truck to go and check on her, and he just looked over at me and said, "You were driving." And I said, "Oh, okay."
When did he have a DUI?
I think it was November.
Did you have a DUI in November?
Yes, ma'am.
What happened with that case?
It was dismissed.
When?
Maybe a month afterwards.
So it was still pending at the time that the truck was in this accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
When the police came, I told them that I was driving. When we went home that day, I went to my grandma's and told her what I did. She said, "Well, you're going to have to make this right. You'll just have to go to the police department and tell them you were lying."
And did you do that?
Yes.
Do you have any proof that you did that?
Yes. I
Can I
have
see
a
it,
false
please?
information report. A year later, I was served by the lady he hit. I told her I wasn't driving, told her I had a false information report, and I talked to her lawyer, and I told him, and he said, "Well, that didn't matter." And so he was going to go to court with me and tell them that he was really driving, and then at last minute he changed his mind and said,
Well, tell me about that. Tell me about the conversation that you had with him. Did you tell him that you filed this report that you had
Yes.
lied to the police?
Yeah.
When did you tell him that?
I told him the same day.
What did he say to you?
He said, "I can't believe you did that. Your family's trying to throw me in jail," and he was just really mad about it.
What did he say to you when the woman contacted you a year later?
He agreed to go and tell them the truth. And then at last minute he decided he wasn't going to. He said he would just pay it off in payments to the attorney's office.
And what were the payments?
$150 a month.
What was the entire payment?
$3,344.87.
And at that time, was his DUI still pending?
I don't know. I just know he had a suspended license for as long as I'd known him.
Did he have a suspended license on the day of this accident?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. And how many payments of $150 did Mr. Barnett make?
I believe 6.
Is that right, Mr. Barnett?
Yes, ma'am.
And then he stopped.
Mm-hmm.
Did anything coincide with him stopping the payments?
We broke up.
And did you have a conversation with him about continuing with the payments after you broke up?
Yes, at the beginning of 2 months thereafter, I would ask him, "Will you pay this? Will you at least pay half?" And because I know it's part my fault, so I was trying to compromise him pay half.
Why was it part your fault?
Because I took the blame in the first place.
That doesn't make it part your fault, that just makes you stupid. And he said, "Sue me."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Murray, where were you seated in the car?
Passenger side, by the door.
By the door.
Yes, ma'am.
And who was driving the truck?
Crystal Jeffers.
Miss Jeffers.
Yes, ma'am.
You're fibbing.
No, I'm not.
Sit down. I was being kind to you, sir.
I understand.
I don't like fibbers, especially in court.
Neither do I.
You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Stand up here again. I don't think I'm finished torturing you yet.
All right.
You his cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
You friendly?
Yeah.
Like each other?
Yeah, love him.
And your cousin was nauseous that day,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
So why didn't you drive?
Because I don't have a license.
Neither did he. Doesn't seem to make any difference in your family. He didn't have a license either. The reason he wasn't driving was because he felt nauseous, not because he didn't have a suspended license.
Can I speak, Your Honor?
Of course.
The reason I wasn't driving is because I felt ill. Just because I don't have a license didn't stop me from driving.
That's exactly what I said, Mr. Barnett. Why don't you pay attention, sir? I said it doesn't stop members of your family from driving. He said he wasn't driving because he didn't have a license. I said, neither did you. But the reason that you gave me for not driving that day and for having your girlfriend drive was not because you had a suspended license, but it was because you weren't feeling well. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Sit down.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Crystal Jeffers says ex-boyfriend Derek Barnett made her take the blame for a car accident he caused. Crystal claims he was driving on a suspended license and he didn't want to go to jail.
So now he owes you, because I don't believe him, I don't believe him, $2,444. That's what's left. Now, you're only suing for half of that. Can you tell me why?
Actually, when I made my thing in Oklahoma, I miscalculated it, and it's actually $1,944.87.
Well, did you make any payments?
Yes, because if I didn't make any payments, they were going to suspend my license. So I had to make the payments.
So you're just suing him for what's left?
Yeah.
Psh. That's unfortunate, but your lawsuit only asks for $1,450.
Yeah.
He owes you a lot more than that. You're getting away cheap, Mr. Barnett, considering the fact it was your accident. Now, you want to tell me about your counterclaim, and that is that you say that the plaintiff broke into your house and stole some property. Why don't you tell me?
I have a witness, also my mother.
Step up. Your last name is Barnett?
No, it's Libby Slavic.
All right, Miss Slavic. When was this break-in, and what do you know about it?
It was in August, and I was driving by his home, and I noticed Crystal coming out of the front door with a box in her hand. And when she see me, she dropped the box, and they all got in a truck and took off. So I pulled around, and I called the police from my cell phone, because I had known that when they broke up, he changed the locks on the house because she made it obvious she was not coming back in June.
So what did you do?
I went back to his house and waited for the police, but before they got there, he showed up.
And what did you find, sir, when you went into the house?
There was trash scattered across my floor. My furniture was turned upside down. Everything was gone except for one piece of furniture. $300 cash out of my dresser drawer. TV, VCR, stereo, CDs, and movies.
What date had you broken up with the plaintiff?
It was 3 weeks, about 3 weeks earlier than that.
On what date in the month had you been paying this $150 for this car accident?
It was on the 1st of every month.
Had you paid August's payment?
Yes, ma'am, I believe at the time, yes.
Did he make August's payment?
No, I made August.
Let me see what paper you're looking at.
That's a copy of all the payments that were made to the attorney office.
August, you did not make a payment, sir. She made the payment in August.
Okay.
What are you saying no?
No, ma'am, she didn't. I mailed that for him, so I know for a fact he paid it in August.
Why was he making these payments, madam?
Because the woman that she hit had called me on the phone. She had told me that Crystal was driving the truck, and then she said that she got a call from the police the next day. Crystal had went down and filed a false police report.
That said that he was driving.
He was driving. He was not driving the pickup. Her witness even said that Crystal was driving.
Her witness isn't here, and she's not here.
Right.
And he was
I
driving the
understand
truck, because if he wasn't driving the truck, he wouldn't have made these payments of $150 a month.
Well, Your Honor, I'm not going to sit here and say that
Right.
it was, because I wasn't there, so
Absolutely
I don't know.
right.
I wasn't there.
Absolutely right. I don't have to be there.
But I was driving by his house when I seen her come out of his home.
All right, now, Miss Jeffries, let me get to you. And you know, I'm pretty good at this stuff. You went to his house with some friends.
My mother, my grandma, my grandpa, and one of my mom's friends.
And what did you go there for?
To get my clothes and my furniture.
And it was your furniture?
Yes. My dad's mother that died gave it to me.
Did you take anything that didn't belong to you?
Come on. CDs and movies, but we bought those together, so I'm not sure who bought what, you know.
What about a TV and a VCR?
The TV I left there because that was his. His mother gave it to him. The VCR, my dead grandmother gave to me, and a stereo my other grandma bought at a garage sale.
What else was taken, Mr. Barnett?
Everything that I named to you before.
What?
The TV, the VCR, the CDs, the movie, $300 cash out of my dresser drawer.
So all of that totals how much, sir, do you think?
$1,500.
You think if I were to add it up all together, it would, I would probably slash that a little bit. In any event, Mr. Barnett, I'm not going to get into a long, protracted case on who bought what movies and who bought what stuff. All I will tell you is that since I believe that you owe her considerably more than she sued for, I'm giving you nothing on your counterclaim because she's suing you for at least $1,000 less because she didn't understand that just because she made the payments that she could have sued for that too. She's just suing for the balance that's left. So you get zippo, nada, judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,450. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
Crystal has this thing about lying when she's under pressure.
If you lie, you're going to get caught. And he was lying.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Horsford versus Conrad. Step forward, please.
44-year-old homemaker Cindy Horsford is suing her former friend, 34-year-old real estate administrator Christina Conrad, for an unpaid loan.
Ms. Horsford, according to your complaint, you've known the defendant for about 9 years. You met at a 12-step program, a recovery program.
Correct.
And there came a time recently that you became reacquainted with her after a lapse in time. She was in need of money, and you loaned her some money. She says she did borrow some money from you, not as much as you claim, but that you have her coat, which is worth more than what she owes you. So, when did she first ask you for money?
Probably August, July, August. Or...
That's not true.
It's either, it's maybe November, I'm not real sure.
August or November?
November might be more like it, yeah.
Go to November. So she asked you for money in November. Under what circumstances?
She had owed a man money that she had an accident with.
And how much money did you lend her?
$200.
Did you give her check or cash?
Cash.
And when did you again lend her money?
It was around...
Miss Horsford, did you know you were coming to court today? Did you know you were coming to court today,
yes.
madam? Well, you're coming to court. Listen to me. You're coming to court today because you had 2 loans that you made to the defendant. This is not a complicated antitrust case. You made 2 loans. Such and such a date, this much. This is when I made it, this much. Because the questions are going to get harder. These are the easy questions, Miss Horsford. So when was the second loan? Let's give it to me again. Date and under what circumstances, madam?
The date was approximately the 18th of December, and it was for jewelry she had in the pawn shop that she had to make payments on her jewelry.
And how much did you give her that time?
Another $200.
Okay, and you also gave her cash?
Correct.
Anything else?
Yes, and I gave her an additional $60 after she had been asked to please leave.
Explain that to me.
Okay, I asked her to leave after about a week.
You mean she came to live with you?
Her daughter and her stayed for about a week.
Oh.
Which she insisted that I do.
Did she give you back any of that money?
Yes, she did.
How much did she give you back?
$50.
Now tell me about this coat that she says you have of hers.
She left a black leather jacket in my room, and I hung it up in my closet.
And it's still there?
I have it with me.
Oh, you have it with you? Great, so you can give it to her outside the courtroom.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Fine. Okay. Now, you gave her back $50?
$50, correct. And it was nowhere near the amount that she stated. She loaned me a total of $120, the bulk of that of which went towards getting my jewelry back, which she insisted on giving me. She stated that I stole $460. This was the original, what I was served. Now, if I stole it, my first question in my mind was...
Just a minute.
If I stole it...
Why did you write it that she stole money?
Because she wasn't going to pay me back. I figured that's stolen money.
No, it's loaned money. Do you have any proof that you gave her $460? Have any withdrawals from a bank?
No.
Well, where did you have this cash from?
I had it in my heart box in my drawer, and she knew where it was, too. I was saving
the
it.
heart box you couldn't find.
Well, I have a problem here. She acknowledges that she still owes you some money, like $70. Is that right?
Correct. And may I say something, Your Honor?
Mm-hmm.
I had money that was supposed to be coming to me by a certain date. It didn't. She had made several phone calls, leaving messages on my machine, asking to speak to my boyfriend. I left her the message and said, you know, can you please not involve my boyfriend or leave notes in my mother's mailbox? We're two full-grown women. It's between you and I. She went into an absolute tantrum, told me that she, quote unquote, did not want to see my face until I had all of her money, and furthermore, wasn't going to keep her mouth shut. She was going to call my boyfriend and tell him whatever she felt like.
Go ahead.
When I got home that night, my boyfriend had gotten off the phone with her and was outraged about all kinds of allegations that she'd made, that I was chasing after her boyfriend, this and that.
Oh.
So I went to her a couple days later and knocked on her door. I had $70 cash. She goes, what do you want? And I said, I need my jacket. I was going to go on to say, and when you give me my jacket, I will give you your money. She slammed the door in my face, proceeded to throw a tantrum on the other side of the door, and I left and thought, let's just leave it lie, let the dust settle till after the holidays, and then I'll go back and reapproach the situation. Before that could happen, I got served with papers.
Okay. Bird, will you see to it that the coat is turned over outside to the defendant?
Sure thing.
Very good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $70. That's all.
Parties are excused. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Mr. Byer, the defendant was a former employee of yours. She no longer works for you. She was terminated by you. It is your claim that while she was working for you, she misappropriated funds from your business. The defendant says she didn't do it. When did she start to work for you?
She started to work for me approximately 4/10 in the year of 2000.
And what was her job?
She was a secretary office manager.
What kind of business do you have?
I have a heating and air conditioning company and a real estate development corporation.
What were her duties?
She would do most of the office management work, write checks, mail letters, type things on the computer, answer the phones, things like that.
When was she terminated?
11/18/01.
Why?
Her annual review was 8/01, and at that time her job duties were lacking in her responsibilities of her job, and she had a poor review at that time. And with that review, I also began noticing that she was having many problems with taking paper, faxing copies of her husband's job resume, and stealing other items.
What other items?
I have some evidence here. We have QuickBooks. She was writing rebate checks to herself so that she could get the checks rebated in her own name.
That is totally untrue.
That's not what you're suing her for.
No, but it's part of the history of the evidence.
Okay. When did you discover that she had used company funds for her own purposes?
In February of the following year.
February of '02. Okay. Let me see proof.
Here's evidence of the order form.
What are these things? Chanel throws, baskets, Pooh honey pot lamp, Pooh prints.
Things that we wouldn't use in the heating company business, ma'am.
Are all of these things bills that are attributed to her?
If you'll notice, the person who placed the order is on the invoice.
Yes.
And they were all ordered by her.
Okay, and you're saying that the items that were ordered
Yes, ma'am.
were not items that you use in your business?
We do not use Chanel pillowcases in heating and air conditioning.
Okay.
And Pooh Bear cups, we don't use those either.
I'd like her to take a look at these, please. Have you ever seen these?
Absolutely. I'm not denying that I didn't order them, but they certainly didn't go home with me.
So you're not denying that you ordered these things?
Correct, ma'am.
And she would order things from this company for your business, but you say not these things?
No, we don't ever use that supplier. There's nothing that we could ever order through them for our
So
company.
you never used these people? All
I
right.
didn't know
Fine.
the company existed.
Ms. Borowski, you ordered them.
Correct, ma'am.
Why?
To the best of my knowledge that I can recall, I must have been asked to order them by Mr. Byer. I did a lot of ordering of a lot of different things. On an occasion that I can recall off the top of my head, I ordered a necklace for his girlfriend's birthday on company funds. There were several things that were ordered through that business that were on company funds. My husband, which was working part-time for the business, in fact, did deliver to Mr. Byer's home. Lots of things would come in and be delivered to the business and would go to his home.
Madam, when somebody asks you in your capacity as office manager, I mean, there are a lot of things here. There's not one or two items. There are a lot of little items. But you would get an order form for these things, correct?
They were all ordered over the internet. In my research and finding out what happened after the fact, I talked to the company. I had them send me copies of the faxes, which I have here, of what happened. She ordered them during the day on the internet at the office because they came to the internet address of our office. And the internet address is Jessica Borowski. And I have that here also.
Not your company.
She used the internet office name Jessica Borowski on our internet at the office.
Why did you do that?
I can't recall ordering anything off of the internet.
Can I see?
If you look at the top, Your Honor, it'll tell how it was the internet address. And they will not ship unless it's to an office.
These were all done within a relatively short period of time.
Excuse me, they were all ordered the same day. The shipping dates are different. But they were all ordered on one order. And how I found out that I was liable, the bill kept coming for the shipping charges. And at what time, when the bill kept coming, I kept sending the bill to her house. She refused to pay the bill. I saw my company name of GBR on the invoice, so I opened it up and found out that it was billed to me. I called the supplier up to find out what happened. And they told me, well, it was ordered during the day. Your company is responsible for the bill. I said, I never ordered these items. And they said, well, yes, you do, because it came to your company.
Okay, I want you very carefully, Ms. Borowski, to look over these items because they were, in fact, all ordered in November. They are all household items. Hands-free mini phone, an over-the-sink organizer. Clearly somebody was furnishing up a house.
Mr. Byer was building a house at that time. I do have pictures of that.
You don't need these things when you're building a house. These are things that you order when you already have the house built and you're accessorizing the house. So we're not talking about one item in 1 month, then another item another month. We're talking about somebody placing an order for all of these things. So you tell me, Ms. Borowski, why you think that Mr. Byer would pursue this matter since he says, and I believe him, that he didn't get any of these things. So why do you think he would accuse you of doing
That I'm not sure why he would accuse me personally. I mean, well, I worked for him, so. But he ordered several things from several different companies all the time that were delivered to the business.
Several and not 35 items, all ordered the same day, all domestic products, Ms. Borowski.
I'm telling you that I mean, those are not mine. Those are not mine.
Go ahead.
I have the coupe de grace here, ma'am. This is a check that she wrote in her own handwriting and signed my name to the bottom of the check register. When she was terminated, the check register came up missing, and I'd like to also submit that there's also several other checks that you can see the difference in the handwriting and the signature on the bottom of the check.
I was authorized to sign checks.
You were authorized to sign checks in whose name?
In his name. If
You were authorized to sign his name?
He gave me permission to sign checks when things arose that he wasn't able to be at the office to sign a check for something, that I was instructed to sign his name to a check.
Is that right?
She did sign when we were out of the office sometimes on an occasional basis. I will not deny that. It was with prior approval. Your Honor, I would not order a bunch of gifts for myself or my household and then sue her because I didn't get them or just to sue her for the money.
So you wrote out a check for all these items and signed his name to it?
I could have wrote that check. I'm not denying that fact at all, ma'am.
Let's take a look.
Your Honor.
For the exact amount of the order, $676.
I'm not denying that I could have wrote that check.
After she was terminated, Your Honor, the packages came in, if you look from the order shipping dates, the packages came in a staggered amount. She was already terminated. She was no longer there. Her husband came in, Jeff, and picked up the package as they came in. They started strolling in.
You mean he actually came into the place and picked up packages that were
We
marked
called
for
them
her?
to come and pick them up. Yes, that's true. And he picked up, and I didn't know that I had paid for them until February.
I'm not denying that I ordered things from that company, but they certainly weren't anything that was on there. And I have a refund check that was sent to me that I paid for my part, and I overpaid them.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Jeff Byer says he fired Jessica Borowski after he found out she was ordering things off the internet and paying for them with company funds. Jessica says Jeff ordered those items for his girlfriend.
Mr. Byer, is this a company that you ever deal with?
I never knew they existed until I got the billing.
You've gone over all of your back bills from the company to see whether you ever dealt with this particular company, and you did not.
No, I never knew they existed.
And the only order that came in was this order that was shipped on different dates, but all to her attention.
Exactly.
And after she was terminated, you called the house and said, come in, you've got some packages here.
Right.
And he came to pick them up.
Yes, they came in staggered. So we had to call him several times. When the billing kept coming, we kept sending the bill to her, and she refused to pay.
Now she's going to pay judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $676. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I was the only employee there handling his finances. There was nobody else to hold responsible.
Evidence in this case shows that she's a pathological liar.
He was wanting to hold me responsible for his mistake of not depositing enough money.
It's a shame that you trust people and you pay them to do a job and then they steal from you.
People should be more careful who they do business with because this guy really is a crook.
Just watch over your shoulder.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Sharp versus Brennan. Step forward, please.
Food server Doris Sharp is suing her former live-in boyfriend, 39-year-old electrician John Brennan, for breaking a lease. John says Doris ran him out.
Ms. Sharp, according to your complaint, you and the defendant were in a long-term relationship. You lived together for many years, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Off and on.
And recently you signed a lease on a new apartment. You both signed on the apartment. It was a year lease. The defendant left after a couple of months, and you want him to pay for his half of the lease for the remainder of the lease. The defendant says that it was either leaving or killing each other. Aside from that, he left you with everything that you had acquired during the course of this long relationship. When did you sign a lease on this apartment?
This is the third year we had signed.
And what was the rent on the apartment?
$540 a month.
And when did he leave?
In June.
Had you been having difficulty before he left?
Well, he couldn't get out. He was on house arrest, so he couldn't go out and do anything. So as soon as he got off of house arrest, which was in June, I said, you know, ever since you're off of house arrest, I never see you anymore. And he says, honey, you ain't seen nothing yet. And I never seen no money since then.
I asked you before he moved out in June. Had you been having trouble?
No.
What was he on house arrest for?
Violation of probation.
What kind of probation?
It was a drug-related charge.
Had he spent any time in jail?
Yes, he did.
How long, sir?
I did 7 months out of work release.
Tell me why you claim you left, Mr. Brennan.
Well, the relationship was just, it was getting over. It was over, and it was a point of just getting out before a bad situation got worse. I mean, just, it was over. And one of us had to go, so...
So why did you sign this lease in June?
I don't think the lease was signed in June.
It's right here.
Let me see, Bert.
It's right there.
Thank you.
I thought it was in April. But...
It was in April. You are correct, sir. All right. How large an apartment is it?
It's a one-bedroom, it's a little less than 800 square foot.
Okay. Do you work, Ms. Sharp?
Yes, I do.
What kind of work do you do?
I'm a server at Ryan's Steakhouse.
And how much do you earn a year?
$15,000 a year.
Do you have family in the area where you're living?
I have my daughter.
What do you plan to do when this lease is up?
Well, Your Honor, I wouldn't have been in a big bind, but when I came home, I spent $1,000 on my vacation, and he knew it. I've always went and seen my parents. It was my money I worked hard for, and I planned on paying it off. But then he's gone, and I'm missing $270 plus half the electric, And
I asked you a question, Ms. Sharp.
okay.
What do you plan to do after your lease?
Try to look for a smaller apartment.
How can you find a smaller apartment? You have a one-bedroom apartment.
They have them. They have smaller bedrooms where you can get off the lake. It's cheaper.
How much cheaper?
$100.
Okay. So you could move into an apartment that would cost you $100 less a month that you plan looking into, right?
Yes.
But you plan on staying there.
Yes, I'm staying there right now because it's too hard for me to move right now.
Listen, so you have to live someplace, Miss Sharp.
Yes, that's why I'm there.
Of course, you have to live someplace. Now, if you said to me that you took a two-bedroom apartment because you needed lots of room, I would say to you, well, it's possible that you could look for a roommate, to help you with your expenses. You want to say something?
Yes, I do.
Who are you?
I'm her daughter.
Well, you step up. I'm going to
Thank
hear
you,
you
Your
briefly.
Honor.
It better be relevant.
It will be. She wants to move to a lesser apartment. She can afford $400 a month. The smaller apartments at Carlton Arms, Your Honor, are efficiencies. She's nervous, and that's all. They're just not available, and it would cost her more to move, Your Honor.
I need a $1,000 deposit someplace. Can't come up with that kind of money right
Sit
now.
down.
Yes, ma'am.
He's got the key to the apartment, too. He can come and go when he wants.
Just to say, he's not coming and going anywhere. He can always change the locks on the apartment.
No, I already asked that. I asked if I could change the locks on the apartment.
Where's the key?
And they
it's in my
said...
jacket pocket.
He'll turn it over.
I will.
Listen to me.
Yes.
Just relax yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
I mean, these people
I
are
just
together
wanted to say
for me.
one more thing. That's
no,
all.
you don't have to say anything else.
Okay. Yes.
I want to know, Miss Sharp, over the years that you were together, Mr. Brennan says that he and you together furnished your apartment. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor. It was so good. It cost $50. All four chairs you could rock on like a rocking chair. And
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a television set?
Yes, I do.
What kind of television set do you have?
I got a 13-inch in the kitchen and another one in the living room.
Okay. And you bought that when you were together?
Yes, but he bought the stereo, so he took the stereo, which was the same price as the TV.
Is that right, sir?
Yes.
Well, then what furniture and household items do you say that you paid for jointly with Miss Sharp?
Everything.
Well, let me hear. Give me an
Well, I
example.
mean, there was a full kitchen. I mean, you name it. I mean, just dishes, silverware, just everything that you would find in a house.
Okay. So dishes, silverware,
I
everything
mean, juicers, blenders, toaster ovens. I mean, everything that you'd have in a house. I only took my personal stuff and the stereo. That's all I took.
Okay. What about the living room furniture?
I didn't take any of it.
I'm asking you, did you buy it together?
Yes.
I went and got it while he was in jail for $25 at the Goodwill. The whole house is furnished with Goodwill furniture. Everything.
Is that right, sir?
I don't know where she got it.
Yes. The
Well,
couch
I
cost
don't know what she's talking about,
$25.
the couch. I don't,
have bedroom furniture.
We're
Where did you
going
get
back
the
6
Bedroom
years.
furniture. I paid $70 for it from a friend. $70 for the whole thing.
Mr. Brennan, how much do you claim you spent over all the stuff that's in the house?
I wouldn't have an idea. To replace it, I don't know.
And the only thing that you took out of the house was the stereo?
It was mine, yes.
What do you mean, which was yours?
Well, I bought that, and we bought her a television, a 27-inch television that I left there.
So you bought that together? And you bought the stereo with joint
Yes.
money? So that's,
Yes.
is that sort of an even
Correct,
swap?
yes.
Well, then I'm talking about the other stuff, Mr. Brennan. One of the things that you said that was appealing to me, quite frankly, is that you walked out of the house carrying your suitcase with your underwear in it, and you left her everything else in the house that you had accumulated over the 6 years that you were together. I just want some idea of what the value of that stuff was.
I can tell you the value. Probably everything, $200.
No, I don't believe that's true, Miss Sharp.
The chairs you rock in, you can
Miss
rock
Sharp,
away
Miss
on
Sharp,
them.
pay careful attention to me, madam. You have to buy sheets, you have to buy towels, you buy dishes, you buy
There's
silverware.
Goodwill.
You buy,
I buy
Well,
everything at Goodwill. It's true.
Yeah.
I'm a Goodwill shopper.
Oh, good. Put your hand down, madam. I'm not
Okay.
interested in what you have to say.
Yes, Your Honor. I
Perfect.
apologize.
Mr. Brennan, you have to make some accommodation to Miss Sharp with regard to this lease that she's on, but she has to do whatever she can to sort of limit your responsibility. I don't believe two people should live together, especially if they're not married, when there's at least a possibility that there would be violence in the household should you remain together. Miss Sharp, you're going to have the luxury of living in a larger one-bedroom apartment for the next year at the same price as it would cost you to live in the smaller one-bedroom apartment that you say is not now available, but if it were available, you would move into. That means that Mr. Brennan is going to support this current apartment to the tune of $100 a month for the 12 months of the lease, or $1,200. Do you understand? Not the $3,240 that you're looking for, because you're going to stay there anyway, albeit perhaps in a smaller apartment. I'm not giving you any credit, Mr. Brennan, for the items that you left. First of all, there's not a counterclaim. You can't account for exactly how much money that was. Otherwise, in a living together situation, I would say, listen, you have bills, you have receipts for what you left. I will look at that. I'll cut it in half if you both contributed and deduct that from the $1,200.
I wasn't looking for that. I just wanted this to be over with.
Good. Now it's over with. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of
Thank
$1,200. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Gerstberger versus Wilson. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat.
Ms. Gertzberger, you and the defendant have a child together.
Yes.
How old is that child?
7.
And how long have you lived apart?
Approximately 3 years.
According to your complaint, both of you were at your son's school, and outside of the school, the defendant was riding his bike, and you and your fiancé were in your car, and the defendant threw rocks at your car. The defendant says he never threw rocks at your car, but that you filed a false police report, as a result of which he was arrested, I assume, for vandalism. He was tried, found not guilty, and he wants to be reimbursed for his attorney's fees. Is that right?
Correct.
When did this incident occur?
September 6th of 2001.
What were you doing at the school?
Dropping my son off for his first day of school.
And is that why you were there too, sir?
Correct.
Did you see the plaintiff before she went in?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any discussion with her?
No.
Is that correct?
No, it's not, Your Honor. My fiance and I had arrived at the school to drop David off, and when we walked in the door, Daniel was standing there. There were words exchanged.
What kind of words?
The only statement that I heard at that time was Daniel make a reference to Paul, stating, just remember who his father is, referring to David.
Okay.
And Paul responded back with, well, who tucks him in at night? At that point, I ushered my son
That was a
forward.
stupid statement.
Yes, it was.
Of course it was.
The words were exchanged. Unfortunately, I ushered my son away from it because I didn't want him to have to hear that. We proceeded to go up to the classroom to drop him off.
You both went into the classroom?
Yes.
Who left first?
Daniel did.
No, that's not correct.
Who left first?
They did. I waited for them to leave because me and Paul were still arguing in the classroom over the fact that they had written my son's last name as David Wilson Bass on his folders, and I introduced myself to my son's teacher as my son's father, and he tried to introduce himself as my son's father, and that's where the altercation began.
Did you introduce yourself as the child's father?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you know that the defendant was going to be there that day?
No, I did not, ma'am.
We
Well,
do
I
have
feel-
joint custody of the child.
All right. What happened when you got outside? You tell me first, your version.
Okay. Paul and I had stopped on the way out, spoke to a couple of friends. When we got outside, we had proceeded to the truck. Daniel was on his bike riding up the street. We drove up the street, and the
Past
rocks.
him?
Yes.
Go ahead.
And I heard something hit the vehicle. I looked out, and Daniel was there. I assumed what he threw was rocks, causing the damage. I do have pictures of the damage he caused. We proceeded up the street to a red light. We got to that red light. Daniel had gotten up there also. An altercation ensued where...
Tell me about the altercation.
Daniel was outside of the vehicle, yelling, screaming.
You mean he got off the bike?
Yes, being very irate. Paul was inside the vehicle, and he was trying to get out of the vehicle. I was trying to keep Paul in the vehicle, saying, you know, he's not worth this. You're just going to get in more trouble. You know, don't bother. We'll go to the police and let the police handle it. And that was the end of it. We went to the police station, filed the police report, and got an estimate for the damage.
Okay, now let me hear your version of these events, sir.
Okay, on that day, September 6, 2001, I was in my son's classroom after they
Don't
had...
start from the beginning. Just go to, now you're outside. You have words
Okay.
with Paul, who said some stupid things.
Okay, I'm coming to the front door of the school, and I look out the window of the school door, and I see right directly across the street their vehicle. They're in it, and they leave. I then proceed a quarter of a mile down the walkway to a bike rack where my bike was locked up. They must have turned around and came back because they came down Girard Avenue, and Paul was yelling out the passenger window saying, "I ain't no effing father, I'm big fat."
this and that and everything else.
To you?
To me. So I then proceeded to get on my bike to just leave. So I made a left and turned down 66th Street, and they come up behind me, they swerve at me, yelling out the window, I better pedal because I'm big and fat and everything else, and they continued down 66th Street. When I got to where Dunkin' Donuts is, they were at a red light, and there's an alley behind Dunkin' Donuts. I took my bike, went behind the alley. I then went home and proceeded to file a police report against Mr. Bass and received a restraining order and had it issued for the incidents that occurred that day.
Can I see your copy of the police report, please?
I don't have a police report, ma'am. I was unable to get one. I also, however, was issued a restraining order against Daniel.
So you have mutual restraining orders?
Yes.
No, her restraining order is no longer in effect due to the fact that she got a restraining order based on the false charges that were filed against me, and when I won my criminal mischief case and it was all dismissed, they told me that the order of protection was also dismissed with it.
Okay, so you have an order of protection?
On Mr. Bass, yes, I do.
Now, there's something in the papers here that you folks are involved in some family court proceedings. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell me about those proceedings.
It's a very messy relocation hearing.
Who wants to relocate?
I do.
Well, where do you want to go to?
I want to go back to Pittsburgh, which is where I'm originally from. I have a job waiting for me.
And where do you live, sir?
Niagara Falls.
And you lived together as a family with your son for 4 years before you separated?
On and off, Your Honor. It wasn't a steady 4 years. There was a history of physical abuse, verbal abuse. It was ugly.
Well, maybe the judge will let you go back to Pittsburgh.
I'm hoping.
Well, but not with your son. You can go back and live with Paul. You don't take the child away just because you have a job.
Well, we haven't
Mothers
had
think
any
that they can just pick up their children and leave and go hundreds and hundreds of miles away for somebody. You have an order of joint custody?
Correct.
And that case was ongoing when you had this case?
Yes.
When this situation took place?
Correct.
Yes.
It was 3 days before the actual trial was going to start.
Well,
and if they would have got...
How fortuitous to have him arrested for criminal mischief at that time.
Your Honor.
Especially when you're going through a situation. Listen, I want to tell you something. You may have found a new life, and that's wonderful. And you may have found a very nice man to be, surrogate father when his father isn't around, to be there and to be another male influence, and hopefully it's a good influence, and that's fine. But you're not his father. End of discussion. You're not his father. And you don't say to his father, who tucks him in at night. That's a really dumb thing to say. And you certainly don't register a child at school and give a last name as Bass.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sherry Gertzberger says the father of her child, Daniel Wilson, threw a rock at her car. Daniel claims the incident started when Sherry's fiancé insulted him in front of their son.
All right. According to your testimony today, madam, you did not see him throw anything at your car.
No.
If I believed your story that he merely chased you on his bicycle while you were in a truck, which doesn't sound normal. Maybe it was a pebble that hit your car. Who knows?
Your Honor?
If anything hit your car. But you didn't see him hit your car at all.
No, but my witness did.
Really? Call the witness.
Well, I'm a little nervous, Your Honor. Just bear with me.
That's very good.
Okay, now on that
You're
day...
screaming out the window at him.
No, that's not how... No, Your Honor. Okay, after we left the school, there was no word said to him. Okay, we were driving down the street in our car. Okay, he's on his bike. We drive past him.
Why?
As we drive past
Just
him,
a
because
second.
that's the way we
Why?
leave, Your Honor, because that's the road that you take to leave.
Then why didn't you wait? Why didn't you wait? If you had had negative confrontation with him in the school, which you did, and if you see him, put that down, please. If you see him on his bicycle, and if you don't want to get into a confrontation with him again, then you wait 5 minutes, and you say, listen, let him move on with his bicycle so that he's far away so we don't get into this problem. And if you absolutely have to leave, take another route if you're not looking for trouble. Now I'll continue to hear you. You have a good reason to be nervous. Go ahead. Make sure that everything you say is accurate.
All right, Your Honor, it is accurate. Okay, and like I said, we were driving down the street. Okay, as we passed him, I seen him throw, I think it was rocks, at the vehicle. I heard
He had
it
it in his
hit.
hand while he was driving the bicycle.
Yes, Your Honor, that's right.
Okay, sit down.
Okay.
Now, the fact that you were found not guilty after a trial does not necessarily mean that you didn't do it.
Correct.
It just means that the district attorney was not able to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You understand?
Correct.
But I don't think that they've proven that you damaged the car. I certainly think that the plaintiff had sufficient reason based upon things that were happening at that time. She wanted to be certainly back in Pennsylvania at the beginning of the school year with her child, and she thought she'd be able to get that easily, that it might have been advantageous for her to file charges against you, and thinking that maybe that would give her a leg up in the proceeding.
Your Honor?
Certainly they exercised poor judgment. You exercised poor judgment when, according to him, you saw him leaving the school and got into your truck and followed in the same direction that he was going after there had already been a verbal confrontation in the school, and there should never have been a verbal confrontation in the school involving these two gentlemen when the child was around. That's very bad judgment.
Okay, Your Honor.
Yes.
This man, there's a history here with this. He has done other damage to my vehicle. In August of 2001, he was supposed to be registered in anger management courses to learn how to control his temper with a severe physical abuse problem. Drugs, alcohol. He ran the whole spectrum of problems. And he was also on conditional release and probation for a previous conviction on a forgery charge. I'm not looking for a problem with him. I'm not looking
Then you shouldn't
for
have followed
any further
him.
problems.
Then you shouldn't have followed him.
I should be allowed to drive down any street that I would like to drive down.
Not if you're afraid of him. If what you say is that he has this anger problem, then it would seem to me, if you were a prudent person and say, listen, I don't want to get into a confrontation with this man who is violent. Let's sit in the truck for 3 minutes and let him drive away. Someone that I was afraid of and I thought had a violent temper had gone, left the location. I would sit there and wait until the parking lot was empty before I got up to leave. Or I would take a different route even if it took me a half a mile out of the way. I wouldn't go looking for trouble. And as I explained to you, sir, the district attorney was not able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you did throw a rock or something else at the car. I'm not satisfied that you didn't, so I'm not giving you your attorney's fees. Bottom line is, you weren't found innocent. You were found not guilty. There's a big difference. You understand?
Correct.
Goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He's been arrested numerous times, forgery, abuse, drugs, and he gets away with everything.
They get away with a lot more than anybody really knows about.
This man does whatever he wants, and nobody seems to ever do anything about it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Pettit versus Ryan, step forward.
34-year-old daycare provider Cynthia Pettit is suing former client, 23-year-old mortgage consultant Lacey Ryan, for unpaid child care fees. Lacey says Cynthia hit her 3-year-old son.
Ms. Pettit, you provided daycare services for the defendant for approximately a week.
A week and a half, Your Honor.
And she removed her child from your care. You claim she did not pay you. The defendant says she did, in fact, pay you. She removed the child because she said that you had hit the child. What kind of facility do you run?
I do an in-home daycare. I'm licensed through my county, and I have a zoning permit that allows me to take in children and do daycare.
How many children do you have?
I have 1 child, and I take care of 4 other children at the present time.
And what age are the other 4 children?
The youngest is 13 months, a year and a half, 2 years, and 2.5 years.
And
my
how old is
daughter's
your
3.
child?
He just turned 3.
And what date did you bring your son to the plaintiff's home?
I believe it was November 19th.
Okay, and what was your financial arrangement with the defendant?
My contract states that I get paid on Mondays, $150 for the week. She came in on a Monday.
You have a copy of the contract?
Yes, ma'am.
May I see it, please?
She came in on a Monday, told me that she was going to start working on Tuesday. I told her, I said, I understand that it's tight right now with you starting a new job. I said, if you want, I'll let you pay me the following Monday.
This is not a contract. This is that she understands the terms and conditions of child care policy.
I don't do a month.
You have a contract that provides for termination, illness, emergency, and there is a place for her to sign here. Okay, so you brought the child in on Monday, and she said she can't pay you until the following week, and you said okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you took care of the child from Monday through Friday.
From Tuesday and Wednesday. Thursday was Thanksgiving.
I told her I was open for business on Friday, and she said she wasn't going to bring him in because it was Thanksgiving holiday. I said, I will not charge you for Thanksgiving Day. But
So Tuesday and Wednesday.
And Friday, we agreed because I was open for business, but she chose not to bring him.
And when the next week did you take care of the child?
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Friday, she did not show.
So you actually took care of the child for 6 days. Is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. And you say she did not pay you any money.
No, ma'am.
And you say you paid her money.
I paid her for the full 2 weeks, even though she didn't watch him for the full 2 weeks.
Prove it.
I paid her in cash.
Well, tell me about it.
She watched him the first week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think Thursday was Thanksgiving that she didn't watch him.
Well, Thursday is always Thanksgiving, or Thanksgiving is always on a Thursday.
So, but the rest of the week I didn't bring him. And the arrangement was to pay her the following Friday when I got paid. I took him Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. When I took my son there, he started screaming, no Cindy's house, no Cindy's house. I took him anyway. I picked him up early that day. When I picked him up, he was crying. He said he didn't want to go back. The next morning, I went to take him. That was a Thursday. As soon as we pull up, like in the same vicinity as her home, my son, he's 3, starts screaming, no, I don't want to go to Cindy. Cindy hit me like that. Cindy hit me like that, like 4 or 5 times. So I turned right back around, took him home. Ended up quitting my job because of it, because I didn't want my son to feel threatened. That Friday, my girlfriend came down, got a cash advance from her credit card, gave me $300. We were at my house. Robert was there, and me and her drove over to Cindy's house. I had 3 $100 bills in an envelope. I knocked on the door, handed it to her, and walked away. Monday, I didn't show up. She called and asked where he was. I said, I'm not bringing him back. He says that you hit him.
Let me tell you why I have reservations about your story, Miss Ryan. Because according to you, on Thursday, you did not bring the child there because you said your son complained that the plaintiff had hit him in the mouth. It doesn't ring true to me that even though your son said that to you, the next day you would make arrangements to go and get $300, which is 2 full weeks of daycare when the child was only there for 6 days, and just walk up to her house without so much as a call. She didn't call you.
Well, she had been calling me prior to that, all day Thursday and Friday. She
Yeah.
had called me, and she called my boyfriend, Robert.
And what did she say when she called?
She said that she was going to take us to court. We can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Why was she going to take you to court?
Because she wanted, I told her that I would pay her on Friday. I didn't get there till 6:30, court till 7 at night.
We weren't even home.
All
I
day,
have records of
she
her phone
called
calls
there.
of what was said between whom and how many times I had been hung up on. My husband was there when they were hanging up the phone. We actually used my husband's Nextel to make the calls because when we were calling from the house, they would not answer the phone.
Well, you prepared these?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I don't want to read them. Okay, Ms. Pettit, you do not have a signed contract with her that requires her to give you any notice at all. You may think you have a contract, but you do not have a signed contract. So forget the notice provision. By the way, Ms. Ryan, did your son start daycare again anywhere?
Yes, he's in kindercare now.
And when did he start kindercare?
The week of December 22nd.
So it was really just for a few weeks that he was out of daycare?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you would quit your job, you said?
Yes.
Are you back working now?
Yes.
Okay. She took care of your son for 6 days. 6 days at $30 a day is $180. That's what you owe her. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are out of Welsh versus Woods. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
Miss Welch, you rented a room in your condo to the defendant. Now, I've read your whole complaint, and it appears to me that the primary reason that you evicted him was really twofold. The first one, and most importantly, you found him a little weird.
Right.
You also had him served with a restraining order, which had him removed immediately from the condo. Second, because you say he was not paying his rent. You claim that at the time he was evicted, he owed you a substantial amount for rent, $1,700 or more. Plus, he left the room a mess. You want cleaning fees and carpet fees, whatever. That's what your complaint is about.
Yes.
Mr. Woods says that you really had no basis to evict him, that he was really not so late in his rent. He certainly doesn't owe you anywhere near $1,700 in rent. He is counterclaiming for the return of his security deposit and also for defamation, because he says that you lied when you got the restraining order. That's your counterclaim.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you rent this room to him?
He moved in on October 15th, 2001.
And how did you find him as a roommate?
Through a place called Housing Helpers, which is a roommate
finding service.
Did he sign a lease?
Yes, he did.
Now, when he moved in on October the 15th, what was his rent?
$550 a month plus half of utilities.
And did he pay you half of October's rent?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did he give you a security deposit?
Yes, in the amount of $200, Your Honor.
Did he pay you November's rent?
Yes.
When did he move out?
February 12th, I believe.
Did he pay in December?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did he pay in January?
Your Honor, he gave me $200 towards bills in late January.
In November and December, had he given you any money for bills?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in January, the only money he gave you was $200?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to say that that's rent. So he owed you $350 for January.
For rent, Your Honor, yes.
And by the beginning of February, you had already told him to leave?
Yes.
Now, first I want you to explain to me how you get to $1,375 for rent money.
Well, the lease was signed through April 15th, and he could not come up with money starting January 25th is when rent was due. He also got fired from his job, so I knew that there was going to be no money coming in. I served him with the 3-day notice to pay or quit. He did not come up with the money.
Just a second. Are you telling me that this almost $1,400 that you say he owes you in rent is because he signed a lease through April and you want him to pay February, March, and April?
Because he's in violation of his
Is that
rent.
what you're saying to me?
Yes.
Forget it. You had him evicted. You had him evicted. You had him evicted, now you want him to pay for rent when he wasn't there?
I had him evicted because he couldn't pay his rent. I couldn't have him living there for free, and a condition of the contract was that he's responsible for subletting.
Miss
should he not
Welch,
pay.
I want you to get that out of your mind.
Okay.
You evict a tenant and you get a restraining order that prevents them from coming near your house, which is what you did.
Right.
Right?
Yes.
Then you don't come to court and say, now I want him to give me the rent for the rest of the lease. Does that sound dumb to you? Does that sound dumb? Who knows? Maybe he would hit the lottery in February and he'd have plenty of money. This is not a new form of lottery, Miss Welch. Okay. Now, let's get the date that you went and made an application for the restraining order.
The restraining order was on February 4th.
Now, on what date did you serve him with his first 3 days' notice to quit?
That was on February 1st.
Okay. Now, between February 1st and February 4th, what happened that made you feel threatened in order to give you the ability to get this restraining order?
Well, when he couldn't come up with the money, he refused to leave within the 3 days, and he began posting notes around the house saying why he did not need to leave.
Well, let me see the notes that you have. I assume that you saved them.
On the notice to pay or quit, he wrote at the bottom of them, you should please think about what you're doing and how you're doing it.
Let me see. Okay, this says, the law protects my rights as well as yours. Think about what you're doing, or at least how you're doing it, okay? It's not a threat.
He became angry, and he came to my bedroom door when I posted the notice to pay or quit, and I'm sleeping, and I wake up to him standing at the bedroom door and flipping the light switch on and off, which my computer was hooked into, so I could hear the computer turning on and shutting down. And this was not the first time that this kind of behavior had happened, and it was creepy to me as a female. And then I remembered a call from the Boulder police about a woman filing a complaint to him, and I thought for my safety I should check it out. So I went to the Boulder Police Department, and they gave me a copy of this police report filed by another female in the community. And it was really frightening to me.
Mr. Woods, was there any reason why you wrote this sexually explicit note to this person that you'd never had any contact with before?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the reason?
Because I found her attractive and wanted to have relation with her.
What kind of relations?
Friendship and sexual relations.
I mean, but you don't start out with this note by saying, you know, I'd like to have dinner, I find you attractive. You start out by saying, hey there, I want you right now, you make me so hot. I mean, is that the way to start out? Is that the way to start out with somebody?
No.
That's not the way people in a civilized society, you know, operate. They at least start out with, how about a drink, you know, or a cup of coffee. this would never work for you, right?
I'm a married man, Judge.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Sarah Welch says ex-roommate Christopher Woods owes for unpaid rent and cleaning fees. Sarah says she evicted Christopher after he began leaving sexually explicit notes around the house.
Now, in here, Miss Welch, you write in your application for this temporary restraining order, you write, Chris writes sexually explicit notes and leaves them lying around the house. Now, I would like to see an example of that sexually explicit note.
I have a couple examples.
Good.
One is sexually explicit, one is just kind of creepy. It's his observations of a stranger walking the dog.
All right. Can you explain this note?
Yes, I did pass the note to the lady with the dog, and she in fact gave me her phone number and told me to contact her.
That was a mistake.
You know, I don't know exactly what the note says.
She's talking about this lady who was walking a dog, and she had long, beautiful, dark hair that accents the sunlight. Nobody ever said that to me when I was walking my dog.
Very poetic, very poetic.
What does this say? I need some...
I need some.
These notes are a little creepy, a little strange. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I'm not going to go into it any further than that, but they are a little creepy. I think it's a good idea that you decided that he was to go, and if you decide that he was to go and he went, my question to you, Miss Welch, is why would you be so foolish as to sue him for nonsense? Why wouldn't you just chalk it off to bad judgment?
Your Honor, I'm a human services worker. I don't make a lot of money, and there was a lot of incidentals that added up, and it was...
Anything worth your safety?
No, Your Honor.
Well, then my question is, if you are frightened enough and concerned enough to get a restraining order against Mr. Woods, common sense would suggest that despite the fact that you may be on a fixed income, you don't make a lot of money, you would say to yourself, this was a bad idea, but I'm out of it. Why would you want to have any more contact with Mr. Woods by bringing a case where maybe he owes you $500?
Your Honor, I debated that myself.
So?
I understand your point, Your Honor.
Good. Now let me see the pictures of the room that he left and the damage that you say he did. How come you made such a mess on the carpet, Mr. Woods?
I guess I'm a messy person. I have no excuse for that.
Okay. Looks to me like he'd probably need new carpeting in the bedroom where he was. And as far as the paint on the walls, throw a coat of white paint on it, and you're all set. That should cost you about $17. All right, now let me see the bill for the carpet. $94. Okay, so now, as far as I'm concerned, he owes you $444. Mr. Woods, now let's get to your counterclaim. First, let's do the part dealing with defamation. Your claim for defamation deals with her application for a restraining order, is that right?
Yes.
Forget it. She had just cause to file an application for a restraining order. She says that you had come into her bedroom, at least on one occasion, turned on the light while she was in there. You can't do that. Now, you want your deposit back. You gave her a $200 deposit, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to deduct the $200 deposit from the $444, leaving $244, because she's keeping your deposit, sir, because you made a mess of the carpet and you owed her some money for rent. Do you understand?
I understand where
He
you're
doesn't
coming
have to
from.
pay you for the balance of the lease. Certainly, some of these things were bizarre and weird, and I can, as I said to you, understand why you felt uncomfortable, and you probably did the right thing. But then you don't get an opportunity to sue him for the remainder of the lease because you had him evicted. So he owes you $244. So I assume that you've had enough of roommates.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very smart. If you can't afford to live there by yourself, and you don't bring in strangers into your house unless you really push to a financial wall. Okay. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
It was very stressful. I couldn't sleep and was concerned about his presence.
Just so that people know I'm not a bad guy.
He ended up being a lot different than what he said he was.
I didn't want to hurt that lady by any means.
Every time I have confronted him on them issues, he got really agitated.
I didn't mean to offend them by the letters.
I just say rent to friends.
Definitely think twice about who you move in with.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Walker versus Lund, step forward, please.
36-year-old construction worker David Walker is suing his former father-in-law, 68-year-old retired school teacher Donald Lund, for getting rid of his personal belongings. David is suing for $5,000.
Mr. Walker, the defendant is your former father-in-law, and he was also the landlord in the home that you shared with your wife.
Yes.
According to your complaint, sometime in March of 2000, you were removed from your home, and your wife obtained a restraining order against you. Is that right?
That's correct.
You claim that your father-in-law either destroyed or gave away or removed personal property of yours that was in the home.
Yes, I do.
And you want to be reimbursed for that property.
Yes, ma'am.
Your father-in-law says that sometime in September of 2000, he was notified that he had to get rid of a lot of junk on the property. He removed all that stuff. Is that right?
Well, I removed not his stuff. I removed the stuff that was in the yard debris, stuff like that.
Now, Mr. Walker, I'd like you to give me some idea of what property you say was left on the property in March of 2000.
Okay, well, I had 3 vehicles, 2 pickup trucks, a camper. Also
3 vehicles?
3 vehicles.
Okay. Now, when for the first time, sir, did you request that property?
Quite a few times between March and September, I'd spoke with Dawn and asked how I could go about retrieving my property. When it finally did come time for the vehicles to be removed from the property, like he said, Don had to get a tow truck to remove the 2 trucks that were in the driveway, and he moved them just adjacent the driveway in front of the home where I'm not allowed to come obtain them.
So, where are they?
They were towed by the city.
When were you notified that they were towed?
Immediately I knew they were towed.
So why don't you go get them?
I couldn't get them out of the impound.
Why not?
I didn't have the money to.
Well, that's not his fault.
Okay.
First of all, he was under no obligation to pay for towing your trucks off that property in the first place. You could have done that yourself.
We couldn't do that because of my ex-wife.
What do you mean? You said you spoke to him.
I spoke to him, and he told me to come over to meet him on the property and have him towed off. When I didn't show up to meet him on the property, that's what he did.
Fine. So forget the vehicles. And you were notified immediately that they were impounded. You could have gone over immediately, paid whatever minimal fine there was for towing, and gotten your cars. All right. What's next? Boats. Tell me about the boats.
Well, one boat wasn't on a trailer that Don drug out and left in the middle of the gravel road for whoever wanted to take it or come get it.
And when did he do that, sir?
Probably 2 or 3 weeks after the vehicles were removed. He had to get the boat off.
And what date were the vehicles removed?
I would say probably September 15th.
Where were you between March and September?
Living 10 blocks away.
So why didn't you go to small claims court in April and say, I want my boats? Why didn't you do that? You waited 1.5 years later?
Well, probably because I didn't see any reason to have to do that. My property should have been given to me. You know, if Don had an order to remove it from the property, he should have removed it and put it 150 feet away from the home. He was aware of the restraining order. He was aware I couldn't come on the property, and there was nothing there worth going to jail over.
Are you divorced now?
Yes, we are.
Did your judgment of divorce address the boat?
The judgment of the divorce addressed whatever vehicles were in our possession, which obviously no vehicles were in my possession at that time.
Well, why didn't you raise the issue before the judge who handled your divorce and say, I have a boat?
They went ahead and went ahead with the divorce when I wasn't present.
You defaulted? You were served. You served and you chose not to appear.
I suppose so.
Okay. What else?
Tools and materials, which on June 25th of this last year, the shed was torn down and they were disposed of.
We had from March of 2000 to June of 2001. So where were you? And say, I need my tools.
I was living in Clackamas County with a no-contact order with the victim and a no-contact order with Mr. Lund.
Now, do you still have a no-contact order?
There's still a no-contact order with both of them.
So you have the same no-contact order that you had in March of 2000?
No, there wasn't one in March of 2000.
April of 2000.
There wasn't one
May
in
of 2000.
It's October.
October. So between March and October, there wasn't a restraining order.
No, and I tried like hell to get my stuff.
You found your way to small claims court now. You know how to do that.
I was not aware that I could go to small claims court beings the divorce was not final, the divorce had not been filed. None of the property should have been removed, disposed of, or sold until our divorce was final. Point of the matter is the property was destroyed, the property was vandalized, and the property was disposed of before our divorce.
Then, sir, you should have addressed that in your divorce.
Okay?
You should have said, I don't have my cars, I don't have my share of my boats, I don't have my tools, and then it's all resolved.
You think it's right that somebody disposes of somebody's property and everything that they've worked hard for their whole life and never so much as give them one item just to spite them?
Well, sir, what I think is that when you're going through a divorce, you're supposed to be vigilant about obtaining property that is important to you. And what I'm saying to you is you don't wait 2 years and then say, we never mentioned this property in my divorce because I chose not to appear, so now I want $5,000 from you for all the things that you didn't take good care of that belong to me.
I might be wrong on the timeline, the amount of time I waited, but I'm not wrong for requesting being compensated by the person that disposed of all my property. Landlord-Tenant Act says Mr. Lund cannot dispose of my property without giving me
He
written
didn't dispose of any of your property, sir. He didn't dispose of any of your property. He got your cars off of his property. And the fact that they were not 150 feet away, so you say enabled you to go over and get them.
Vindictive.
It may be. That's what divorces usually are, vindictive. That's why people have to appear if they have a problem, not say, which is what you did. You said, she wants a divorce, let her get a divorce, and I'll deal with this later.
I did what the law told me to do, have no contact with either victim.
No, sir. There is still a no-contact order. And if there's still a no-contact order, you found your way to the courthouse today. You should have found your way to the courthouse a year and a half ago. Your complaint is dismissed, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Seated ladies have seats, please.
Miss Mason, how old are you?
I'm 39 years old.
You have children?
3.
How old are they?
12, 13, and 15.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an advertising representative.
According to your complaint, in 2001, you loaned Mr. Campbell, who you were dating, $4,000 to put down as a down payment on a truck.
Yes, I did. Mr. Campbell didn't have a vehicle.
Now, listen to me. I didn't ask you a question yet.
I'm sorry.
And the understanding was that if you loaned him the down payment, he would take care of the rest of the payments, and he would pay you back this $4,000. Mr. Campbell's defense to this action is that it was a gift. Is that right, sir?
That's right, ma'am.
Okay. So let's do the facts that we know. She put down $4,000 on a truck that was purchased in your name. Is that right?
That's right.
And you took out a car loan for the rest.
That's right.
Now I want you to convince me that this was a gift.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm ready.
Well, I was perfectly happy with the vehicle that I had. She told me that she would like for me to have a nicer truck, and she did not like my truck being parked in front of her house because it was a ranch truck. There was nothing wrong with it. It was an older truck, but I was perfectly fine with it, and it was in good shape. And one day she come home and she said, I got an advance on my check. Let's go look for a truck. So we went and looked for a truck.
Okay, so she said to you, I want to go look for a truck. And what did you say to her?
I said, that's fine. So we went and looked. And it just happened to be that day we found one. And I told her it was too much because we already found out the bank would only loan me $15,000.
When did you find that out?
Like 2 or 3 days before, I believe.
Well, what were you even checking into that for, sir, if you didn't want a new truck?
Because she had mentioned it prior to this.
What do you mean she had mentioned it prior to this?
She just wanted me to have a nicer truck. And I said, I don't even think I can get approved for the loan.
You said, I don't even think that I can get approved for the loan, but I'm going to check and find out. And then you called to see.
Yes, she asked me to go
down there. So it wasn't that she just came home one day and said to you, I want to go buy you a truck. This is a discussion that you had had with her previously.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you actually went so far as to call up to find out how much money you could get on a loan.
Yeah, to check my credit, see how bad it was.
Keep going.
And we went and looked that evening, and we found a truck, and I thought it was too much.
Look at me.
I thought it was too much. And so she was good with bargaining with people, and she knew the owner. So we went, and we talked to them. She got the truck down to what she thought was reasonable.
Well, what did you think? Don't you have a brain?
Yes.
And what did you think?
I thought it was still a little too high.
Is that what you told her?
Yes.
So you said it's too much.
It's too much.
Too much. Can't do it.
That's right.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So we signed the paperwork. I signed the paperwork. She got it to where she
Well,
thought.
why would you sign the paperwork if you said no, it's too much?
Because she said she was going to put the down on it. I said, are you sure that's what you want to do? And she goes, yes, it's no problem. So that's what we did.
So that was in May of 2001.
2001.
What happened after that? How long did you stay together after that?
We stayed together approximately a year.
You lived together?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right?
No.
When did you stop living together?
We stopped living together approximately August of 2001.
Does that sound right, sir?
It could be. I'm not very good with dates, Your Honor.
Well, try years.
I'm sorry.
Don't get sorry. Try to get intelligent. May 2001 is when you bought the truck.
Yes.
How much after that did you and the plaintiff separate?
Well, we separated a few times in between. We were off and on, off and on, off and on.
When was the last time that you actually lived together, I assume, in her home?
It had been last year in, I'd say, June.
Is that right?
No, ma'am.
Has he stayed in your house since August of 2001?
He came and stayed at my house in December of 2001 for about 4 days.
Why?
I felt sorry for him because his dad had kicked him out.
Is he a drinker?
No.
Does he use drugs?
No.
Why did his dad kick him out?
They live in an old trailer in
I don't care if they live in an
Wasco,
old trailer.
and they just always got in fights and arguments.
Yeah.
And he came and stayed at my house, and I said, I'm sorry, I can't have you here. I was only going to let him stay for a couple days. And
You
it
know, there
looked
was
like
some
he
other
getting
trouble
very
with him, too, was there not, Miss Mason, that you seemed to allude to in your complaint, people looking for him for money?
Yes.
When was that?
It was in September of 2001. The first case was he owed some money for a horse, and I had given him the money already. It was a horse for my daughter, and I wasn't aware that he hadn't paid the man. And he came into my house hostile, and I said, I'm sorry, I don't know where Jeff is at. And I own a 30-foot camping trailer at Aljo with 2 pop-outs, and the guy did not believe me that it was mine. And so I had to literally pull out my paperwork of the lease and show it to him that it was not Jeff's, because he wanted to put a lien against it. Then we had a girl come to the door. She threatened to tear my vehicle apart and repossess anything that I had, because he told her it was his home, his vehicles, and he felt sorry for me and my children, so he was letting us stay there. And that's how he got people to let him live in their homes.
You mean, and after this, you let him come back to your house in December? Why?
I felt sorry for him.
He already left you holding the bag for $4,000. Why would you feel sorry for him?
I'm just a nice person.
Who are you?
I'm his ex-girlfriend. Part of this is true and part of it's not true. Jeff and I got together early November of 2001. We were together for approximately a month. Dina came to my home and started calling my home, harassing him, calling him, wanting him back.
Wanting him back or wanting her money?
Wanting him back. She did not
Really?
want money. She never brought up anything about money for the longest time.
Did you speak to her?
Yes, I did.
Well, tell me about the conversation you had with her in November of 2001.
That they were still together. He was living with her. She wanted to know who I was, what was going on between us. And I
Was
said,
he living at your house?
Yes, he was, ma'am.
How much rent was he giving you?
Nothing.
Where did you meet him?
I met him through a friend. We knew quite a few people that were mutual friends.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a cashier.
What does he do for a living?
He's works in the oil fields.
Doing what?
Tearing down the big pumping units.
How often does he do that?
Well, Monday through Friday.
Then what does he do with his money?
He spends it.
On what?
Dirt bikes.
What else?
Clothing, dirt bikes. We eat out.
What else?
That's about it.
Really? I doubt that. Have a good nose for that. Somebody who works construction makes a lot of money. And unless he's supporting a whole gaggle of children, there are only a few things that you get addicted to that prevent you from providing for your own sustenance, like rent and food and clothing and cars and other things. One of them's gambling. I assume he's not a gambler, is that right?
No.
And then there are a couple of other things that you can become addicted to that also take a lot of money.
Ma'am, his dirt bike takes a lot of money.
How much did he pay for the dirt bike?
I don't know how much he paid for the dirt bike. He had it before we got together.
When you say it takes a lot of money, how much is a lot of money?
Well, he's quite frequent with blowing them up, and he's spent, I know, of at least $1,000 or more at a time rebuilding it.
What do you mean he blows them up? What does that mean?
He rides them hard and blows the motors up.
Do you have children?
Yes, I do.
How many children do you have?
I have 2.
How old are they?
9 and 4.
Why would you want them around somebody who has a fried brain?
Because I don't believe that he has a fried brain.
He does. He does. He's an amoral person who has a fried brain because he's over 25 years old. He sucks off women, vulnerable women with children who are really trying to, you know, they're living from hand to mouth because it doesn't look to me as if you're a trust fund child. Right? So he's sucking off you. He sucked off her. Whenever he gets some money, he blows it on things for himself, and then he doesn't treat those things with any kind of respect. According to you, he'll spend $1,000 on a dirt bike, and he rides it hard and blows up the motor. Well, that's something that somebody might do if they were 15, but not somebody who's in their mid-30s, unless they get women to take care of them and support them. Then he can take all the money he gets from his construction and oil stuff and do with it whatever he wants. Whatever toys he wants to play with, and whatever things that he needs to make him feel good. So if you want to expose your children to a person with that kind of character, that's your problem. That doesn't make you very smart. Do you understand?
Yes.
She wasn't very smart. She got snookered for $4,000. But you're not going to get it back because you got snookered for it. You gave it to him. You didn't loan him this money. He said he wanted it, and you said, I'm going to give it to you. You want to know how I know that? Because if in December of 2001 somebody who had snookered me out of $4,000 and made a fool out of me came to my house and said I need a place to stay, I would have called the police and said I have somebody trying to get into my house. Get him away from here.
Ma'am.
That's why. Yes.
On that, as far as that goes, Dina called my cell phone and begged him to come back to her. He was living with me at the time.
Listen, my dear, I've been around a little longer than you have. My eyesight isn't so good. I look at him and I see nothing that I would wipe my feet on. Do you understand?
Yes.
So the fact that the two of you seem to be enthralled with him, maybe he has some hidden attribute that certainly I don't see, You want him? That's your business. There was no loan. You bought him a truck. Get over it. Your case is dismissed.
Thanks, Doc.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
He was hoping he wouldn't have to put it down.
She just thought she had to have a nicer vehicle in front of her house. Well, she had one for a while. Now she don't.
He said he would give it back to me in a couple days. It never happened.
Just got tired of her and the crap.
He got so much self-confidence having the vehicle, he ended up with about 4 girlfriends to go with it.
I'd rather be with my bikes. I'm an adrenaline junkie.
Date someone who has responsibility.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Cleary versus Gray. Step forward, please.
Homemaker Sandy Cleary and her son, 5-year-old Nicholas, are suing their neighbor, accounts receivable clerk Cynthia Gray. Sandy claims Cynthia's dog bit Nicholas in the face.
Miss Cleary, this is your little boy?
Yes.
What's your name?
Nicholas.
Nicholas, why don't you come up here? You're going to sit right up here next to me.
There you go.
Nicholas, how old are you?
5.
You know who I am?
It's Judy.
Right. Do you ever watch me on television? You know what it is to be in court? Is this court where you are now? Okay. You know you have to tell the truth when you're in court, right? Show me where you were bitten, Nicholas.
On my nose.
On your nose? Looks okay to me. Is it all better now? It's all better? Good. Miss Cleary, you and the defendant are neighbors, and according to your complaint, one of her dogs bit your son.
Correct.
You want her to pay you $5,000 for whatever. Pain, suffering, a whole bunch of other things. How far away do you live from Mrs. Gray?
We have an apartment complex that we live in, and there's a home dividing
Cindy's home to our apartment complex.
She lives in a private house?
Correct.
With a yard?
Correct.
With a fenced yard?
Yes.
How high is the fence?
It's probably about Nicholas's height, maybe a little bit taller.
And what kind of dogs does she have?
She has a medium-sized dog, mixed breed, and a little Chihuahua-sized dog.
Okay, and her dogs are behind the fence?
Correct.
Always behind the fence, unless she's walking them.
Well, not so correct on that one. Sometimes the dogs are free to either get out with the children also in the neighborhood to go in.
No, the children don't go in, I assume, unless their parents are with them.
Well, Cindy has also a young son, and my children, as well as other neighborhood children, have been able to go into the backyard to see if he's there to play.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Versus the front door, actually.
No, but you wouldn't allow your 5-year-old to go there.
No.
Of course not. So, on what date was Nicholas bitten?
September 10th.
And where were you?
I was in the front yard of our apartment complex.
And who was with Nicholas?
His little friend, Lily.
How old is Lily?
She's the same age.
So you have 2 5-year-olds. And you were watching them?
Yes.
Well, tell me what happened.
Well, what happened was Nicholas and Lily both had asked if they could go see Nina and Riley.
Nina and Riley are the 2 dogs?
The 2 dogs, correct.
Yes.
And I said that would be okay, but it didn't look as if anybody was home and to please not go into the fence, as children always do. And he said, okay. And the last I knew, he went to go and see the dogs and then started screaming.
Just a minute. When he and Lily, also age 5, went over to the defendant's home, could you see your son?
No, Your Honor, I could not.
Why not?
Because, I mean, it's very close quarters. Her driveway goes back a little further than where ours does.
Yes.
It happened very quickly. My older son had also gone over there with them.
Where's your older son?
He's not here today. He didn't see what happened as well.
Then I don't need him here. So what you're saying is your son went into her yard?
Yes. The gate has never been a real well-shutting gate.
That's not the issue, whether it's shut well or not. Ms. Cleary, you are the parent. Correct. You have a responsibility. You have a 5-year-old child. Your 5-year-old child should not be out of your sight when playing out in the street. And if your 5-year-old child comes to you and says, I want to go and play with the 2 dogs, and you believe, as you said, that the defendant is not home or that nobody is home, you get off your duff and you get up and you say, you want to go and see the dogs, I will go with you. Madam, this is your fault. This is not the defendant's fault. She has 2 dogs. Her dogs are behind a fence, well protected. If your son hadn't gone into the yard, your son would not have gotten bitten. And you just told me that the fence doesn't work too well, the gate doesn't work too well. Where are you? I mean, you're out talking to a friend? It's your job to watch him. And if you were negligent in taking care of your own son, don't blame anybody else.
Your Honor, I am not blaming anybody else. It happened so quickly. I instructed him that he could only pet the dogs over the fence, as he always does. The children and him, they always pet the dogs.
So where was he when it happened?
The gate had opened. He went inside.
Then you weren't close enough, Miss Cleary.
I disagree, Your Honor, but...
Well, that's your prerogative to disagree. I'm telling you, it's your fault. It's not her fault. Your son went into her property, and you were outside, and it's your responsibility to take care of your child. It's not her responsibility to take care of your child. And you had the opportunity to do that by taking him by the hand with his friend Lily, walking him over to the fence, saying, I want to go and pet the dogs. Fine. Don't go into the yard, because you don't know what 2 5-year-olds do. 2 5-year-olds don't always have judgment. And this is a situation where you're looking to blame somebody else for your negligence, malfeasance, lack of proper parenting, and you're not going to do that here. Your case is dismissed. You were wonderful, Nicholas. Goodbye.
This is our excuse. You may step out. Versus Simmons. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Miss Britton, you've known the defendant a long time, and you were friends. According to you, you claim a series of loans to him. He says that you did buy some Christmas gifts for him and for his children, but none of this was by way of a loan. It was all gifts. Is that right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you known him?
About 10 years.
And when, for the first time, do you claim you gave him a loan?
In October of 2001.
Tell me about it.
Him and his friend had went out to a club, and he was too intoxicated to drive. And his friend drove his car, and they got pulled over. And his friend was on a restricted license, and they towed his car. And he did not have the money to get the car out of tow, so I let him borrow.
So you weren't with him?
No.
He contacted you in some way. How did he contact you?
He called me the next day after it had happened.
And what did he say to you, and what did you say to him?
He was just like, babe, my car got towed, and he was just going on and on. He was really upset.
He called you up and said, babe, my car got towed.
And told me the story of how he was too drunk to drive, and his friend had drove the car. They got pulled over, and could I come get him?
And where was he?
He was at his mother's house.
So did you go and pick him up at his mother's house?
I went and picked him up.
And where did you take him?
He dropped me off at my cousin's house. So I spent the day at my cousin's house, and he came back and got me later.
So he took your car?
He took my car.
She willingly gave me the car.
It wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I still didn't hear anything about money. What caused you to go and get the money?
He said, I do not have all of the money to get my car out of tow. He had about $100 and maybe $50. It was about $300 and something to get his car out. He said, can I borrow $200 until I get paid, which he got paid that Friday. So can he borrow the money until Friday to get his car out of tow?
And you said yes?
Yes.
Okay. When was the next loan you made to him?
Christmas time.
Tell me about that loan.
The loan came about when it was coming time for Christmas, and I knew he's a waiter. He does not make that much money.
Hold on, man. First.
And so he hadn't already paid me the other money. So in conversations, I would ask him about the money.
What happened when the 2 weeks went by? You said you was going to get paid in 2 weeks?
Okay.
You didn't get your money?
2 days after he got his car out of tow, his friend that he was with that got his car towed, his sister had got killed. And he basically watched this girl grow up. So he wasn't going to work. He was really, really depressed. He wasn't going to work because he was with his friend and his family. So at that point, I understood that he wasn't going to work to make any money to pay me back.
So what happened Christmas time?
So this whole time, me and him are dating. I'm around his kids and everything. So I'm asking him, you know, when is he going to start doing his Christmas shopping? I don't know. I don't have the money right now to go Christmas shopping. So I asked him, well, do you want us to just go on and go, and then when you get paid, you can just pay me when you get paid for whatever we get? Because Christmas time, you have kids. You do not want to wait till the last minute to go get their presents. By the time he was going to go.
Miss Britton, so you gave him your credit card and you went out.
No, I didn't give him my credit card.
So you gave him cash to go?
No, I went shopping for the kids.
You did?
I went shopping for the kids.
That's a nice thing.
Yeah.
You don't get paid back for that.
Well, evidently.
But evidently, I'm telling you, if somebody borrows $200 in October and then gets very depressed and doesn't go to work for a couple of months, and then goes back to work and has no money not only to pay you back, but you decide that the children should have Christmas presents because it's coming to be Christmas and it's a nice thing for the children to have Christmas presents. If you go buy them Christmas presents and sign the card, "Love, Daddy," that's your problem.
I didn't
That's your
sign
problem.
any card.
Fine. You just gave it to him and he gave it to the children?
He came and picked it up, and he gave me some money that day, actually on the clothes that I had bought.
Good. So let's deal with the $200. Let me hear, Mr. Simmons, about this $200 that she gave you to get your car out of tow. Please stop smiling.
What happened was my car did get towed. I tried to do the right thing by not driving under the influence of alcohol. I mean, you know, and I didn't know my friend didn't have a valid license. He had a license.
I don't give a rat's behind about the circumstances,
I know.
sir. You took $200 from her to get your car out of tow. So I want you to tell me how that came about.
Well, basically, it came about as, to make a long story short, as long as I'm spending time with her, I can have what I want.
When you got your car towed, first of all,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
smiling irritated me so badly, I just
I
threw
apologize.
my joint out.
I apologize. I apologize.
Mr. Simmons, listen
Yes,
to me
ma'am.
very carefully, sir. Your car got towed. You weren't with the plaintiff.
Right.
At some point, she had to find out that your car, stand up, that your car got towed and that you didn't have money to get it out.
Right.
So how did she find out?
She called me that morning, and she's like, what's wrong with you? Why you sound like that, this and this and that? And I told her what happened.
So you told her that your car got impounded.
Yes, ma'am.
And what else did you tell her?
That, you know, I don't know how I'm going to get it out, whatever, you know, we'll do and whatnot. And she
What
offered...
do and what not? What does that mean, what do and what not?
I got to figure out a way to get my car out.
Oh.
Because I have to go to the police department and talk to the chief or whoever handles that and let them know, you know, like a little hearing and tell them, you know, I wasn't trying to drive an influence or all that stuff. And then, you know, she was like, well, you know, if you need it, you can, you know, you can have it. And there was no problem, you know. Actually, she took me to the police department 2 times in one day to try to get the lift for my car.
Isn't she a nice person? What have you done for her?
Well, you know, I helped her mom move before.
No, not her mother. What did you do for her?
I washed her car.
That's very nice.
If she needs anything, you know.
No, what did you do? Not what if she needed. I want to know.
Whatever she needed me for.
Tell me. Give me, other than washing her car, sir.
I don't have finances, so I really haven't did nothing financially for her.
What other things did you do that were nice for her? Did you ever give blood for her?
No, my blood's not, no.
No. Did you ever take her someplace when her car was in repair?
Well, she's always had a car. Okay.
The answer would be no.
No.
Did you ever drive her to work?
No, but I've driven her places.
Tell me about that.
Like out to eat or to the mall or things like that.
You mean when you were going together as a couple?
Yeah, exactly.
As opposed to running alongside your car, you actually drove in the car together.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Yvonne Britton says former friend Latrell Simmons owes for 2 unpaid loans. Latrell says it only became a loan after he stopped seeing her.
Now tell me about the harassment that you're complaining of, sir.
First, I almost lost my job for her calling my job all the time. I have a write-up from my job. You know, my boss telling me if she keeps calling, you know, we're going to have to let you go. And
well, what about maybe your boss said he would let you go because you hadn't shown up for work so much?
No, actually, that was all taken care of and everything. He
It
had
really
no
was.
problem.
Listen,
I mean, I called my boss crying on the phone about my
She wants her money.
problem.
You should have given her her money. She would have stopped calling you.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
at
but
the same
nothing.
time, what about when she pulls out a bat on my car?
What about it?
One morning I come home and, you know, I have a female friend with me and everything, and she's at my house because her and my aunt are good friends, and I let her, you know, well, I didn't let her, but she was in my bed sleep. So me and my friend, we come to the house, and I see her in the bed, so I said, well, we can't go in there because my friend's in the room sleeping. So she's in the other room, I'm in the restroom. She busts in the restroom, cussing me out, this, and that. Before I know it, I comes out the restroom, she's leaving, and she comes to the other driveway of my house and pulls out a bat like she's going to hit my car with the bat.
Let me ask you this question. This friend that you were with was a lady friend?
Yes.
She the mother of any of your children?
No.
If she hadn't been sleeping in your bed, sir, would you have spent the night with this lady friend in your room? Probably.
Probably so.
Probably.
Probably
Mr.
so.
Simmons, you have to act responsibly. If she gave you money and what you're suggesting is she had more of a romantic interest in you than you had in her, is that what you're suggesting, sir? All right. Then what you do if you are a responsible, nice human being, you do not encourage that by accepting any gifts which says, I like you too, and therefore I'm going to let you spoil me a little bit. What you do is say, I don't want to take any money from you. We're friends. That's all we are. And I will take care of all these things by myself, even if I have to walk to work.
At the same time, Your Honor, I'm not the first gentleman she sued for loans and gifts she's have gave me, and so, you know.
I've never seen her before, sir. So it's the first time she sued somebody here.
Oh.
You just pay her $200, and then I will be happy. She may not be totally happy because she didn't get her Christmas presents back, but that's her problem.
Okay.
But you pay her the $200. That's what you needed to get your car out of tow, and that's what she loaned you. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $200. Your counterclaim for harassment is dismissed.
Thank you.
Parties are
Smile.
excused. You may step out.
He's a liar and a charmer.
I think she wants me, you know, as a boyfriend or companion.
He knows that I loaned him the money. It was no gift.
But, you know, I'm a bachelor and I have to do what I have to do.
He doesn't have nothing and he's not going to have nothing, so I'm not even worried about it.
Probably won't ask too much from, you know, a female or anything. Just take care of myself. It's too much of a hassle.
Doesn't have nothing to do with him wanting to see somebody else, but he disrespected me.
I'm open to be friends, you know what I'm saying? Friendship never hurt nobody.
You don't bring another woman to where I am.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Gay versus Yaya. Step forward, please.
26-year-old welder Dwayne Gay is suing his ex-fiancée, 26-year-old caretaker Misty Yaya, for slashing his leather couches. Misty says the furniture was half hers. She is countersuing for the cost of a VCR and the return of a car alarm.
Mr. Gay, you and the defendant lived together and you were in a relationship. According to your complaint, she became angry one evening and took a knife and slashed leather sofas that belonged to you.
Yes.
You want her to give you the value of those leather sofas.
Yes.
That's what your claim is. The defendant says that she did in fact slash your sofas. Her defense is, first of all, she was angry with good reason, she will tell me about. And second, she said that they weren't just yours, they belonged really to both of you. They were a gift to both of you. She has a counterclaim because she says that when you left, you took a VCR that belonged to her, and there was some sort of an alarm that she paid for that she wants to be compensated for, that's in your car or your truck?
My truck.
Okay. How long did you live together?
A year.
Just the two of you?
And her son, her 3-year-old son.
And when did this couch slashing take place?
The first week of June.
First week of June?
Yes.
Oh. Tell me what happened, sir.
3 weeks prior to that, we got into it, we wasn't agreeing, so I decided to move out. In the process of moving out, my mother came over, and she convinced me to give it another shot. So I gave it another shot. 3 weeks later, one night, she went out, and my mother called me, and she was over at my niece's house playing cards, and she was going to leave, and she owed me some money. So she said if I needed my money to come and get it. So I left. I wasn't gone no more than 20 minutes. Her friend called me and told me not to go home, and I was like, why? And she told me that don't go home because Misty sliced up my furniture. So when I got to the door, she was at the door talking on the phone, yelling and screaming. I said, could you open the door? She was like, no, go back with that you were with. And I was like, who you calling? My mother? And she's like, no. I said, well, that's who I was with.
What time was this that you went over to pick up the money from your mother?
About 12:30 that night.
And you were gone for how long, sir?
Less than a half hour.
Okay. Now I'll hear from you.
Okay. This was a Friday, and it was not in June. It was in May.
Could you look at me, please?
I'm sorry. It was in May, the middle of May. And I didn't leave the house until 1:05 in the morning.
Where did you go at 1:05 in the morning?
There was a little girly get-together on the other side of town that we had talked about the night before. The reason why I left so late is because he didn't get back until 12:30.
Where was he until 12:30 at night?
I don't know.
Okay, so it's 12:30. He comes home at 12:30.
Yep.
And you leave at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
To go with some friends. Now, where's your 3-year-old son?
He's at home in the bed sleeping at this time.
So you leave him home
with Dwayne,
your son?
Yes.
And my son.
And his 7-year-old also.
You had a 7-year-old who was staying with you?
8-year-old.
An 8-year-old who was staying with you?
I keep my son on weekends.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I go over to the other side of town. I'm there for about a good 45 minutes. My friend comes in. At that time, it's about 2:45 in the morning. She says, Misty, I saw Dwayne's truck on Bates, a couple streets over from where we live. My first thought is, well, where is my son? So I stop doing whatever it is I'm doing. I drive down Bates. His truck is not on Bates. I go home. My son is sleeping. All the lights are on. TV's on. Nobody's home. His son is sleeping.
Just a minute. Where was he?
I don't know. That's a good question.
So you got home and he wasn't home?
No, he was not there. He was not on Bates.
Just the two children were home?
Yes. All the lights on, nobody home. By this time, it's 2:45, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I go in my house, me and 2 other people. So I tell one of them, stay here, I'm going to find Dwayne. I go back on Bates. I proceed to knock on doors, look in windows, this and that. Lights are off. Everybody's sleeping. He ain't been there for a minute. So I go home, and in my fit of rage, I cut up the furniture. Now, by this time, it's 4:30. I'm on the phone talking to my cousin, telling her I can't believe he did this, this and that, blah, blah, blah. That's why I was on the phone with when he came to the door. And yes, Judge, those are my exact words, what he just stated to you.
Did you leave those children home alone?
For about a half hour, yes.
I don't care if you left them home for half a second. How dare you leave those children home alone?
Well, Your Honor, she can't complain because she did the same thing that day, and when she left and went to the doctor, I had an appointment, so I left for my friend to pick her up and take her to a doctor's appointment. He went to go pick up her and both of the kids. She told him, no, the kids can stay there by themselves. They were wide awake. This is like 11 o'clock in the morning. So she left the kids there by themselves for like 3 hours before I got home.
Did you leave the children home alone?
I left them there for 1 hour, from 11 to 12. Yes, I did.
I want to tell you something. The two of you shouldn't have children. You don't leave a 7 or an 8-year-old and a 3-year-old home alone for a minute. What is wrong with you?
I had to go to the doctor.
I don't care whether you were bleeding from every artery. You take your children with you. You don't leave children home alone. And I don't really give a rat's behind about your couches. I'm amazed that you still have your children. Do you still have your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Shh. Does the mother of your child know that you left that child home alone?
Yeah.
If you're listening, I wouldn't let you have my child again if you leave a child home in the middle of the night. And your response to me is, she did the wrong thing, so I could do the wrong thing?
No.
What happens if there's a fire?
Same time that I left them there, Judge, I alerted my downstairs neighbor that they were there.
And you think that's okay? Did you buy these couches?
Yes.
From whom?
My brother.
You have a bill of sale?
Yes.
Let me see it.
And I also have pictures of the furniture, you know.
I don't care about pictures. She says she slashed the couches. Did you ever see this bill of sale before? That his brother sold him a black leather living room set for $1,200?
I've
Did you ever
never
see
seen
that?
that before.
Yeah, baloney. Take it away.
Never seen it before.
All right, now tell me about this VCR and the car alarm.
I got my income taxes back. We went to Best Buy, bought 3 VCRs and a truck alarm, 5 movies, 5 CDs.
Okay, you bought 3 VCRs?
Yes.
How many did he leave home?
2.
And he took 1?
Yes.
And what about the truck alarm?
He took the alarm when he left.
No, how did you come to purchase the alarm for his car?
He needed it, so
you
I
bought
bought
it. Good, so he took it. So you have the alarm in your
Yes.
truck, and you have 1 VCR.
Yes.
And who's got the cut-up couches?
I do.
Sounds to me as if you deserve each other.
But, Your
your
Honor.
case is dismissed. This is your counterclaim. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. 68 on the calendar in the matter of Dernago versus Enos. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Folks, have seats, please.
Mr. Nago, the defendant is a former boyfriend of yours, and
Yep.
according to your complaint, he crashed your car and totaled it. He had taken it, according to you, without permission. Mr. Enos says nothing could be farther from the truth. He had your permission to take the car. He was, and as a matter of fact, according to your answer, you were running an errand with her car. Unfortunately, you had an accident, and an accident is an accident. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of car was this?
A 93 Cavalier Z24,
When did this accident take place?
August 10th,
Where were you?
at my father's house.
And how did he get the car?
Well, he asked me if he could use the car to go to the store to get a pack of cigarettes. And I was outside with my father, and I said no, not to take my car. And he went in the house, he took my keys, he asked my sister to go to the store with him, but Jacob went to the store with him instead, and like 15 minutes later, the cops had came to the house.
What time of day or evening was this?
It had to be 11 because the cops came to the house like 15 minutes after.
It was just you and your father outside?
There was like his cousins and a couple people that he knew. So.
Was this a party?
No, it was not.
Just a get-together?
I was there, and one of his friends had dropped him off at my house.
What time had one of his friends dropped him off at your house?
I'd say like 15 minutes before he took my car, because I didn't see him all day.
What was the friend's name who dropped him off?
Dan.
Where had you been earlier that evening with Dan?
I was just out doing errands and things like that, hanging out.
With Dan?
Yes.
And you got to her house at about what time?
I got to her house pretty early, I'd say like 8, 9 o'clock.
She says it was later than that. And what time did you take the car?
Around 12:30, ma'am.
And where was Dan, the person who had dropped you off?
He was there. We were all there. It was more like we were having a small party.
All right, now you tell me, you got the keys to her car.
Mm-hmm.
And you say that she gave you the keys.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about that.
I asked her for him, and she gave them to me, ma'am.
How did that happen precisely? She's outside,
Mm-hmm.
and you said,
I said, can I use the car keys to go get cigarettes?
yes,
Mm-hmm.
and,
And she said, yeah, she gave them to me.
okay. So she went back inside, or did
Mhm.
you go get the car keys?
No, she got them for me.
I'm looking at your answer,
Uh-huh.
Mr. Enos. And let me read to you from your answer. You said, we ran out of cigarettes, and they asked if I would go and pick some up?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it can't be both, Mr. Enos. It has to be either you ran out of cigarettes and asked to borrow the car, or they said to you, would you go and do an errand for us and pick up cigarettes?
No, ma'am. That's how it happened, like I just said. I didn't write the report personally, so it might have been mistyped.
Show this to him and ask him if it's his signature, please.
It is my signature. Yes,
But you read, don't you?
Yes.
You don't sign anything before you read it, right?
Right.
Well, and I assume you read it. It's not a fantasy, it's what you wrote. So what you're telling me is that the things that you wrote in your answer are untrue.
No.
Is that right?
No.
They have to be either true or untrue. You mean you want me to try to pick out what's true and what's not true?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you get into the car with your friend and you're going to buy cigarettes for yourself, which means that you were not acting as an agent for anybody else. You were doing this yourself. And then what happened, sir?
Well, we were driving towards the Pride that was down the street from our house, but I was apparently going a little fast, and when I tried to slow down, the streets were slippery, so the back end of the car started to shake, and it went out of control after that.
Yes.
And we crashed.
Yes.
I started to walk back to our house after that, after I made sure everybody was all right and everything.
What do you mean everybody was all right?
Well, me and Jacob.
Okay.
And I was walking back to our house to tell her what happened, and the police picked me up on my way there.
Why did the police pick you up?
For crashing the car. They wanted to know what happened.
Well, then they put you in jail. That usually doesn't happen if you're going to look for help. What were you in jail for, sir?
I had some drugs on me. I was caught with possession.
You did? What kind of drugs did you have?
I had marijuana and ecstasy.
And ecstasy?
Yeah.
Were you carrying it? What do you want?
I have the police report if you would like it.
Oh, no, I'll look at the police report in a minute. Having a really interesting time here. Now, you were caught with marijuana and ecstasy. Had you used any of that before you got behind the wheel of the car?
Oh, yeah, not the ecstasy, but I was pretty intoxicated. Like I said, we were all partying at her father's house.
Oh. Well, then, Mr. Enos, this is what I'd like you to explain to me, sir. We now come to the point where you wanted cigarettes. You asked if you could use the car, and let me assume for the moment that she said, okay, you can take the car keys. You wanted the cigarettes. You were under the influence of drugs. You were traveling too fast, which caused the car to go out of control in wet weather. You totaled the car. So my question to you, sir, is why should you not pay for the car?
Well, ma'am, the thing is, there was never an agreement, like she said, on her.
There doesn't have to be an agreement.
Right.
Forget agreement. Forget agreement. We're not talking agreement here. You took the car. You were under the influence of drugs. You traveled too fast. You totaled the car, but somebody else should pay for it.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, then, why should you not pay for the car?
Because I wasn't in the right state of mind, and if she would have said no, like she really said in the report, and really enforced it, then that would have never happened.
Is this your mother?
Yes.
May I?
Are you sure you want to defend
Yes.
that position,
No,
madam?
I don't want to defend his last statement. Your Honor, I'm not saying that my son is not responsible and shouldn't be held responsible. He should be.
Great.
Okay, my problem is they all had something to do with this. You know, she let him take the car. He let him drink in his house. Nobody called me till the next evening. They bailed him out of jail without informing me. Her mother actually called me and told me that my son had gotten arrested and he was at her house. That Saturday evening, I went and picked my son up. I asked my son if he had a problem with drugs. He said yes. I brought him into a meeting for narcotics and enrolled him the very next day. Shortly after he went into the rehab center, within a few months, they had broken up, which was fine with me. I was pleased. They'd been together for 5 months. Within that 5 months, he had gotten himself in numerous amounts of trouble. I'm not saying that's her fault, but they were a bad combination.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Danielle Dernego claims ex-boyfriend Thomas Enos drove her car without permission and totaled it. Thomas says after a night of partying, he wasn't in the right state of mind.
Go ahead.
Since then, my son has done fine. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be held accountable. He should be.
Good.
But everybody should be.
No. He got behind the wheel of a car while under the influence of a substance that impaired his judgment because he wanted to go to the store for himself, which is not what he said in his answer, but that's what happened. He was going too fast. He destroyed property that wasn't his, and he has to be responsible. The fact that they may not have been a good combination and they were drinking beer at their house, and what does that have to do with ecstasy? What does that have to do with being in possession of ecstasy? I mean, that he had to buy someplace else.
Exactly.
He had to buy the marijuana someplace else. It has nothing to do with it. Now, he may have had some beer and some marijuana, and I don't know whether he was waiting for later to take the ecstasy. Who knows?
Right.
Whatever. He has to pay for this car.
I agree.
Now, the car did not have collision. Is that right?
Nope. And the other thing, Your Honor, I don't know if this really makes a difference. I don't know that the car was worth $3,500.
May not be. She's going to have to prove that to me. When did you buy the car?
I bought it on 3/22/01.
Do you have the bill of sale?
Yes, I do.
Can I see it, please? Bought the car for $3,100. You paid cash for it?
Yes, I did.
She had told me at one point that her dad had bought that car, actually. So, and they work, and her father works in the car business. So I'm sure if they wanted to get a receipt, they could produce one.
It had 93,000 miles when you bought it? Mm-hmm. That's a lot of money for a car with 93,000 miles.
They didn't pay
a car that's almost
$100.
10 years old. Who do you work for, sir?
Economy Motor Sales.
So you work for these people?
Yes, I do.
Paid top dollar for this car?
Yeah.
That's about the market value for that car right now.
Stand up, sir. Really, you have the blue book on the
I don't
car
have
for
a
this
book.
year?
I don't have
with
a book with me.
93,000 miles or 94,000 miles?
That's about the value of the car right now, still.
But this is what you paid for it. Is that what you're
That's what's-
testifying to?
yeah.
Did you get any money at all for scrap or anything else for the car?
I had to pay $120, and I have the towing bill right here. I only had to pay $120, and the towing bill still to this day is a balance of $743.
For towing?
Yes.
That's not true either. She sold the car to the place where
It says
they
it right
towed
on
the
there.
car.
It says I signed
She
my bill
told
of
me.
sales
Just
over.
a second. Notes signed over. So it was signed over.
Yeah. And I have all the damage that was done on my car on the police report because since I
The
didn't have
car
full
was
coverage.
totaled. And you're going to get back the $120 that you paid for the towing because you should have taken care of that. You should have taken care of that right away, sir. You should have tried to resolve this issue with her right away instead of trying to blame other
Your
people.
Honor, these people were living with me. It was not like they didn't have contact with each other after this. These people stayed in my house.
What difference does it make?
Well, if she wanted money, all she had to do was ask for it. I offered to pay them people numerous times.
You did.
Let me ask you this question. They bailed him out of jail.
Right.
They did, in fact, contact you.
No, not till the next evening.
They did, in fact, contact you.
Yes, they did.
Did you pay anything to bail him out of jail?
I didn't know
Ju-
about it till the next evening, so
Just
no, I
a
did
second.
not.
So you did not. How much did you pay to get him out of jail?
I have the check for $625 that I cashed the morning that I bailed him out. Plus, I threw in another $200, and his friend Angeli threw in the rest.
My son threw in $100, and my niece.
No,
put
he
money
did
in.
not.
Just a second.
Your niece did not throw
Whatever.
anything.
Listen to me. You paid. Other people have taken care of Miss Enos. I understand you think that you have a legitimate complaint against these people, but the truth of the matter is, you really don't. They went to bail him out of jail. They called you the very next day. According to him, it was 12:30.
Correct.
So that you were contacted by them the same day that they bailed him out of jail.
Correct.
So stop complaining, and you paid nothing. So I'm giving you $3,000 for the value of the car plus $120 that you paid to have it towed. $3,120. Judgment for the plaintiff. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I think it's ridiculous that you can allow children underage to drink at your house and party at your house and do it with them and not be held accountable for it.
She needs to clean her habit up. She needs to stop her drugs.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Wixon versus Harrison. Step forward, please.
24-year-old data entry clerk Janet Wixon is suing 19-year-old Nick Harrison for vandalizing her car. Nick denies the charge and claims he was asleep at the time.
Miss Wixon, it is your claim that the defendant busted out the windows on your car. The defendant says that he was home with a friend, right?
Yes.
Okay. tell me when this happened, where it happened, where you were, how you know him.
Okay, I don't know him at all. I've never seen him before today. I was at my friend Dawn's house. It was on Thanksgiving, the evening of Thanksgiving. We were watching movies. At around 10 o'clock, I was tired, so I wanted to go home. So my boyfriend drove me home. I live right around the corner from her, and he went back there.
He drove you home in your car?
Yes.
So you don't know anything that happened after that?
No, just from
Who
what
does?
they tell me. Them two.
Step up, please. Tell me your name.
Tim, yours?
What happened next?
We just kept getting phone calls and phone calls. Finally, I got aggravated to answer the phone. He's on there threatening me, calling on me.
Oh, don't do. Could we do this in a professional kind of manner?
Okay.
You're getting phone calls.
He's talking to her daughter.
Oh, so you don't know. You didn't pick up the phone.
No, then I picked up the phone.
The time that you picked up the phone, what did you hear?
He said, come fight me right now, I'm off front or something like that. I didn't believe him.
Did you know him before?
I know his brother mostly.
Dawn, do you know why he was calling?
He was calling to talk to my daughter. And then he heard Tim's voice in the background and thought she had another boy over our house.
Hey, you know her daughter?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Yes, Your Honor.
You were calling to speak to the daughter?
Yes.
Was her daughter your girlfriend?
Yeah. Yes. Sorry.
How many times did you call?
3 or 4 times.
Now, at some point you called and you got this gentleman on the phone.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
What did you say to him?
We were arguing back and forth.
What were you saying to him, and what was he saying to you?
Basically that I was getting mad because he wouldn't put my girlfriend on the phone. So I started getting mad. I started telling him, I'm gonna come down here to fight. That's
Maybe
it.
your girlfriend didn't want to talk to you that night. Is
Maybe.
that possible?
Probably, yeah.
Had you had an argument with her?
Yes.
So you called her house and she didn't want to speak to you.
Yes.
Now, what happened next?
The phone calls kept coming in, and he was telling Tim to meet him here or there to fight, and Tim wasn't going, and he's finally, the last call, he said, I'll come down there. He came to our house, called from out in front, he said, I'm out here, are you going to come out here and do anything? Tim said no. The next thing we knew, we heard the windows breaking on the car. Went out on the front porch and seen him. Yes, we did.
We did.
I went out, when we heard the noise, we went on my front porch.
First he called you, you said, and said, I'm out here.
Right.
Did you go and look to see if he was out there?
No, he was calling to have Tim come outside and fight.
So you didn't
And I
look
said
outside
no.
to see him?
No.
Then
Did you?
when I heard the crash, that's when I looked out. And then I seen him behind my car with the baseball bat, hit the back window, knocked it out. And then he hit the tail light, knocked it off. And then he jumped in the car and took off.
So now I'll hear you, Mr. Harrison. You're angry, but you said, wasn't you, you were home with a friend.
Yes.
Let me hear about it.
I was at home with my friend Jim Bogacki right here.
Were you at home with Mr. Harrison that evening?
Yes, I was.
What were you doing at home with him?
We were on the internet, mostly.
Well, but he was doing a lot of telephoning.
I was on the internet. I don't know what he was doing with his girlfriend, but he was there the whole time with me.
Mm-hmm. What time did you arrive at his house?
Probably around 7, 8.
What time did you go to bed?
Really don't remember, probably like 4.
Did you go to bed in the
5.
same room as Mr. Harrison?
Different room.
So at some point you said goodnight to him.
No, we were both in the living room, and I was sleeping on the couch.
And where was he sleeping?
No, he was on the internet, back and forth.
But at some point you went to sleep.
No, I was up till he went to bed.
Really?
Yes.
I don't believe you. Sit down. How's that? Because I believe you probably took a ride over with him.
Yeah.
Let me see. Estimate of the damage.
So I have pictures.
He's not your daughter's boyfriend anymore, is he? That's very good. Were you arrested for this? Did the police come and talk to you?
Nope, I wasn't. If I did this and everything, I mean, wouldn't the cops have came to me right then and there, or?
Did you have a police report? Did you file a police report?
Yeah, we had to take their car down there
called,
the next day.
And I was trying to criminally prosecute him, but...
Yeah, but then he had this person over here with an alibi. That's what I said.
I've never seen that dude before in my life.
No. Well, he was probably sitting in the car, or maybe he was asleep on the couch. In any event, Mr. Harrison did the damage to your car. I absolutely believe that he caused this damage in a fit of rage. Mr. Harrison, you have to attend some anger management classes, sir. If a girl doesn't want to talk to you, try to work it out. If you can't, write her a letter. You can't keep calling people's houses and annoying them all night. You understand that?
Yes.
Good. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,642. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Ma'am, have a seat, please.
Ms. Tice, according to your complaint, you and the defendant dated briefly, and you suffered from bad credit.
Right.
You also wanted some sort of a vehicle to get around in, and the defendant agreed to purchase a car in his name, but it was your car.
Yes, it was.
The agreement was that you were to make all the payments, you were to pay for the insurance, and then there came a point when the defendant took back the car.
Yes.
And you want everything that you put into the car, in addition
Yes.
to the monthly payments. You want the insurance and also some improvements that you made on the car.
Yes.
The defendant says that he was forced by circumstances to take your name off of the insurance, and therefore he had to repossess the car. And aside from the fact that you were really just sort of leasing the car from him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
When was this car purchased?
On August 22nd of 2000.
And did you have to put any money down?
Yes, I did. I had to put $800 down.
Now, Mr. Randall, so far is that correct?
That's correct, sir, Your Honor. And we jointly put down the deposit.
Where did the joint money come from?
Prior to us purchasing the vehicle, I had prior owned a Honda Accord. I had asked her if she knew anybody was interested in buying the car. Then she came back to me and said her father was interested in buying the Honda from me. I was asking $1,000. I said, I at least got to have $800 for the vehicle. She said, well, would you take $500 down and I'll pay you the rest? I never received the balance of the car.
Your problem, Mr. Randall, however, is that you don't have a counterclaim, because even according to what you tell me, there was no agreement that this $800 that she put down on the new truck, some of it would be your money and some of it would be her money.
I understand.
Good. So she put down the $800 as a down payment for the car. And what were the monthly payments on the car?
They were every 2 weeks I paid $155 on
And you made how many payments?
4 of them.
And how much for insurance?
I gave him $100 for insurance.
When did you put the stereo in?
I put the stereo in 2 weeks after I had the truck. I had purchased the stereo from a friend of mine, $80 for the stereo, and I had to pay him $40 to put it in.
Now, Mr. Randall.
Yes, ma'am.
You took the truck back from her. Tell me why.
Well, after the accident...
What accident?
She opened the door, and my truck accidentally hit hers.
When was this accident?
I have police report on it.
Just a second. When was the accident, Mr. Randall?
I think it was in...
What was the date?
September 5th.
Tell me what happened.
One of her apparent alleged boyfriends that she initially sold my Honda to, not her father, but to this gentleman. He was trying to find out where she had taken the car that she allegedly sold him. That's where the $500 came from that she gave me for the car. It's from him. She never transferred the title over to him, and she was selling the car again to someone else.
Because he didn't give me no money. Okay.
So I found out where the car was, the truck was that she was driving, because it was legally mine. You know, I have the...
I'm talking about the accident in September, sir.
Okay, that's what I'm getting to, man.
Well, then get there.
Okay.
You found out where it was.
Found out where it was. She was running towards it. I was trying to get in it, take repossess it because...
Why were you trying to repossess it?
She was playing games with me.
What do you mean she was playing games with you?
She was lying to me about her activities while we were dating.
You were annoyed with her, so that's why you were repossessing the truck. It was not for any other reason.
Right.
Okay, so you were trying to not repossess it, you were trying to get it back.
Exactly.
And what did you do?
Me and her other boyfriend, we drove up, and I was trying to get the truck from her. Tried to pull around her. She opened the door up, and my truck at the time, hit her door and pushed it in. We had I guess she was kind of scared because we were...
Fighting?
Arguing.
Okay, so you hit her car?
Not intentionally, I didn't.
You hit her car?
Oh, yeah. I hit my vehicle, my vehicle.
Cute. You hit her car?
it was my car,
No,
Your
it was
Honor.
titled in you, but that was not your agreement. Your agreement was it was going to be her car as long as she paid for
As
it.
long as she paid on it, she can drive it. But I did receive some notice of late payments.
That's not why you went. That's not why
I went there.
All right. Now, you say that you repossessed this car a month later in October. Why?
Well, after that incident, my insurance company made me sign off on her. She was never on my insurance at all. As long as I let her drive it, she was allowed to drive it. But once her MVR came back, they told me that she was not allowed to drive the truck anymore.
Once her what came back?
Her MVR, her driving record.
Yes.
Once they came back, they told me that she was not allowed to drive it. Also, she
What was
wasn't
wrong with her driving record?
They just told me that she wasn't allowed to drive it.
Just a second. What's wrong with your driving record?
Nothing. I have 2 points. I was a delivery driver at Domino's. If anything would have been wrong with my driving record, they would not have hired me.
Well,
What do you mean you have 2 points? What does that mean?
A speeding ticket.
One speeding ticket?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it possible, Mr. Randall, that you just decided that you weren't going to give her permission to drive the car anymore?
No, it was not my...
Show me the letter from the insurance
I
company.
have it right here.
I'd like to see it.
This is the one stating from my car where she's disallowed and
And I want to
anything.
see the letter from the insurance company that says she's got to be taken off the insurance.
Okay, that's the letter from the insurance.
Well,
Here's
just-
my leasing agreement.
Would you just show me what I asked you to show me? Doesn't say anything.
No, it
Just says her
says-
name
Right.
and your name.
If she would have hit someone, I would have been liable because they told me she wasn't allowed to drive it.
No, they don't tell you those things, sir. They write you a letter.
And
That's what they do.
that
They write you a letter because all this says is that both of you are okay to drive the car.
I'm sorry, I didn't bring enough the documents, Your Honor.
Well, that's your defense. Your defense is that you took back this car because the insurance company advised you that she was no longer able to drive the car.
Exactly.
Now, that they send you in writing. They don't send it to you by carrier pigeon. They send it to you in writing. This doesn't say why
No, it
she was
doesn't.
taken off.
It doesn't state that.
You could have said to them, look, I don't want to be responsible for her anymore.
Well, she
That
never,
might have been, because this wasn't an accident. Now let me see the police report.
but she was never. If I told her she wasn't allowed to drive it, then she's not allowed to drive it.
Absolutely right. No, that I agree with you, sir.
Okay.
We don't have an issue
have
about that. You may have said
pictures
to
too,
her,
Your Honor.
shh. You may have said to her, I don't want you to drive the car anymore, and I'm taking you off the insurance. And therefore, I will be liable if you get into an accident, so I am taking back the car.
Exactly.
Is that right?
That's
But
right.
that breached your agreement with her unless there was some reason. She didn't hit you, you hit her, because you were angry. You hit her.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Dana Tice says ex-boyfriend Dwayne Randall illegally repossessed her SUV. Dwayne says Dana was cheating on him.
You were angry because she was probably two-timing you, probably pulled some scam with your car. That's all very possible. But you hit her, and then you said, I'm not going to give her permission to drive the truck anymore. Now I have to take it back. So my question to you is, she put some money into this truck.
She used everything that she paid into it.
What did you do with the truck, sir,
After
after you repossessed it?
they voluntarily repossessed, I turned it back over to the leasing place.
Did you get any money for it?
No, ma'am. What I did is I had to replace the radio that she claims that was in it, that she took the faceplate off of it.
Right.
But there was a radio in it when she took it. She replaced a radio that was belonged to in the vehicle anyway.
So you had to put in a different radio.
Yes, I have the receipt for that.
And show me proof that you turned it back into the finance company.
Your Honor.
You have it?
No, I have the proof of the original application, though, that we filled out. This is showing that he had got the truck. I was on here, and the truck was my vehicle. I was the one driving it.
Yeah, I understand that.
She was.
I understand that you would to drive the truck.
Her name was not on this lease, Your Honor.
No, I understand that.
Only thing that is she's allowed
Her
to
credit
drive it.
didn't pass, so she had to use your credit. But that doesn't mean, sir, that you really had the right to breach your agreement because you were angry over a social situation. That also doesn't mean, Ms. Tice, that you get back all the money that you put into the truck. Because you...
I
What?
barely had the truck because he wrecked it and it was in the shop, and then he took it from me. He showed up so many times
Should
unexpectedly.
have been more careful about what you did. Should have waited until your credit got better. What was wrong with your credit? How did your credit
I
get
had
so
got a
messed
car
up?
repossessed.
Now you have 2 cars repossessed.
Actually, 3.
Was it 3 cars you had repossessed?
No, it's 2.
Maybe it could have been 3?
That was the third one.
So now it was 3. So you had 2 cars repossessed before.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. The only thing you have to give her back, Mr. Randall, listen to me, is you have to give her back her down payment on this car, which was $800. She paid you $100 for insurance. Well, she's got to pay some insurance, and she made 2 months' worth of payments. You had the car for 2 months. You had the truck for 2 months. You used it for 2 months?
No, I didn't, Your Honor. It was in the shop. He wrecked it. And I paid ahead of time before he took it. He took it on October 17th, and I had made a payment for the 30th. So he would not have a reason to take the truck from me.
Shouldn't have done it. What I'm telling you is you had a brief relationship with him. You're giving him your money. It's in his name.
Right.
Something happens with that relationship. You get involved with somebody else.
We wasn't together like that anyway.
Well, if you weren't together like that anyway, Miss Tice, then you don't do stupid things.
Right.
By giving somebody money and saying, I'm going to rely on your goodwill, that we're still going to be friends 3 years from now when this truck is paid off, and then you'll put it back in my name. I mean, that was really your agreement.
Right.
Right?
Your Honor.
What?
I did have the paperwork for the radio that I had to replace, which I tried to get a faceplate for that she claims that was missing.
That I paid for the radio and he
but
took
I
it.
took the radio, the place took the radio out. There was no serial numbers on it. It was all scratched off.
Mr. Randall, let me tell you why you're getting off easy, sir. Because she did a foolish thing allowing this truck to be in your name. I don't know what other shenanigans she was involved with the other car that she sold to father, to friend, to boyfriend, that she never gave it to him. She was going to sell it to somebody else. She sounds like she's a wheeler dealer herself. However, you caused the problem, sir. You had the accident. And it was an accident that would not have happened but for the fact that you were angry. You were in your truck with a boyfriend of hers, looking for her, looking for trouble. And you found it. And as a result of that, your truck may have gotten damaged. The truck that she was driving clearly was damaged because she had a hot head. So I don't care if you had to replace a radio or a faceplate. It's meaningless to me. You're getting off easy. But you have to give her back her down payment, which was $800. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I thought we had a future.
I always told him I could never be with him, and he never understood that.
How they say, good guys always finish last.
He was crazy. He tried to stalk me all the time.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Fortner versus Reason. Step forward, please.
20-year-old hotel receptionist Sina Fortner is suing her ex-boyfriend, 23-year-old massage therapist Josh Reason, for unpaid credit card charges.
Miss Fortner, according to your complaint, the defendant's former boyfriend of yours, you did the one act of foolishness that you probably know that I disapprove of, which is you gave him a credit card. You broke up. You claimed that there is an extensive balance on this credit card, and all those charges are his. The defendant seems to indicate that the charges on the credit card are not his, but yours, and there was sort of an arrangement, is what I get from you, sir, that he paid the rent and the other bills in the house, and the Discover card was yours. Is that your defense?
Yes.
Try to keep a straight face when you say that. When did you live together? From when to when?
Probably from June to about October.
And when did you give him this credit card?
In June.
Why?
Because he was my boyfriend. We had been childhood neighbors and everything. He needed credit to build up so he could get a car loan.
Did you ever charge anything on the credit card?
Yeah, I charged, what was it, car loan, basically. I paid off my car loan because my car got impounded and
So you did use the credit card?
I did for that. And I had bought some household items. I have something for you highlighting his charges and separating mine.
Well, then let me see the charges. Let's take a look.
I have my own copy.
Everybody wants to come up here today.
Beds and rooms, $36.
It's for a bed frame that he has.
So that's yours?
It was hers. I just put it up because we were sleeping on the bed.
Well, who has it now?
I do.
Yes.
You do?
Yes, Your Honor.
So you pay for it, right? Applebee's, that's a restaurant. Benihana in Fort Lauderdale, that's a restaurant.
Yes.
I mean, are you charging him for all the restaurant bills that you went out?
I put plenty of things on my credit cards as well.
What you're saying is sometimes you paid and sometimes he paid. You didn't expect me to figure out who paid for what dinner.
Exactly.
Rental car, $582.
That was for a trip that we went. We went to the Bahamas and Florida for our birthdays. I paid for the trip and for the flight tickets. He had to buy the car because I didn't have a license and so forth, and he wanted to anyways because...
You paid for the tickets?
$3,000 just about for the trip.
Did
Yes,
he give you any part of that?
No.
Is that right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what about this car rental?
I had no idea about the car rental.
What do you mean you had no idea about it? Who
Your
rented
Honor?
the car?
I did.
So what do you mean you had no idea about it?
I had no idea that we needed to rent a car when we got there. She told me that everything was going to be paid for.
What happened when you got there?
It was a surprise to me.
It was kind of unforeseen. They told me that the car rental was taken care of, and apparently only a portion of the car rental was taken care of. So then he took care of the other portion because I was already paying so much for the trip.
I didn't have any other choice. We were
No,
stuck.
you had another choice. You had another choice. She could have rented a car and you could have walked.
It's true. Very true.
All right. Vaughn's, $180.
Groceries.
For the two of you?
Yes.
And then there's another one for Vaughn's.
Yes. I've also bought groceries too in the past, though.
I understand.
Mostly with cash, though.
Did you send her flowers, sir, from Angela's?
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's your bill.
Yeah,
You didn't expect her to
definitely,
pay for her own flowers.
No, Your Honor.
Good Guys. What's Good Guys?
That's some speaker wire he bought for his little surround sound deal.
Fred's Tire Man.
Parts and
Parts
somewhat?
for her car.
For my car?
You sure that was parts for her car?
Yes, it was a ball bearing for the undercarriage of the car.
A ball bearing costs how much?
Whatever it was.
$82 for a ball bearing?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that one.
Olive Garden Restaurant, and there's another cafe.
Mm-hmm.
There are some small charges. I'm looking at the big ones here because I'm
Okay.
not going into who's watched a movie that you rented from Blockbuster. Okay, there's the Sheraton Hotel Suites, $233.46.
That was when we were in Florida. Apparently the last night wasn't paid for because we came back from the Bahamas and we had to spend another night there. We got room service too.
And you
because
both
we got in
stayed
late.
there, is that right?
Yeah.
Well, so it's fair to charge him for half.
Okay, whatever.
All right. Don't do this again. It's really irritating.
No, I'm not going to, believe me.
Good. Very good. Mr. Reason, you said you paid all the other bills in the house. Is that true?
Yes, Your Honor.
Like the rent?
Yes, Your Honor.
It's not
Is that
true.
correct?
No, it's not.
Well, tell me about that.
No, we both paid rent, we both paid for groceries, we both paid, it was, I mean, he
Talk
paid
about
for
just the rent.
Okay, for the rent, sometimes I buy him things and he'd say he'd pay me back. I said, just take it out of my rent money. So then at the end of the month when the rent money came, basically I wasn't giving him a whole lot because he'd already spent my rent money.
How did you keep a list?
Well, I didn't buy him a lot of things, but when I did, I kept notes. I'm a
see.
very organized person. I don't keep
Well,
notes
that's
that long.
important
I mean,
because if he was paying for the rent, then I can understand
No, he
an
wasn't paying
arrangement
for all the
where
rent.
if you went out for dinner,
no, he wasn't paying for all the rent. Not at
well,
all.
he was. If you bought him a few things and said take it off the rent, then he's paying for the rent. What was the rent?
$800.
A month.
Plus utilities. Yes.
I still put in money at the end of the month. I just didn't put in my full half or whatever.
Okay.
Because
so he
I
was paying
bought-
most of it.
Okay, I bought him things in order to pay that off, and he knew that.
Like what?
I'd really rather not get into that.
Fine.
Just things.
Okay. $810.32.
I added up closer to $2,000 actually.
I know you did. But that's all.
Did you add the interest?
No. Since when?
Since June. July statement. I put it on the very last page. I put a breakdown of everything.
Well, but that's interest on this whole $2,000 that you think I don't think he owes you $2,000. I think he owes you $810.32. It's about $860.32 with interest. Judgment for the plaintiff in that amount. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Mrs. Sadler, parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Young lady, have a seat, please.
Miss Bryant, you and your boyfriend went to pick up your boyfriend's children. The defendant is the mother of his children. It is your claim that while you were there, the defendant assaulted you.
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant says there was an altercation, but you should have stayed home, right?
Yes,
That
ma'am.
seems to be your defense. How many children do you have?
I have 4 children, 2 with him.
With him, the boyfriend.
Yes.
How old are they?
They're 9 and 7.
And he has visitation?
Whenever he comes to pick them up, I allow him to see them because
He-
they don't see him that often.
He gives you notice?
He'll call and say that he's coming to pick up the kids, but since he's been with the plaintiff, he hasn't really spent much time with them. I guess she feels that they're
Don't
getting
tell me
in
what
the way.
you guess.
Okay.
So he did call you to tell you he was coming to pick up
Right.
the children.
On this particular day, he called me and told me that.
That's what I asked you. What date did this happen?
On September 8th.
Okay. And how long have you been with the boyfriend?
Over 2 years.
Do you two ladies get along?
No, on Father's Day, prior to the incident, we had an argument over the phone.
What kind of an argument?
She told me that she didn't appreciate a message that I left him on her phone. And she said that she didn't want me calling her house anymore. We wound up saying a lot of nasty words over the phone, and I asked her to not come to my house anymore. She said, don't call my house. She blocked her number out from us calling there.
So you had words on the phone on Father's Day?
No, ma'am. No, we did not.
Are you telling me that you never had a discussion with her on the phone around Father's Day in June?
No, ma'am.
Never had a discussion with her?
No, I have talked to her, but I'm saying I don't think it was on Father's Day.
Ms. Bryant, did you or did you not have an unpleasant conversation with the defendant at any time before this incident?
Yes, I have talked.
That's what I didn't say I talked to her. You had an unpleasant conversation.
Yes.
And you blocked your phone so that neither she nor her children could call their father. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, but they can call because he have his cell phone, and that's how they
He
call
just told them
him.
last week not to call the cell phone because it's your phone and you don't want them
Ms.
calling
Tadler,
there.
don't interrupt her either. So then my first question to you, Ms. Bryant, is on September 8th, why did you go to the house with the boyfriend to pick up the children?
We always went over there, and it was never a problem, us going over there to pick up the kids, and he always called ahead of
When
time.
before September 8th had you gone to pick up the children?
I don't know the exact date before September 8th.
In August?
He didn't see him.
Shh. In August?
We was always
Just
going.
answer my question.
I'm not sure if it was in August or not, but we go
Well-
over there like every week or two to see him, or pick up the kids from school, take them home.
You're not paying attention to me, madam. When was the last time before September the 8th that you went with the boyfriend to her house to pick up the children?
I don't recall that date. I can't tell you exactly that date.
Do you remember?
I remember on Father's Day us having the argument and them not seeing their dad for 4 months after that.
Now, what prompted you to go to the house on September 8th?
Like I say, we always went over there.
You
and
didn't.
on September 8th, we went over there to pick up the kids. He had made arrangements with her. He called her.
Why did you go? I'm not asking why he went. I'm asking why did you go?
I didn't think it was a problem. I mean, I never have a problem with her.
Well, you did
know.
have. You had an unpleasant telephone conversation with her.
And
Well,
she blocked us out
was
from
it.
calling her.
That's because she was calling me and harassing me.
So that you had...
I never
Good,
harassed you.
good. She was calling you and harassing you. And harassing you sufficiently so that you blocked her number before September 8th.
I blocked her number after September 8th. After we got into it, that's when I blocked her number out.
Not before?
No, ma'am.
Did she start harassing you after Father's Day?
No, after September 8th.
I'm not talking about September 8th. I'm talking about between June and September. She didn't bother you at all. There were no phone conversations that bothered you. There was no harassment.
No, ma'am.
Nothing.
No, ma'am.
So on what date did you block the phone?
I don't know exactly. Well, after September 8th.
When did she block the phone?
She blocked the number out on Father's Day. It was shortly after Father's Day. And I went over there, and me and him had an argument. And I asked him, why did he allow her to control his relationship with his kids? He was like, get away from here because she in the house and she gonna call the police if you don't leave. So I was like, okay, well.
So, Miss Bryant, you had absolutely no business being at the house that day while your boyfriend was picking up his children. That was a ridiculous thing to do. All right, now tell me what happened when you got there on September the 8th.
Okay, on September 8th, like I said, he had called. We went over to the house. I stayed in the car. I didn't say anything to nobody. She was up on her porch sitting down. The kids came. He walked up to get the kids, so they started coming to the car, and then she walked over to the car, and she reached in the car. She seen me, and she was like, you know, cursing me and said, you know, why did you come over here, this and that. But I said, Rashima, I said, don't worry about it. I said, I won't come over here no more. This is it. She reached in the car. I didn't get out or anything. She reached in the car, and she hit me.
How
and
did she
she
hit you?
proceeded, she balled her fist up and swung in the car and hit me.
Where did she hit you?
In my eye, and I had a black eye from that.
Okay.
So she proceeded to come in the car, and I jumped out to defend myself.
James told you to whip my...
Listen to me. Don't interrupt her. Why did you jump out of the car?
She proceeded to come in the car to fight me.
How did she get in the car?
Through the door. The window was
up.
cracked. The window was cracked. That's how
And
she
I punched
reached in.
through a cracked
Miss
window.
Sadler, what word didn't you understand? Don't interrupt her.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Janelle Bryan says her boyfriend's ex-girlfriend, Rashima Sadler, assaulted her and then vandalized her car.
Okay. The window was open a crack, and you say she put her hand in and she balled up her fist and she punched you in the eye.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you said you got out of the car. Why did you get out of the car?
She wanted to still fight me. I didn't have a chance to even roll up the window. So I jumped out. It took
No.
myself.
Yep. Sit down. Sit down. She punched you.
Yes, ma'am.
Then you said she got into the car. My question is...
No, I did not say she didn't get in the car. I said she proceeded to come in the car, so I got out.
How did she come in the car?
She was getting ready to open the door. I didn't even get a chance to even roll my window up. The door was unlocked because the kids was getting ready to get in.
10 steps ahead of you. She punched you and you got out of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what happened when you got out of the car?
We was fighting, and
when you say fighting, were you fighting physically or verbally?
It was physically.
So you get out of the car, and do you hit her or does she hit you?
I got out and I hit her to
Where
defend
did you
myself.
hit her? Where did you hit her?
I'm not sure. We just...
And then you fought?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what kind of injuries did you sustain?
Well, I had scars all on my face. I had a gash in my arm. I had a black eye, and I was bleeding a lot.
Okay. Do you have photographs of your injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to see them. According to your testimony, you say that as you were pulling away, she threw something at the car, causing damage.
She threw 3 bottles at us. She had some bottles, like liquor bottles. It missed us and hit my car instead.
All right. Now, you may step up. So you see the old boyfriend pulling up in the car, and he's with his new girlfriend. Pick it up from there.
Well, when I went out to the car to put their bags in the car, that's when I saw her and I asked him, what is she doing over here? Because she had blocked my number out. And we made an agreement then. She was like, don't call here anymore. And I said, and don't you come to my house anymore. So when I saw her in the car, I asked him what she was doing. He was like, don't start that. And she started laughing. And she was like, oh, you won't have to worry about me coming to your raggedy house anymore. And that's when the fight began.
Just a minute, but you punched her?
Yes.
Good. See, you tell the truth, it makes it easy. You had no right to punch her. So you are responsible for that injury to her. Then she got out of the car, and then you had a fight. So all the other injuries that you had was a result of a fight. You could have stayed in your car. You could have told the boyfriend to pull away. Why didn't he just pull away?
He told her to whoop my... And then he told me after the fight was...
That's a lie.
Then he told me after the fight was over that y'all was going to fight anyway, because I asked him why he bring her over. And
How many children does this winner have?
He... 5. And we've been broke up for 6 years.
So he has 5 children. Have any with you?
No, ma'am.
She's no threat to me.
I'm asking some questions. Don't volunteer any information. What kind of work does he do?
He actually works at a restaurant. He's a cook.
And none of his children live with him?
No, ma'am.
How many different mothers does he have children with?
3.
And how old is he?
He's 35.
37.
And he supports all of his children?
Yes, ma'am.
From being a cook?
Yes, ma'am.
They must live lavishly. How much do you get in child support from him?
He gave me $130 last month. He's supposed to pay $283.
For the 2 children a month?
$283 a month, and you split that every 2 weeks.
Well, I've only got
Just a second. On $283 a month, you don't feed a good-sized pet.
He does a lot for those kids. She is an unfit parent and doesn't do anything for them.
And that's what she told me on Father's Day.
Just a second.
She has no kids.
He sounds like a genius. Sounds like a genius, bringing you to her house when you don't get along to put his children in a position where they're going to see an altercation that exists between their mother and the girlfriend. So he's no genius, and he's no genius who can't keep his pants up. All right, Miss Sadler, this is not a very difficult case. You are responsible for her black eye. You understand that?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that you threw something at the car, is that right?
Yes. And I have a report that she wrote, and it says that the damages to her car costed $100.
Ma'am, I have the police report here, and I also have my estimate, so I don't know where $100 came in at. And
I don't know where $100 came in anyway. You shouldn't have
And
been
she
there. Take
also-
care of the car yourself. And I think that she has to pay something for striking you in the face. She's not going to pay you thousands of dollars like you want because you put yourself in this situation. You should not have been there. You placed these children, who I assume were outside and witnessing this whole thing, in extreme emotional distress because you were flexing your muscles as the girlfriend. You said, she's not going to tell me what to do. I'm going to go with the boyfriend and pick up the kids. So you put yourself in harm's way. Putting yourself in harm's way, you're going to have to suffer with the black eye and a judgment to this court for $250. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
I'm sorry she feels that I'm a bad mother.
She is an unfit parent.
I think she's a very bad girlfriend.
She's been jealous of me since day one.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Hellstrom versus Kolpak, step forward, please.
24-year-old administrative assistant Jennifer Hellstrom is suing her former boss, 30-year-old restaurant manager Stanley Kolpak, for money owed on a car and for an unpaid loan.
Miss Hellstrom, how do you know the defendant?
Well, I was working at a restaurant, and the company brought him up as a special manager to try to get our restaurant doing better service.
And I assume from your complaint you became friendly with
Yeah,
him
became very
and
friendly.
with his wife? Were you friendly with his wife as well?
Not at first.
But became friendly with both?
After a certain amount of time.
According to your complaint, you made a loan to the defendant of $450 at some point. And
Actually,
then later
it was $480.
$480.
Yes.
And then later, you sold him a car, partially paid you for the car, did not pay the rest.
Correct.
So first tell me about the loan.
He had a problem at work, and he wrote some checks to the restaurant we were at, and they ended up bouncing. And so he was terminated for that fact. And
That's not true.
Shh, just let her finish. You'll tell me in a minute your version of these events. Go ahead.
I had a talk with Stan. He told me that the check he wrote to the restaurant had bounced and that he couldn't cover it, and he asked if he could borrow the money to pay off the checks.
Did you give him a check or cash?
I gave him cash.
And when did you sell him your car?
I actually sold him the car, was sold to him on 6/12 of 2000.
Why would you sell him a car when you knew he didn't have $480 to keep himself out of trouble?
Well, I sold him the car because when he came up, he was brought up from Texas, so he was going to have to go back down there. He had no means to get back down there. So I made up a contract, I had him notarized, and he was only supposed to pay $100 per month. And I felt that once he got back down there, he'd get his original job back, which was a high-paying job, that he'd be able to at least make $100 payments per month.
What was the purchase price of the car?
Purchase price was $1,500.
What kind of car was it?
It was an '88 Thunderbird.
Did you keep the title in your name?
Yes, actually, I'd given him the title, and he was supposed to put me on as the lien holder, but the title should still be in my name.
Well, who has the title?
He now has the title.
I do.
Is the title still in her name?
It is.
And how much of the $1,500 did he pay you?
He's paid me $650.
When did he stop making payments?
Well, actually, I have a list here of each of the payments he's made per month and what the balance was afterwards. Okay.
So the last payment he sent you was in September?
Yes, he sent me $50 in September.
Did he pay you anything back of the $480 loan?
No, I've never received anything from that. Actually, the last email I got back from them, I asked when I was going to receive any of that $480, and basically they just said that, or actually it was from Amber. She just said, I have no idea when we're going to be able to make payments on that because he had other pending suits against him.
Okay. Mr. Kolpak, I'm ready to hear from you, sir.
Okay. In June of 2000, I was a restaurant manager. She was my assistant. She had an opportunity. She got some money from her uncle or something and needed to buy a car. She told me that she would sell me the other car, the Thunderbird, for $100 a month. Things happened. I left that company. She told me via email early on when I got to Texas that it was okay, that I could just pay whatever, whenever. There wasn't no big hurry on it because her whole life was together and everything was doing fine. I made sporadic payments from here, every now and then until I had an opportunity to sell the car to an individual that works for me now. At which point she told my wife via email, no, you can't sell it. So I said, okay, then come get the car, you can have it back. She said, no, I don't want the car back. She exchanged nasty emails with my wife. I finally intervened. I said, either come get the car or let me sell it or take my payments. Very next thing I know, I got the lawsuit.
By the way, you didn't mention anything about this $480.
She did loan me $480, which I paid her back. As you've already pointed out, why in the world would she loan me money?
Don't ask me questions. My job is to ask
She
questions.
loaned me money overnight. I paid her back the next day, period.
Your Honor, I have an email right here that is in September 27th. It says he still owes me the $480, and then as soon as he paid off his hot checks, he would send me the $480 back.
Show this to the defendant.
I don't know what that is.
It's an email, sir. It's an
Also,
email
I understand that.
it's an email that says, I'm speaking. It's an email, and it clearly says it's for the $480 goes, I mistakenly thought I told you that I was going to pay off my hot checks first and my tickets. Apparently, that's not what I said after all. In any event, I will send $100 additionally every payday, seeing how you're having such a hard time of it yourself. Well, that's in September, sir. You just told me that you paid her back the next day, which would have been in June.
I didn't send that email.
No? Interesting.
I have a few other emails from them that state that they still owe me the loan that are more recent.
Can I see them?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It says here, no offense here, but I thought your car was paid off. You still have the red car. I was told that before we left Omaha that you had paid off the car in full with some money that your grandmother had put in your bank account. Never mind, it's none of my business anyway. That's not the sort of thing she would write to herself. Look, I can understand why she would not sign the title over to you, given the fact that you had not made payments on this $480 loan, nor had you kept up to the agreement that you had with her to send her $100 a month for the car. So she says, if I sign the title over to you, you sell the car and I never get my money. This way, at least I have something to hold on to. It's not her fault, it's your fault. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,430. Thank you.
Parties are excused. You may step out. Spruill. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated. Folks, have seats.
Ms. Bowden, according to your complaint, you were planning your wedding.
Yes.
Very elegant affair. You wanted to wear your hair up. You needed some hair extensions to give it a little fullness.
Correct.
The defendant had recently opened a salon in the building where you work. You went to her. She did a hair weave. You say she destroyed your hair. You want all your money back, plus a lot of pain and suffering and aggravation, etc.
Yes.
The defendant says you left her salon happy, and she is counterclaiming for money that she says that you owe her for the balance of the work that she did. Did you have any recommendations?
Basically, she moved into the office downstairs, and she was talking to a coworker of mine about hair fusion, and she said she would do a wonderful job, that it would look very natural, and that it was very easy to remove. So then I contacted her a couple days later about it. She said it would cost $500 plus the cost of hair, and that I would have to buy the hair and the wax that comes with it. So I said that sounded great, and she picked up $100 in cash to go buy the hair and the hot wax with, and everything was fine. She showed me the hair, and then she showed me the wax, and the wax was black.
Your Honor, that's not true.
Just a minute. Let her finish.
It was in a brown package. It said brown, but the color was actually black. It was way too dark for my hair. And then we began the process. She said it wouldn't look obvious.
Well, if the wax looked black, why did you let her? And you thought you were going to see it. Why did you let her continue?
She told me it would not be visible at all. It would blend in fine.
Just a minute.
That it would blend in fine. It would not be noticeable.
Okay.
And I believed her.
You still didn't give me an answer to my question, however, that I asked you first. Did you ask for recommendations or referrals?
No, I did not.
That was a mistake.
Yes, I admit that.
Good.
We went ahead and started doing the process. It took about 8 hours that day, and you could see where my hair ended and the other hair kind of came through. It wasn't very full, so it was very obvious that I had extensions in. She said that we could fix that on Monday. We made another appointment to finish it on Monday because I had extra hair left over. That day I got home, it began falling out immediately. It was just clumps of hair.
The extensions?
Yes. Monday came around about 2:15, 15 minutes before our appointment. She had to cancel because she had another client. But no big deal. We rescheduled for Tuesday. She didn't show up. She didn't call on Tuesday. Wednesday, I called her and told her I wanted my money back and wanted a refund because I was losing the hair that was supposed to last up to 5 months. And at this point, it wasn't even going to last until April 6th for my wedding, which was the whole point of doing this. She said she did not accept refunds. She made it sound like she was going to press charges against me if I did not pay her the remaining money, because I paid her $200 cash on Saturday. And we agreed that I would pay her rent on Monday.
Rent?
Yes, because I worked for her landlord, and that I would pay in check form her rent.
Which was how much?
$300.
So?
So we discussed that on Friday we would get back together and she would take all the fusion hair out and do a sewn-in weave. And she said, we'll do it Friday. Free of charge, just pay the extra $300 that you owe for my rent. I dropped that check off on Thursday, met Miss Sproul the morning of Friday, and she didn't know how to get the fusion out of my hair. She started with toenail clippers, clipping it out. Then she had me bring in pliers that were old pliers that I had around the house that she used to clip it out. And then she took a hot curling iron and tried to melt it out of my hair. You know, and at that point, I didn't know what else to do, because she's melting stuff out of my hair.
How about getting up and walking out?
I know. I have half a head of hair, some melted out, melted pieces in my hair. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go in public.
Not the only salon in town.
I know.
Go ahead.
She finished doing that. Then
so
she's
she got all the extensions out?
No. No. There's maybe 5 or 10 out at this point, and mostly in the back. She didn't buy any remover, so we went to the store and bought remover.
What's remover?
It's an acetone-based remover that's used to remove extensions that she had said was very easy to use.
Was this all done on Friday?
Yes.
So after the toenail clippers and the scissors and the pliers, you went and got, and the curling iron, then you went and got the acetone remover, so the acetone remover was the last thing you went and got? Go ahead.
So she dabbed it on a little bit on one of the extensions, and it got hard. And I know now that that's what it's supposed to do. I didn't know how to use the remover, and apparently, I mean, she didn't really know what to do with it, so she called 2 hairstylists while I was sitting there to see if they knew. She didn't get in touch with anybody. Nobody really had an answer for her. So she said, well, why don't we just go ahead and put the weave on top of the fusion. I'll braid the weave in on the top, and the fusion will eventually fall out on its own. And at this point, you know, my hair, I peaked, and I have wax just
So what did
sticking
you
up.
say?
I said, go for it. At this point, I know, but at this point, I didn't really have any options, and she was already this. I know, but she was already this far. I needed something to cover my head up.
A kerchief. I don't know if they use
But
that
I was
word
very
anymore.
scared, too.
Scarf.
I mean, there was nobody in that building, Your Honor. There was nobody in the building.
So?
But I was scared.
What city do you live?
Raleigh, North Carolina.
That's a big city.
Yes.
There are lots of salons.
I know.
All right, so you let her complete this weave.
Yes.
Some over the other extensions, some without the other extensions, and then what happened?
Basically, she turned me around, and it looked like I had a giant helmet on my head. It was about this high up, and it just was huge. And she used 2 packs of hair, and later on I found out that 1 pack of hair is standard. And I have pictures.
I'd like to see the pictures.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Kelly Bowden says hairstylist T. Spruill did a terrible job on her hair weave. Kelly says the procedure damaged her natural hair.
Now everything is okay, because now her hair looks fine, so don't get upset, Miss Bowden. Please be quiet.
No, it's not fine.
Well, it looks fine.
At all, yeah. I also have the hair with me that she took out.
You finally had it removed by another salon, I assume. Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. Let me hear.
Okay. I left one shop that I had been there for a total of 8 years. And I moved out of the salon and tried to start my own business.
Get to the plaintiff.
I was talking to Jenny, the lady that works upstairs with Kelly and I was going to do her hair. And Kelly came in and overheard the conversation, and she wanted me to do her hair.
I got there. The pictures look terrible, Miss Spruill. The pictures look really awful.
Okay.
The wax, clearly. I mean, I don't know why anybody would want to go through that torture for 8 hours. I can't
Again.
sit still for 2 minutes. The wax is clearly not the right color. Her hair is light. This wax is black. It clearly wasn't right, didn't look right. She says that the extensions fell out, which I'm sure they clearly did fall out because she came back to you and said, do something else. She says that you didn't know how to get the wax out because you tried many different techniques of getting the wax out. I want you to address those things. Okay. A, let's go to the fact that the wax was the wrong color.
Okay, first of all, when I went to the store to get the wax for Kelly's hair, there were 3 different colors, which was black, brown, and blonde. I picked the brown out. That was not black wax.
But it looks black.
It probably looks black, but it definitely wasn't. It was brown.
Whether it looked or whether it said brown, whether it said black, whether it said chartreuse, it was the wrong color for her.
Okay, all right.
I mean, is there any question in your mind that it was the wrong color? It looks like a totally different color than her hair color.
Okay.
I mean, you want to see the pictures?
No, I don't.
So you saw them already. So how do you justify that?
All I can tell you, it was brown. That's what I read on the pack. It was brown.
That's not her fault. That's your fault. You're the expert. And once you put in one and you look at it and you see that it's the wrong color, then you stop immediately. You stop. You say, I don't know, this says brown, but it's clearly not your shade of brown, and it's not right, so we're going to stop now.
I couldn't give her jet black, and I couldn't give her blonde.
Then do nothing. Then you'd give her the wrong color? I mean, on that alone, you lose. That's not an excuse.
Well, as I was putting it on, I asked Kelly, I would even stop in between and ask Kelly how did she like it. I would, let her see the mirrors.
She's not supposed to be the expert. You're supposed to be the expert.
Okay.
You're working on her hair for 8 hours. You see, you're putting in a color that looks black. She has medium brown hair. You say, just a minute. Either this is mismarked, or maybe there's another company that makes another wax that's a different color. But I'm not going to continue for 8 hours and put in the wrong color. Ridiculous. So I don't have to hear anything else. You don't get any money on your counterclaim. Nothing. Your actions precipitated this whole problem. You're the expert. She comes to you because you said to her, I'm going to do a great job. She wants her money back, $660. She also wants $3,999 for aggravation. Now, anything over the $660, madam, goes to your stupidity in not checking somebody's references that just moved into a building. You didn't do that. You were a dissatisfied customer.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to pay for the service because you did the wrong thing.
Right.
But it's not a windfall. Judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $660, which is what you spent. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
We had been through a week of this, and I just figured I would ride it out and then get it fixed.
She was very satisfied each time that she got up out my chair. She was satisfied.
I'm just not a confrontational person, and I was scared.
The $600, I'm trying to figure out where she got her receipts, and she owes me $300.
I'm never getting this done again, ever.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Montijo versus Osip, step forward, please.
21-year-old receptionist Colleen Montijo is suing her former roommate, 22-year-old homemaker Florence Osip, for unpaid rent, the return of personal belongings, and damage to the apartment caused by Florence's husband.
Miss Montijo, you and the defendant signed a lease together for an apartment. I believe it was a 6-month lease. Is that right?
Yes.
According to your complaint, shortly after the two of you moved in together, the defendant's husband moved in with you. He caused some damage to the apartment. He caused some damage to the defendant, physically. She left, and it is your claim that she owes you for rent. I believe that there were 3 months left on the lease, and that she also took some property from the apartment. The defendant says she really had to move out. She thought the rent issue had been resolved. She resolved that with the landlord, and that she acknowledges that her husband did some damage to the apartment, but her security deposit should cover that, and that she took nothing from the apartment. So, when did you sign this lease?
In November.
And did you know each other before you signed the lease?
Yes.
How?
We've been working together for about a year before that. We used to work at U-Haul in the corporate office, and actually her husband was living with us the whole time.
So was it the three of you who signed the lease?
No, because she had a verbal agreement with the landlord that he would not be living there.
But he was.
Yes.
What was the rent on the apartment?
$528.34.
And how many ways was that split?
2 ways.
Now tell me about why you moved out.
I moved out due to problems that were going on. Also, I was getting back with my husband.
What do you mean getting back with your husband? I thought
We
he was
had
living
been
there.
separated. He moved out in December, and in January we started talking, and I had advised Colleen in the middle of the month that I would be moving out. Also due that we had both quit our jobs in the beginning of the month, and that we weren't going to be able to make the rent. It was something I knew that was going to come up. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to make it, and which she was aware of because she also quit our job.
Okay. Now, she says that she moved out because she was getting back with her husband, and she told you about that. Is that true?
No, she left in the middle of the night. She didn't come back for like 2 days, I think it was. She showed up to gather some of her belongings. She says, "Oh, I'm moving back to Albuquerque with my grandmother. Can you find somebody else to live with you?" And I said, "What other choice do I have?" And then on Tuesday the 29th, she came to get the rest of her belongings, and it was me and my daughter. We were there. She was taking out her stuff, and I said, "So what are you doing?" And she goes, "Oh, I'm moving back to Albuquerque with my grandmother." I said, "Okay." I knew it was a lie because I knew she was back with her husband, Philip, because her mother-in-law was sitting in the parking lot, which is Linda. And later that day, I had left because I had a job interview, and when I came back, my TV, my VCR, my pager, they were all missing. There was no force of entry. The only way into the apartment was by key, which she had.
Let's stop for a second. Were you still in the apartment in February?
Yes, I'm still in the apartment.
Okay. Do you have a roommate?
No, I don't. Nobody will move in with me because they fear Philip.
Whatever. Okay.
Your Honor,
Why do you think that you are not responsible for the rent for 3 months?
Well, actually, Your Honor, I have a document from the owners of the apartment in which they've agreed to release me from the lease and let her transfer into a 1-bedroom, which will release both of us from the lease.
Let me see.
So she has no obligation to stay in the 2-bedroom apartment.
Let's see.
Which she has plainly advised him she couldn't afford the 2-bedroom, but can afford the 1-bedroom.
Just a second. Okay. I imagine this damage to the apartment is damage that you all agree that your husband did in a violent rage by making holes in the wall. Right?
Yeah.
Oy. Do you have proof that you paid the landlord $125?
I haven't paid the $125 because
then
she has not agreed to transfer to the 1-bedroom.
No. This says that as soon as you pay $125 for the damage that was done by your husband to the apartment, they will offer the plaintiff a new lease on a 1-bedroom apartment, which would reduce her rent. This says that she doesn't get that offer until you pay $125.
That's where my deposit comes in, because I had a 1-bedroom on my own. I paid a $175 deposit, which was transferred. She paid nothing when we moved into the 2-bedroom.
That's not what this says. This says you have to pay $125 before they can offer her a new apartment. So you owe her your share of the rent for 3 months. You can't just leave her high and dry and because of damage that he did to the apartment. What kind of responsible behavior is that?
They were allowing her to get a smaller place, and when she found out she can sue, she decided to stay in the 2-bedroom.
Listen to me carefully, madam. You just handed me this document. Did you read it before you gave it to me?
Yes, I have, ma'am.
Well, you didn't read it carefully. You want me to read it to you carefully?
No, that's not necessary.
Plain, simple English. Now, when you moved out of the apartment, your mother-in-law was there to assist you? The answer is yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's her TV and VCR and pager?
That I did not remove. I removed all my belongings while her and her daughter were there, and I never returned back to the residence.
You reported that these items were missing?
Yes, I did.
Can I see bills for them?
Bills. I don't have any bills because they were a gift for my birthday last year. I do have letters from my parents and my brother, who the gifts were from.
What kind of television was it?
It was a 19-inch Sanyo TV.
What about the VCR? That was also a gift?
Yes, that was from my brother.
Somebody took her property. Now,
And
whether it was you, your mother-in-law, your husband came back and took it.
He never had a key to the. I took his key from him when he moved out in December.
Then it had to be you or your mother-in-law. So you owe her $792 for your share of rent, and I'm increasing that to $1,000 to cover VCR, little television set, and a pager. Got to do the right thing. Judgment for the plaintiff, that's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out. 6 on the calendar in the matter of Newman versus Glad. Parties have been sworn in. Judge, you may be seated. Sir, have a seat, please.
Mrs. Newman.
Yes, Your Honor.
The defendants are your daughter and son-in-law, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
According to your complaint, there came a time when the three of you rented a home together.
Yes.
And something happened, and you claimed that they locked you out of the house and then proceeded to either destroy or damage your property. The defendants say that they gave you plenty of time to get your stuff out of the house, and they have a counterclaim because they say that you owe some rent, some utility bills, and also that you took some property that belonged to your daughter.
Yes.
When did you lease this house together?
October 15th of 2001.
Why?
Well, Your Honor, they needed to move from where they were living. The house was being sold. They could no longer continue to live there. They went apartment hunting. They found this house to rent. Then they asked me to move in because the rent was $2,300 a month, which they could ill afford on their own.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living at my mother's house. I didn't need to move anywhere.
Never a good idea to move in with your children if you can avoid it.
I know that now.
But you agreed, and the three of you signed a lease?
No, they signed a lease. I was never aware that there was a lease, and I moved in there sight unseen.
Did you move in with furniture?
Yes, I did.
What furniture?
Bedroom set, wall unit dresser, the microwave, my kitchen table, kitchen chairs.
Okay. What happened?
I worked that day on a Tuesday, 3 to 11 shift. Nicole called my son, Jason Newman, to give Mommy the message that we've changed the locks on the house. All her furniture is in contractor bags at the curb, and remind her that tomorrow is Wednesday, garbage day.
Had you had a fight?
We had had problems prior to that, Your Honor. I have police reports. The first incident was February 10th. As the police report states, my mother came over, that was a Sunday morning. We were going to take their son, Neil, out to breakfast. At that time, Charles said, no, the baby wasn't going with us.
That's not true.
Just a minute.
A verbal argument ensued between Charles and my mother, at which point I called the police when he laid his hands on her and he pushed her. She's 71 years old, and at that point, that's when I called 911.
Now, from February 10th to February 20th, were you living in the house?
Yes, I continued to stay at my mother's.
Okay. And on February 20th, you were advised that your furniture was outside.
Right. What I did take, Your Honor, I have pictures of the condition.
So it's mostly the clothing and your personality that you're complaining about that was damaged, is that right?
Exactly, and the kitchen table.
Well, where is the kitchen table now?
I have it, but I have the difference between what it looked like before and what it looked like after. I have more pictures also, Your Honor. That's how they just threw the stuff, you know,
Okay,
all
let me see
over.
the rest. All right, who's going to speak for you?
I will.
I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
First of all, the lease to this house is in your name, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Mine and my husband's.
What date did you move out of the house?
February 10th.
Under what circumstances?
Basically, what my mother told you, the whole thing about her and my grandmother wanted to take our son out. We used to go over to my in-laws every Sunday for dinner. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, my mother and grandmother decided that they were going to take my son shopping or wherever they decided. And I said, you know you're not going to do that. I said, you know that we go to the Glad's house every Sunday for dinner, and Charlie's not going to let you do that. They don't get along with my husband. They hate him, so they figured, well, we don't care about the Glads, so
Well,
we'll
why would you invite your mother to live with you if they hated each other?
They didn't before that. They didn't before we moved in. Everything was supposedly okay. I don't know.
Then everything was okay. So what happened between October and the beginning of February? That's not a long time.
A lot.
According to at least something that I surmised from these papers, you and your husband were not getting along.
Right. We were separated.
You were separated but
Yes.
living in the same
Yes.
house.
Different rooms, yeah.
And according at least to, I believe it was your mother in her complaint, she indicated that either one or both of you were dating other people, you were living sort of separate lives.
Yes.
Is that right? Well, that's kind of outrageous to have brought your mother into that situation where she had to tolerate that.
It wasn't, we separated when we were in the house.
I
We
understand
oh,
that.
okay.
So what? That's sort of unconscionable. You bring your mother into your house to share the rent. You and your husband aren't getting along. You separate. He's in his room. You're not talking to each other. You go out with guys. He
We
goes
were
out with
getting
girls.
along fine. It was mostly, it was over money. And
You're not getting along fine if you're living two separate lives under one roof.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Diane Newman says her daughter Nicole Glad and her son-in-law Charles Glad are responsible for damaging her property. Diane claims whatever they didn't destroy, they're holding hostage.
Did you discuss the trouble that they were having with your daughter?
Yes, Your Honor. She let me know, I would say in December at some point just before the holidays, she let me know that Charles now has a girlfriend. And she further said to me that as far as he's concerned, Charles said, I have nothing to do with you, Nicole, financially. You're on your mother. And from that point on...
It was in January. We didn't
So let's say it was January.
Okay, excuse me. And
All
from that
right.
point on, whatever her bills were, he contributed no money to her support. I bought her whatever she needed, cigarette, whatever it was.
I'm getting the picture. What I'm trying to do is to create a picture for myself. Now, what I want to know is, which one of you packed your mother's things?
My husband.
How did I know that? Wasn't that a good question to ask? How did I know that he packed the stuff like a slob?
Your Honor,
How did I know
the
that he packed this stuff like a
Most of
slob?
her stuff was already packed. It was in the basement. She never unpacked it since we
Fine.
moved
Then
in.
who threw the
That-
food in there?
I
Oh,
wasn't.
I don't know. Let me tell you something, Mr. Glad, and you too. You had no right to treat your mother's property with such disrespect. If you were a decent human being, then you rent a U-Haul and you carefully put your mother's stuff in the U-Haul and you bring
Your
it
Honor,
over to you bring it over to your grandmother's house. You don't take your mother's property that you brought to your home because you needed her to
No,
cover
we
your
didn't,
bills.
Your Honor, we would have gladly moved into a one-bedroom apartment for $800 that we could afford. It was my mother's idea for all of us to move in together.
Your Honor.
Just a second. Say, if you're grown-ups, you're married, you have a child, say, Mom, thanks very much for your offer, but
It was
we're
a
a
mistake, I
family.
agree.
We're a family, and we want to be by ourselves.
I see my mistake now.
It was definitely your mistake, madam, especially
right.
since I cannot believe that from the end of October, when you moved into December, he just got a girlfriend.
First of all, it wasn't a girlfriend.
I cannot believe that in that short 6-week period of time, he found himself a girlfriend. In any event, whatever damage that was done to her property is your responsibility. Period. Because if you didn't watch your husband pack your mother's property, somebody who interspersed her clothes and property with garbage just to be nasty. What?
On the 14th, we were advised by the landlord of the house to change the locks because my mother-in-law threatened $20,000 worth of damage to the house. Change the locks, put her stuff outside, have her come get it. We verbally agreed on a 10-day notice to move out. She would have everything out within 10 days. I then, with my wife, put everything outside the house.
And I'm telling you that that's not the right thing to do. The right thing to do is if you have a family and you've caused the problem.
We did.
You caused, yes, you did.
Okay.
Young lady, you and your husband caused the problem. Put your hand down, madam. I don't want you to say anything for a reason. You don't have to say anything else to exacerbate the situation. They could be mad at me. I have broad shoulders. They don't have to be mad at me.
Thank you.
You created the problem. He found a girlfriend. He said, I'm not giving you any more money. Don't go, just because you're back in the bedroom together doesn't mean that all these things didn't happen, madam. And it happened in a relatively short period of time. You suckered your mother into a situation, or at least he did. Maybe he had it in his mind all the time that he was going to dump you with your mother. I'm not sure. That's a possibility, because he looks like a cutie pie to me. He may have figured out all the while, I'm going to get her in there with her mother, dump her with her mother, and I'm taking off. Maybe
Except
that's what
he was opposed to this. I'm the one that said, let's go with my mother. We could get a whole entire house our son can have a backyard to run around and play with, rather than an
I am
apartment.
sure at that time that you didn't know that he had a girlfriend.
He didn't.
Trust me. Trust me.
Okay, because
Trust me. The fact that things are back on track now is very nice. We're not going there. All I'm telling you is you did the wrong thing.
I've moved my mother so many times, Your Honor. I'm tired of it. I'm sorry, but I think that she is more than able to move her own things now.
Good. So you're going to pay for it. Now, what was the damage to the property?
Okay.
Let me see.
I have an itemized list here.
Let me see. What was the last month you paid rent?
In February, instead of $11.50, Nicole came to me on the 7th of February and said to me, Charlie only has $800. He does not have $11.50. Do you want to wait until the following Thursday, which would have been the 14th, to pay the rent, or do you want to put up the money for the $350 that he's short? I have a photocopy, Your Honor. This is in Nicole's handwriting of her checkbook. That
Which was
says
stolen.
on February 8th. It wasn't stolen, Your Honor. Nicole's car was repossessed. She left her checkbook in my car because she needed a ride to get to the bank.
Ma'am, we have a police report, and her brother's a witness to her stealing it and returning it to the
My
police
brother
officer.
admitted to the police that we took it. She gave it back to the police, and then the police gave it back to us.
On what date did she take the checkbook?
February 11th, when they broke into our bedroom and stole everything else.
She didn't steal a whole lot of other stuff. She took back an engagement ring that she had given. Quiet. She took back an engagement ring that she had provided the diamond in the engagement ring. Was that the engagement ring that he gave you?
Yes.
So he gave you an engagement ring with her diamond?
No, my grandmother's.
Well, your grandmother's diamond.
Yes.
No, Your Honor.
It was the
I
stone
have
from
both
my
rings
grandmother.
right
Whatever.
here.
Yes.
That's what she stole.
She didn't. She stole the ring. Yes, I told her gladly, keep the. I don't want the diamond. I want the ring back.
Judge Judy continues in a moment.
What else?
They also took back my son's crib and dresser, because that hurt us a lot, because now my son doesn't have a crib or a dresser.
Well, you married some winner.
Thanks.
He has a child, and he can't afford to provide the child with a crib. He's a winner.
Not can't afford. My grandmother.
I just
willingly
said
went
to
and
you,
bought-
if you have a child, you said you don't have a crib for your child. Isn't that what you
there is
just
a
told
crib
me?
now. We bought a crib, thank
Good,
you.
then you're not such a loser.
That's right.
You owe your mother $1,400. Let me get to your counterclaim and dispose of that very, very quickly.
Can I just tell you the utilities?
Rent, you don't get. Utilities, you don't get. Value of ring band. Let me see the value of the ring band. You made the diamond into...
All I have is the appraisal for the ring. I don't.
Then I have no idea what the ring band cost. What about the cable box?
My son thought that the cable bill was in my name, and at the same time when he took the DVD player, he did take the cable box. He will make arrangements with her, return it to them, no problem at all.
Within 5 days, the cable box is to be returned. What else?
That's all we're suing.
Good. Cable box goes back to the defendants and judgment for the plaintiff in the amount of $1,400. That's all.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You may step out. Wait here, please.
She just thought my husband was a bad man and that she thought he had a girlfriend from whenever, when she wasn't even a girlfriend.
He has no respect for her. The way he treats her, he verbally abuses her. He's very controlling of her.
My in-laws are nothing but pathological liars.
What a mistake she made with this marriage and getting hooked up with this guy. She can't see it.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Andrews versus Thorne. Step forward, please.
38-year-old homemaker Yolanda Andrews is suing former friend, 41-year-old daycare provider Michelle Thorne, for depositing bad checks into her account. Michelle says they were both involved in running a scam.
Miss Andrews, how do you know Miss Thorne?
Her daughter lives in the apartment behind my house.
And how long had you known her before this check incident?
About a year, I guess.
I'd like you to tell me about it because your claim is that she gave you a check to deposit into your account. You were being helpful to her, and the check turned out to be a bad check, which caused you all sorts of problems.
Right.
So tell me, when and under what circumstances she gave you this check?
Actually, first her daughter approached me and told me, well, since you lost your job and I see that you don't have any money or whatever, my mom can have you deposit these checks into your account and we can later take the money out and pay your bills, pay your car note, pay your rent. And she was gonna have me deposit these checks, then we were gonna go shopping and buy some things from the store and return them for cash. Please, oh Lord. This is what she told me.
So let me understand this.
Okay.
Her daughter comes to you and says, you don't have any money.
Yeah.
Because you lost your job.
My mom wanted
So we're
help.
going, my mom wants to help you.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to put in some money into your checking account so that you could pay your bills.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then go shopping to a store and buy merchandise and then return it for cash.
Mm-hmm.
And who was going to get the cash?
She was. Me and her.
The two of you.
Right.
So she was really, according to your story, loaning you money.
She does this so that she can get cash for herself and for her, other people. She does these things for other people. She put these 2 checks into my account.
Just a minute, just a minute. Thank you, Bert.
You're welcome.
Okay, but the matter of the $440.60.
Just a second. So she deposits this money into your account, about $2,000, these 2 checks.
Right.
And then you go shopping.
We went shopping.
And what did you buy when you went shopping?
We bought a 19-inch color TV and a stereo boombox.
And then she was supposed to return those things to get cash for the 2 of you.
Yes. And then when I got a letter from Target stating that the check had bounced, she told me she doesn't have the stuff right now, that she'll pay for it. She'll take care of everything. She never paid it or never returned the merchandise. I got a letter from the district attorney's office, and the restitution is $440.60. I had to attend a bad check writing class, and and I wrote a letter to the DA letting them know what really happened, and the district attorney's office told me, well, unfortunately, your name is on the check, so you have to pay.
You were involved in a scam, Miss Andrews.
That's right.
You were involved in a scam. You knew this was a scam.
Right.
Right?
Right, I was desperate, at the time.
What?
At the time, I knew, yeah.
At the time, you knew it was a scam, whatever you were doing. I don't quite understand it. It was clearly something that was not legal.
Right.
You understood that, right?
Yes.
Well, if you understood that, how do you... All right, I'm going to calm down. That's first. Let me explain to you, Miss Andrews, what we call in the law the clean hands doctrine. Somebody that is doing the wrong thing and gets burned cannot come into a court of law and complain about it even though they got the short end of the stick. Do you understand?
Okay.
So from what you're telling me, you knew that what the defendant was doing, and you as her accomplice, was committing a fraud. If you know it's the wrong thing to do, you then cannot come to court and say, I want you to help me. I want the law to help me. You can't do that. So goodbye.
Parties are excused. You may step out. This is case number 555 on the calendar in the matter of Shoemaker versus Bollinger Mitzel. Parties have been sworn in, Judge. You may be seated, sir. Have a seat, please.
Your name is Cammie?
Mm-hmm.
This is your aunt.
That's correct.
Do you like her?
I love her very much.
This is your mom.
That's correct.
So that's your sister, right? How old are you?
18.
Why did you have a seat? You stole your aunt's car.
Borrowed, I'd prefer to say.
When you borrow something, you ask for permission. You didn't ask for permission. What your aunt wants is some sort of restitution. Now, I don't know whether I 100% agree with her theory of where she gets to all this money she wants from you. But I want you to tell me when and why you took her car without permission.
Your Honor, it was the beginning of November, and that month had been kind of really bad. I just found out I was pregnant. The father of my child, we didn't know how to tell his dad, and so it was a secret that I was pregnant.
You have another child?
That's correct. I have a 2-year-old as well.
With the same fellow?
No, it's a separate father. So I found out that I'm pregnant, and we didn't know how to tell anyone. Well, that night, I'd actually found out that he was cheating on me with someone, and that the girl who he was cheating on me with was staying the night at his house. I was supposed to have been staying with him and my friend Jenny, and
Instead, I wound going to my Aunt Linda's house where I stayed the night.
Where had you been living?
Where I'd been living with Daniel, which is the father's parents. It was pretty messed up.
Oh, well, it is pretty messed up. You hadn't been living at your home at your mother's house.
That's correct.
So you had been living at Daniel's house,
Right.
who was the father of the child you were carrying, but not the father of your 2-year-old.
That's correct.
Were you living there with your 2-year-old?
Yes.
How long had you been living there?
For about 3 weeks. The arrangement was I had been hit by a car while working at Sonic, and my hip was displaced. So we moved in with his parents so that she could help me with Destiny while
you were recuperating.
Right.
Had you been living with Daniel before?
Yes, Daniel, myself, and our friend Jenny all shared an apartment with Destiny.
So you hadn't been living at home for a long time.
That's correct.
Now get to the car.
I was obviously under a lot of stress. I was really cold, and I put on my aunt's jacket. I'd been wanting to talk to someone all day, but because I couldn't tell anyone that I was pregnant, it was very hard to talk to someone. When I put on my aunt's jacket, there were keys in the pocket, and I knew there was a friend that lived a few hours south, and that it was pretty easy to just jump and go. I kind of used it as an escape route. Actually, I did use it as an escape route. I'm not proud of it. I admit I took the van, and I should be held accountable. However, I don't feel that all of what she says that I owe her is true. I have the letter here if you'd like to see what kind of stress I was under.
I'd like to see it.
I also have, I went ahead and went on the internet. I downloaded my trip for how many miles I went. Maximum was no more than 100 miles.
Well, first you go on to tell her why you're doing all this and giving her instructions on what to do with your daughter. To turn her over to Daniel. Daniel is not Destiny's father.
Right, but at that time he had taken the role of being her dad. He still does.
Aunt Linda, I love you, and I'm sorry I took your van. I'm not going far. I assure you that if you don't call the police and report it stolen, it will be returned. Tell Destiny I love her, and I will be back, Cammie. Okay, so, Miss Shoemaker, I assume that you have affection for your niece?
Oh, yeah.
So I don't understand why this family matter became a court matter. I'd like you to explain that to me.
Because she could have went to prison for this. She could have went to prison for grand theft. And I told her that that she needed to make restitution. She needed to pay me my lost wages because for 2 days I could not work because I didn't have a vehicle. And the mileage she put on my van. But I told her, I said, I don't care, Cammie, if you give me $5 a week. You have 11 months, 29 days, whatever. But on that 30th day, you either pay me, have it paid in full, or you're going to jail.
That still doesn't answer my question, Ms. Shoemaker. My question is, this smacks of a family matter and what I consider a close-knit family.
Right. Because she never did give me anything towards it except for $20 one time she gave to court to give to me. Every time I asked her about it, we either got in an argument and one of us left mad, but she never tried to even try to pay this.
Okay. How much do you earn a day in your job? What kind of job do you have?
I'm a hostess server.
How much do you earn a day?
When there's meeting rooms, I make $200 a day.
Okay, so let's say you make $200 one day. And what about the other day?
About $75.
So it's $275 for 2 days lost pay. What else?
Then the rental. I went to some...
what rental?
Well, for the 3 days she had my vehicle.
You want her to pay as if she had rented
if
your car?
If she had rented a van for 3 days, what it would have cost her for 3 days for a van.
Shoemaker, that's what I don't understand. You know,
okay.
I can understand you saying, look, I don't understand it really, but with a stretch, I can understand you saying to her, because of all this, because you took my van, I didn't know where you were.
She could have went to jail for stealing my van.
Now, listen to me. Let me explain to Miss Shoemaker. She could have gone to jail if you complained. She wasn't a stranger. You got a letter from her telling you what kind of stress she was under. She's a kid. She's 18 years old. I mean, she's evidently a screwed-up kid because she's got a child who's 2 and she's pregnant with somebody else's child, right? And she's living all over. She's living in one person's house. She's living in another person's house. Clearly, she's all over the place and not tremendously responsible. But you want her to make arrangements to rent a van at that moment in emotional crisis, and it's a...
So I should be penalized because she's under stress?
No, but I want you to be penalized. I'm not suggesting that you be penalized. I asked you how much you lost in wages as a result of her taking your
Okay,
van.
I lost wages on Friday
With
and
$275. That's what you told me.
Right.
But then you wanted to pay you as if she had rented a car. Now, you weren't out that money.
No, but I was out my vehicle.
Yes, you were out your vehicle, and that, I believe, you should be compensated for those 2 days, if you want to proceed with it in a legal fashion. I mean, you're not saying to her, listen, if you don't do this, I'm going to send you to jail. In all probability, unless she's been arrested before and had prior convictions under the circumstances, she would not go to jail. She would not.
If Cammie had been pulled over, she would have been arrested.
She would have been arrested and gone to jail maybe for a day or for a day and a half until somebody came and got her out. But if the case ever went to trial, she would not be incarcerated. So I want you to get that idea. She's not doing 2 to 6 because she stole her aunt's car to go and visit somebody. It's not going to happen, Miss Shoemaker.
Real cases, real people. Judge Judy. Linda Shoemaker says her niece, Cammie Bollinger, took her van on a road trip without her permission. Cammie says she needed to get out of town.
Go ahead, let me hear the rest, because you have a total here of
Your Honor, my mom
$1,500. $1,500. I'm not getting there yet, so forget the car rental.
I still want the rental of my car.
You're not going to get it.
Okay, but she had my vehicle for 3 days without my permission.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It was the absolutely wrong thing to do. If it had been a stranger who came to your house,
I would have had him arrested.
You would have had him arrested, and in all listen to me.
Okay.
If they would have ordered the person to make restitution, it would not have included the rental for a car.
So, I only said rental because, you know, if she had went and got a car the same miles or same year, the kind of vehicle it was, it would have costed her $50 a day.
I want you to forget it. If you had rented a car to go to work, I would have said that's absolutely legitimate.
According to that letter, I didn't know but what Cammie was going to drive that car off a cliff.
And then you would have felt very badly.
I know, but I would have
felt
been
very
out of
badly. What else do you think you're entitled to, Miss Shoemaker?
Okay, the mileage.
Forget it. What's next?
All right. When I went to, after I picked Cammie or Destiny up, I went and filled my tank up. I always write my mileage down.
You told me. I don't want to hear
I
don't want to hear the mileage anymore.
Okay, but she put 741 miles on my car.
Is your car a lease car, or did you buy it?
I was buying it.
Fine. What's next to bring this total up to $1,500?
Okay, I told Cammie she had 1 year to pay. And originally, it was the $600. When she didn't pay that, all she paid was $20. I had 10% per month for every month she did not pay me. Because all she had to do was make restitution. Cammie got away with stealing my car. I was out. I was scared to death. I didn't know where she was.
That should have
where
been your
my
primary.
vehicle.
That should have been your primary concern.
After
you
primary.
read this note for somebody who was clearly stressed, and it's a young person whose judgment is impaired anyway, because it has to be with her history so far. She's got impaired judgment. Then I would have been more concerned over my niece than I was over my van.
I was.
Good.
But I was
that's what you should be concerned about, not your van. Your van you can replace. She should pay you what it actually cost you.
Your Honor.
What?
The 2 days that she was off work, my mother and I believe her son Robert as well offered to take her to work those days. Also, about 6 months ago, there was an argument, and at this time, I was put on bed rest during my pregnancy for 5.5 months. We had a lot of problems with the weight of the baby, and it was just really difficult.
Did you have this baby?
Yes, I did. He was born at 4 pounds and 12 ounces on June 1st. Every time I went to my grandma's house or I went to someone else's house, it was very hard to see my Aunt Linda because there was always real bad communication problems between the two of us.
Because she took her car and she was annoyed.
Right. And then there was a thing, I believe it was in June, at my Aunt Ginger's house. An argument broke out between my aunt and I where it was, you owe me some money, when are you going to pay me? And we both got a little upset. I had to leave because I was unable to be stressed. Well, my mother overheard a conversation between my Aunt Ginger.
Don't tell me what your mother overheard. If she wants to tell me what she overheard, she can tell me. Step up. You want to tell me about this conversation?
Okay. Apparently, Linda owed Ginger a bunch of money
from some time back. And Ginger was annoyed with the fact that this had carried on and carried on and carried on. And she was concerned about Kenley's health and the baby. She went in and got some receipts of what she owed, what Linda owed Ginger. And she said, consider the debt that you owe me paid and leave Kimmy alone. I mean, it was like...
Did that happen, Ms. Shoemaker?
No, it did not.
My aunt
No, it
has
did
still
not.
agreed to it. She said that she would release her debt to my aunt.
Well, I don't know if she agreed to it. In any event, you owe your aunt $275, and that's what she lost from 2 days' pay. Period. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.
My aunt has always been my favorite aunt, and I've always loved her. But for the last 15 months, we haven't even been able to cross paths.
Cammie needed to be taught a lesson because she stole somebody's vehicle.
It causes a lot of problems when you just react and then deal with the consequences later.
I don't think she learned a lesson at all.
And now the next case.
All parties in the matter of Beltran versus Beltran. Step forward, please.
45-year-old telemarketer Christy Beltran is suing her ex-husband, 44-year-old electrician Edwin Beltran, for the return of her son's belongings. Edwin says he doesn't have them.
Mrs. Beltran, the defendant is your former husband.
Yes.
And you have a child.
Yes.
Boy. And you and your son and the defendant and your son
Yes, ma'am.
lived together while you were married.
Correct.
It is your complaint that after the divorce, the defendant refused to return some property that belonged to your son.
Yes, ma'am.
He says you took everything that we're entitled to in the judgment of divorce.
I don't agree, Your Honor. I thought I'd given she'd gotten everything from the divorce.
I just said that.
No, I'm sorry.
Gotta pay attention. Can I see the divorce judgment, please? Okay. So now tell me what you think he has that belongs to you.
When Mr. Beltran and I first got together, we were only married 3 years, but we were together 8 years. Over the 8 years that we were together, we had purchased together many different things for his child as well as my own child. At the time that I moved out of Mr. Beltran's home, all my son's things were still there. His toys, he collects Beanie Babies. He takes very good care of all of his things. He has had toys there from the time that he was 5 years old in the boxes that he was saving. He was looking at the collector value, the money value of these things. Mr. Beltran had been telling me and my son up to this day that he would bring my son's things to my son's father's home.
Things like what?
Okay, I have a list right here, Your Honor, of all the things that he has kept of my son's clothing, bedroom set, toys, everything that my son owned at our home.
Okay. So I'll hear from you now, sir.
Ma'am, that's not true. Last year, during the summer, her son had come over and, with my son. We had boxed up a bunch of stuff in a big garbage bag. The Beanie Babies I don't have. They sat in my house for a year after the divorce, and when I was cleaning house, I ended up giving them away. But I'd given her son the rest of the things that she says that he never got.
Your Honor, excuse me, but in December 27th, Mr. Beltran and I were in court on another matter. After we left the courtroom, out in the hallway, in front of my parents, who I've brought as my witnesses, Mr. Beltran told me that he would pack up my son's things and take them to my son's father's home. My parents...
What date was this?
December 27th of 2001.
Did you ever have that conversation with her?
I did to the Power Rangers, yes, ma'am. And, Your Honor, I was working a lot of overtime. I had never followed through on that.
The Power Rangers.
Some boxes, 3 boxes of some toys that she mentioned that were still in the original boxes.
So you have them?
I do have those, yes.
All right, well, then you should have said to me that you do have those and that you agreed to give them back to her.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you still have those?
I believe they're still in the closet upstairs. Yes, they are there.
Okay. Well, why don't you take a look at some of these other things and see if we can work this out.
Because I did not receive, Your Honor, none of my son's clothing, his CDs, his fishing pole, his tools that I had just purchased him the Christmas before we broke up. None of those items has Mr. Beltran returned to me or my son.
When did you break up?
We broke up in April of 2000.
What is an issue is that you have a judgment of divorce that you agreed to, signed off on a stipulation that clearly laid out all of the property that each of you was entitled to. Nowhere in this does it say bedroom set, Beanie Babies, Power Rangers, anything else.
Right.
So you don't have a legal leg to stand on. I want you to understand that.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Fine. So that what I'm trying to do here is to see if I can equitably come to resolve the issue between you. Since you did live together for a while, you do have a child. I'm certain that Mr. Beltran, while he probably doesn't see your son now, would not like it to end any worse than it already has. So if he has anything on that list, I'm sure that he'd be more than happy to pack it up and give it to your son. Other than the Power Rangers, sir, what else do you have?
His BB gun is still at the house somewhere. And as
Well,
far
as I'm concerned, the BB gun you could leave.
Okay.
The BB gun, I think you not only should leave, I think you should take it and break it and throw it away. Because I do a lot of cases with BB guns. Take it and destroy it. What else?
That and a couple of the Power Rangers, and I don't know which ones I have that are in the closet.
Okay, but you do have some.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Within 5 days, I want you to box them up. And where are you going to bring them? Because you don't want to see each other.
Take me to her brother's house.
Fine, let's do that within 5 days, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's all.
Parties are excused. You may step out.